Welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. Since the beginning of this podcast, we have been so fortunate to have the enthusiastic support of the members of propaganda. Chris, Sulynn, David, Todd, and Jord have encouraged us, answered our endless questions, and even participated to a great extent in this work. Interviews with the band appear throughout the episodes, but in this bonus episode, every band member interview appears in the order they appeared on the podcast, and there is also a special as-yet unreleased interview with Sulynn about night letters that closes out this episode. This is a very long bonus episode, and as always, timestamps for each specific interview are included in the show notes in case you wish to jump around. Keith and I are endlessly grateful to each member of Propaganda for their support of this podcast, and to anybody who has ever listened to even a single episode. We are so grateful, and thank you so much for listening. And I hope you enjoy this special bonus episode of the complete band member interviews on Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. I was taken by some of your acknowledgments within your episode about duplicate keys, where you talk about some of your spiritual trajectory and variations over the course of your life. Can you sort of summarize your spiritual trajectory that you've gone on throughout your life?
Perhaps somewhat. Slow and somehow consistent, even though I wasn't always aware of that.
Yeah.
At certain points in my life, but also not particularly deep or researched or anything. I certainly haven't. Speaking of ayahuasca specifically, I certainly have no expertise about ayahuasca, or like in terms of history, or in terms of what's happening, or in terms of the ceremony. It was something in the course of my curiosity about the mystery of the universe that I encountered a number of times, and had a couple of profound positive and profound negative experiences. Or seemingly negative experiences. So, but I would say that how I got there was through a general sense of spirituality, in quotation marks, that I've had my entire life. That was never nurtured, and I also didn't find the expressions of spirituality around me, like the officially sanctioned expressions of it, particularly meaningful as a young person. So it really hasn't been tended to very, very much over my life.
Well, and I know that I was reading your essay and your piece last night, and I know that you mentioned that in the early 2000s, you sort of latched on to like the leaders of what was known at the time as like the New Atheism movement, but then you sort of came to critique that as almost too narrow. Does that resonate at all?
Yeah, I still identify as an atheist, like somebody. I guess I'm spiritual, but I don't have any detailed, descriptive beliefs in a God per se, and there's a lot of things about atheism, almost even some parts of new atheism that resonate with me, in terms of it being a response to oppressive structures in our society, in our civilization. But on the other hand, at least the voices that I was kind of originally tuned into in New Atheism began to express viewpoints about the world order that were counter to what I thought would be consistent with an atheism that is trying to depose oppressive structures in the first place. There was a lot of apologism for, say, U.S. imperialism, for example, and I was just like, whoa, wait a minute, how come the new atheists I'm so attracted to seem to be morally questionable on these seemingly obvious points, whereas I always mention Chris Hedges, a former Presbyterian minister who identifies as a Christian and whose values resonated with me far more than any of the new atheists when it came to anything beyond a superficial argument about the supernatural, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and it seems like to me you sort of like embrace the mystery of the universe, moving sort of away from the new atheists who always sort of couch those defenses in sort of a rational, they always explain it as being a rational mindset, but then you mentioned some of the critiques that you had with them. So does that also make sense? You sort of like move away from the certainty and towards the more mysterious as well and embrace those uncertainties?
Yeah, for me at least, the certainty, it throws up a few red flags for me these days. I just certainty doesn't really resonate with me the way it did for a time, and I think New Atheism was becoming sort of, the parallel of the certainty of absurd expressions of religion. I guess exactly what you're saying. Like I don't really find certainty particularly attractive, and that's not to say that I don't have values that I'm fairly certain about in this world. Mm-hmm. But as far as bigger questions about the mystery of the universe or the non-mystery of the universe, I think I don't really have time for too much certainty either way.
Yeah. Well, and something in your piece that I was really compelled by was the notion that you constantly refer to as like feeling like broken in the world, and how you're sort of on this journey right now in order to somewhat like repair brokenness. And I think this is something that I've been feeling a lot about lately, and I kind of want to talk a little bit about the concept of like human happiness before we dive into some specific ayahuasca experiences that you've had. So, I read, I exercise, I have a nice home. I feel like my brain functions reasonably well as a person. I have a beautiful family and I travel, but like, I feel like sort of like a kindredness to you, to where I don't necessarily call myself like a quote unquote happy person. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I've sort of listened to a lot of your music and a lot of your podcasts, and you probably hear this type of thing a lot as like a public-facing figure who people give attention to through your music. But, you seem like a curious, creative person. I feel like you and I sort of have that in common a lot, and you're also, reasonably intelligent, and you think about things and care about the world in general, especially as a parent now as well. But you sort of like, in your writings and in your work, it seems like you sort of struggle like me into grasping onto and holding like happiness as a sustained human emotion. And I'm wondering if I'm sort of on track here about how, if the search for happiness and contentment and personal well-being is sort of like what instigated a journey of like pursuing psychedelics and things like that for you.
Not consciously. I think it would be correct to say that I've not been a particularly happy person over the course of my life. Like I have a very good sense of humor,
Mm-hmm.
and I deploy it often, and I have a good time. Like if you asked the average people I interact with, I don't know if they'd say I'm not outwardly happy, but they would assume that there was. I think they would assume I have some level of happiness, and I probably do, but I do. I think it's more having a sense of humor, and getting through the day, more than it is happiness that I'm tuned into.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I'm not sure if I was ever. I don't think I ever thought any of this experimentation with psychedelics were going to create happiness for me. But I was definitely curious, and the idea of brokenness was actually a real recent either revelation or an illusion. I'm not sure which yet. I haven't figured it out. Like in the past year. So, yeah, I haven't decided yet if I am as broken as that experience suggested. But yes, I have always been not entirely happy.
Do you think that this feeling that you've had, like, the last couple of years, I think dating back to like 2011, was that something where you're like, kind of like, well, what the heck? Maybe I'll try and see this thing that may show me the mysteries of the universe in new ways, and then maybe that will help me reframe my view of the world. Does that play any role in it?
It's almost hard to go back and remember what I was really thinking beyond looking for novelty at the time and stumbling into something that was bigger than novelty.
So it had unexpected results, is what you're saying.
I think so, kind of. Like in that same episode, I had described an experience in my 20s where I had experimented with psilocybin mushrooms, and I had a profound experience in that situation that made me wonder about things. But there is this sort of there's this cold hard light of day thing that happens even after these profound experiences, where you do where what is profound about the experience dissipates over time, especially if you don't integrate the experience into your material reality. And I think that's happened to me every time. I everything, the sense of wonder, the sense of mystery dissipates or dulls, I think, if you don't do something with it. And I think I'm getting away from your original question. I'm just trying to imagine what I was looking for, because I don't know if I don't think I had any plan.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fine. So what piqued your interest in actually trying ceremonial ayahuasca?
The opportunity, the opportunity came up, but I had previously to discovering this opportunity to attend a ceremony here in my hometown. I had encountered, for some reason, I had picked up this book called The Cosmic Serpent by Jeremy Narby. We had an anarchist bookstore here in Winnipeg through the 90s and early 2000s. And towards the end of the existence of this anarchist bookstore, I was just where I customarily bought books about how the world works and how the world does not work. I happened upon this Jeremy Narby book called The Cosmic Serpent, and I thought, well, this is an odd book to be here at Mondragon Anarchist Bookstore. And I don't know why. I guess I read the back of it, and it had, I think, Michael Harner, PhD, and some blurb on the back that gave it some legitimacy. So I took it home, probably because they were blowing out all their stock of books, and I read it, and it was one part laughable and one part compelling, and some of the things in it resonated with. It reminded me of my experience in the 90s with psilocybin to some degree, and because it was specifically about ceremonial use of ayahuasca in Peru. And through my beer league hockey team, unbelievably, I came upon this opportunity to attend a ceremony here in Winnipeg that was inspired by some individuals' trip to Peru, where they studied under an ayahuasquero in Peru. So yeah, it was just like, well, this opportunity is presenting itself. This is, there was a weird sense of sync about the whole thing. And so I just thought, why the hell not? Give it a go.
Nice. I just had a flashback to living in Saskatoon and going to Turning the Tide bookstore over there in the next province over from you, thinking about that place. And so, reading these books, does the history of ayahuasca ceremonies in South America interest you at all? Like, what are did you learn any historical tidbits of information about these ceremonies that still stick with you?
Most of what I've read or seen about ceremonies that occur in Peru or in South America are contemporary. And I think what's actually stood out to me the most, like, I don't really know much about the history of it, but the one allegedly historical tidbit is that it's surmised that ayahuasca has only been in use for approximately 700 years, I think. I don't know how the hell they figured that out. But I remember hearing that figure and thinking, I doubt that. For some reason, I just felt like, one, how would you know that for sure? And two, it just doesn't seem, something about the ayahuasca ceremony seems older to me than 700 years ago, which is actually fairly recent. So,
yeah. Well, in ayahuasca ceremonies that you describe in your Duplicate Keys Icaro essay and podcast episode, it's much different than like just, getting a baggie of hallucinogenic mushrooms from some guy and chomping down on them or whatever. And there's a lot that goes into this. And I'm curious if you can, go into some dorky minutia with me about how ayahuasca ceremonies go, who leads it, the steps in the process, things like that.
Sure. Fairly superficial recounting because, I've only...
Oh, yeah, just as a participant.
Yeah. Yeah, I am. Well, you're... In my experience here in Winnipeg, a week prior to the ceremony, you are advised to avoid... there's certain foods. I think it's easy for me because I'm vegan, but apparently you're not supposed to eat animal products. Anything with oil or sugar, you're supposed to avoid that. Avoid alcohol and caffeine for a week before. I think in South America, they advise that for a few weeks or a month. And then leading up to the ceremony, you do this. You avoid consumption of these things, which apparently interfere with the experience. And at the ceremony itself, you're gathered in a circle usually, and there's an ayahuasquero who leads the ceremony, and usually has an attendant or two helping them out, and they prepare the ayahuasca. I've usually seen it in repurposed pop bottles. I was really surprised when I first saw that. I thought, wow, that seems very unceremonious.
Yeah,
to have it in a reused A&W root beer bottle, whatever it is. And then they pour it into, in our case, they pour it into a little ceramic chalice. And after a while of silence. People I think just are generally, I think, sitting around preparing themselves mentally or developing intentions for the ceremony. I'm not sure what exactly each person is doing. I'm usually just frantically wondering why I'm doing this. And then the ayahuasquero comes around and pours out a measure of ayahuasca, a small measure of it, into this tiny chalice, and one by one people consume it. They accept it and consume it, and then the lights go out and people wait. And sometimes 20 minutes, 40 minutes later, the ayahuasquero begins singing Icaros, which are songs meant to guide the experience. I think if you ask an ayahuasquero, they are singing literally to the medicine, communicating with the medicine itself, and trying to invoke good spirits. I don't know what to think of all that. I do know that the Icaros do serve a purpose of it. In my mind, it feels like an anchor to sanity when things are getting crazy. And I think it's part of the whole ceremony itself is what, if you talk to modern researchers who are researching the use of psychedelics now, everybody talks about set and setting to create a setting where people feel at ease and thereby don't necessarily go down the road of carrying this material baggage, fear and anxiety into the experience itself. So the ceremony, on a practical level, like no matter what you think is actually happening, in a spiritual sense or a supernatural sense, it provides a setting that it feels very important at moments during the experience to keep you anchored to a sense of safety and solidarity with other human beings that are also going through this experience. But yes, I mean, some people who attend the ceremonies, including obviously ayahuasquero, they mean it literally. It's not just set and setting. They believe they are communing with entities from the plants. So yeah.
Do you know anything about how it's made? You mentioned that it was served to you in repurposed pop bottles. Is it made off-site and then brought to the site where the ceremonies happen, or is it made like right in front of you? Do you know anything about that process?
It's a long process. I think it takes a few days, at the very least, and it's here in Winnipeg, the ayahuasquero who runs the ceremonies that I've attended, he brings it up from Peru, and in those repurposed pop bottles, and just crosses the border with it.
Wow.
And says, I say, aren't you afraid of getting caught? And he says, if the plants want me to get caught, then I will be caught. It would be part of the process. But so far the plants have not permitted that. So, and I'm like, okay.
Incredible.
Yeah, but it's quite it seems to be quite a process to actually create ayahuasca. It's not something I think someone's going to do here in their backyard in Winnipeg. But I don't know. I don't know too much about it. I know it's combining at least two separate kinds of plants and boiling them over the course of hours or days, and then decanting this syrup from what's left at the end. And it's incredible that someone ever thought to do it and then to drink it once you see and taste what it tastes like, because it's something else.
How would you describe the taste?
Very earthy. It's like drinking liquid compost, in a way. It's not as unpleasant or bitter as people have said. It's very strong, and sometimes when I sense the taste, like I get a flashback of the taste, I'm like, ugh. But then sometimes I'm like, it's not that bad. It definitely has its own thing going on, but typically people describe it as bitter and unpleasant to actually put in your mouth.
Gotcha. Well, and so you're in this ceremony, right? And you're in a circle and you're with other people and it's dark and, people react to psychoactive substances in very different ways. Are there any risks involved in doing ayahuasca in your experience?
I've never heard of anyone dying.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if anybody has any pre-existing psychological tendencies towards, medically classified dysfunction, that I'm told it can exacerbate that. Not ayahuasca specifically, but any sort of altered state of consciousness could trigger, if schizophrenia is in your family, it's possible that it could trigger it. But I've never heard of that happening from anybody I've ever known. It's one of those things you see on the side of a Tylenol bottle. Perhaps, this is possible, but I've never seen it, never heard of it actually happening. Certainly never experienced it, despite having, what people would call bad or dark trips. I've never myself experienced that. No.
Okay. So you named a song from your Failed States LP, which came out in 2012, after one of these experiences, Duplicate Keys Icaro. And you mentioned a little bit about what the purpose of Icaros are, and I know that you know somebody who sings Icaros, right? Have you talked to them about what those experiences? Have you talked to them about what Icaros mean to them as far as their life goes by singing these types of songs?
Well, to them, again, they're literally communing with plant entities. Or entities that the plants conscious plants put them in contact with. Beyond that, I haven't pushed too much about what they mean to those people. But at the ceremonies I've attended, it's been a shared task. The Icaro is usually the ayahuasquero sings for a bit and then passes it on to somebody else in the circle. And I guess people come up with their own Icaros. Some of them make sense universally. You kind of understand why somebody's singing it. You get the gist of it. And then some of them, there was one time somebody was singing about Winnie the Pooh and the 100-Acre Forest, and it made no sense. Made no sense at first. It seemed really silly, and then at some point in the ceremony, it was like, wait a minute, that makes perfect sense.
Oh my gosh.
So I don't know what the rules are or the directives are around the content of an Icaro, but it seems to be whatever matters to somebody on a personal level could be the content of an Icaro.
Interesting. That's really cool because, I was wondering if there has to be a specific song and melody sung that dates back hundreds of years, but it sounds like these can also be modern original compositions depending on the ayahuasquero.
The lyrical or language content, could be, yeah, but they all do seem to follow sort of a similar structure or melody. You kind of have to. You've heard one, obviously.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of this bouncing, self-echoing, there is a psychedelic, vibe to them. They sound, say if you're sober, you're not under the influence of ayahuasca and you hear an Icaro, you can hear, but you've had a psychedelic experience before, you can hear what they're trying to approximate with the sound. there's this echoey bounce that is, for me, reminds me of sounds under the influence of mind altering substances. So I think that's a common feature of Icaros.
That's so cool. Well, okay, so I was listening to your episode yesterday, and then I listened to Duplicate Keys Icaro last night before I went to bed, just to kind of put myself in the mindset for this conversation. And a line that really jumped out at me is, these duplicate keys throw the floodgates open on a raw data sphere of pure information. How does ayahuasca unleash the brain's data sphere?
Like in a biological sense?
Yeah, sure.
Well, the raw data sphere was a term that stood out. One of the McKenna brothers said it. Terrence and his brother Dennis obviously were sort of at the front of the psychedelic movement back in the day, and I think it was Dennis McKenna, in describing the experience, he used the term raw data sphere, and I was like, whoa, that captures exactly, some of the moments I've experienced. Like, it's just this overwhelming flood of cosmic data that you suddenly have access to, and because you don't understand it, it's overwhelming. But I think, and this is again going back to like contemporary research about what psychedelics do in the brain, there's the reducing valve. What's the gland? I can't remember now. There's something in our brain, obviously, that constricts the amount of information. Typically, constricts what we perceive in our everyday material reality, so we can function and survive and feed ourselves and not walk into traffic. But when the psychedelics relax the reducing valve and permit sometimes an unimaginable amount of information about the world around us, that's the raw data sphere, like the reality. Like, sort of, I think the Matrix movies would be a good visual metaphor for the idea of what's actually happening. Where Neo can not only see the material reality, he sees everything that underpins it, the programming, and for brains that are not accustomed to that, it can be frightening, definitely overwhelming, incomprehensible, and which is why it's hard to describe the experience, because we were not used to having that much information at once and being able to kind of sift through it and then bring it back and describe it to people. It's not really feasible.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that the next line of the song actually captures that really well, because you write that it's visions so astonishing, preposterous, impossible, a cosmic lattice of calligraphies, geometries unthinkable. And like, it feels like you're inside an Alex Grey painting. And if anybody doesn't know who Alex Grey is, he did the artwork for the band Tool's 10,000 Days LP. But, it reminds me of also like lines from like the Bhagavad Gita. I'm going to get dorky on you with religious studies for a second. But in the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna saw like the universal form of God with like unlimited mouths, unlimited eyes, unlimited wonderful visions. And it was decorated with like celestial ornaments and like divine weapons and garlands, and basically like God covered the entire sky. And it's like wondrous and brilliant, unlimited, all expanding. So to me, like, that's sort of what you're describing in this song. It's like this undescribable thing. Can you even put into words like what is happening to a human being when you're at like the height of like an ayahuasca vision? Like, do any like memories jump out at you of what you've seen?
Yeah, but like exactly as you say, it's a fool's errand to even try to describe them, because then you become the psychedelic caricature in every movie. Trying to, like, you do come across like a fool if you try to, like, it just sounds ridiculous.
You just sound crazy.
You sound like it. Yeah, you sound like a pothead. like typically as they would have been depicted in a early 80s teen com. There is no way to really. I think someone like Alex Gray does a really good job of like distilling some of the visual component of it, but his paintings, they don't do it. Like they don't do the sense of being overwhelmed, because in the real experience, you are in that painting. You are part of the light, you are, and it's all moving, and it's changing from nanosecond to nanosecond, and there's more and more. It's just impossible to, like, I feel like an idiot right now even trying to describe it. But it is like every time, everybody, when they have an experience like this, they do try to come back and they do start trying to describe it. And people who haven't had the experience are just like, oh man, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's bonkers.
Yeah. So, if you say that somebody looked at an Alex Gray painting, but you also mentioned that you're sitting in the dark normally, or do the lights come back on when it takes hold after the Icaro is sung? Like, can you see anything, or is it all just purely mental?
Depends on how blacked out the room is. Obviously your eyes adjust to it, but your eyes also, that your eyes use the darkness and the lack of contrast to enhance the experience. I don't know. It definitely, I think that the majority of the experience is intended to be with your eyes closed. And so the darkness helps that. And because you are trying to be inside yourself, you go somewhere inside yourself. But there has been points in the ceremonies where I have opened my eyes, usually out of frantic fear, and I have been able to see around the room despite the darkness, which is frightening in itself, because you start to see things that probably aren't even there. But I think the purpose of the darkness is to help you melt into the experience rather than be distracted.
So you're largely motionless in place, and you're not like roaming around, right?
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully, because if you are roaming around, you're barfing somewhere, right?
Yeah, you might be, or you might be frantic. So,
Gotcha.
Not to scare people. I've rarely seen that too. Like, I've been the most frantic person, I think, and I just lie there most of the time.
Yeah. Should people have experiences like this as like human beings who have like a life to live? Is this something that you should you've encouraged people to experience as sort of like what it means to be alive, pushing the bounds of consciousness sort of experience?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to come through so-called psychedelics either. People can achieve this through physical activity, or just like extreme physical activity, or meditation. Some people have an innate ability to enter these sort of states, but I think about people who are particularly people who are in positions of power in our society currently, who obviously have not had an experience such as this to sort of open their minds to the mystery of the universe and peel them away from their obsession with the material world and the drive to accumulate material goods in that material world. I definitely think you come away from the experience with a different way of looking at things, and I mean, that can only help us at this point, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think that I kind of got the impression that these experiences sort of reframed your own view of the universe in general. I mean, you conclude the song by saying, "This universe is love." Is that like a big takeaway that you had from having these experiences several times over the course of quite a few years?
I think so. Yeah, there is a lot of people have described having this experience too, where you are deconstructed in the experience, ego dissolution, and you find yourself melting into this, like, again, trying to describe this is absurd, but melting into like a cosmic sea of pure love. Not romantic love, but it's impossible to describe, but it's a very compelling experience. And when you come back from that experience, when you come back to baseline, it will stick with you. It doesn't, like, even as the months march on, that will forever, even in your worst moments, you will have that sense somewhere that the purpose here is rooted in love.
You know, and when you do come back to, like, sort of baseline, as you've mentioned, your perception of things changes. So, for example, like an example for me would be like the art of Vincent van Gogh, or there's a record I really love by the band Strung Out, Twisted by Design. What pieces of art have changed the most for you in response to these experiences? Because I know that you're very curious as far as like art, literature, music, and things like that in the world. How have any of those pieces of art changed for you after coming back from these experiences?
I think mostly just realizing that a lot of what I've enjoyed over the course of my life, what I've been drawn to in terms of art, literature, and film, a lot of it now appears to be a metaphor for the so-called psychedelic experience, or for some sort of revelation about the true nature of the universe, that I didn't see in those pieces of art previously. I just knew I was drawn to them for some reason, but I think that's I haven't moved on to new forms of art or anything like that. Like, I still like what I like.
Yeah.
But it was just how I kind of seeing why I was drawn to things all my life now that has stood out since then.
Well, Chris, I'm super grateful to you for taking the time to talk to me about these unusual and, life-altering experiences that you've had. I hope that this was an interesting chat for you as well, because, we didn't just talk about your band. We did talk about your band, but, it's a little different. Break you out of your interview mold, if you will. Do you know what I mean?
Totally, and I appreciate the opportunity to give it a try. Like I say, it's a really difficult thing to talk about at the best of times because it just seems so wacky.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate you giving me a chance to talk about it.
Where can people find you? I know you have a couple projects in the works. Go ahead and promote where people can find you and what you're doing right now.
Well, like I said, I'm in the band Propagandy currently with the pandemic happening. There's not too much happening as far as new music or shows, obviously, but that's our main project. And I also have this Patreon project, which I can't remember what the URL is because I'm such a professional. But I do a Patreon called A Catastrophic Break with Consensus Reality. That is a series of podcasts and sometimes music. Where I try to look back on what we've done in Propaganda.
All the shop songs
Sulynn. Welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Hey, thanks for having me.
We are so grateful to you for your time, and we're glad that you're here. Can you tell the audience briefly who you are and maybe a couple of your day jobs?
Oh, okay. I'm Sulynn Hago. I play guitar for propaganda. That's one. And I teach guitar. I've been doing that since 2009 and haven't stopped since. So that's actually my main gig.
Nice. What kind of music do you teach your students mostly? Is there like a style that you specialize in as a teacher?
I mean, a lot of people like the kind of shreddy, like punk and like rock and metal type of stuff. But so I didn't always start that way, but that's kind of where I've ended up. And but I teach a lot of theory too.
Nice.
And then like I introduce people to jazz who are like a little interested, but are like punk players interested and like just curious about jazz, which is like what I consider myself too.
Nice.
So yeah, it's kind of mostly that, like shred technique and theory.
Do you take on new students regularly? Is this something that you're trying to promote and build up?
Yeah. Like, I'm not the best like at marketing. Like I've never been that. It's just not comfortable. I don't I should get better at it. So someone contacts me, I'll take them in, but I don't really actively promote teaching. I should, but like I just got someone who contacted me today. I'm like, yeah, sure, let's do this.
Wonderful. Well, that's fantastic. And I bet you'll get a few, because I know you're doing some sessions coming up teaching about propaganda songs as well, in collaboration with Chris on his Patreon. So that's super cool.
Yeah.
So let's dive back a little bit before set the stage a little bit for your fandom and your, involvement with propaganda. What's your earliest memory of discovering the band?
Yeah. So I was 14 years old, I think, in my bedroom, and basically like it was at a time when like it was rare to like meet another person who knew about punk and liked punk. And so around the time I had met like one of the first like friends who like liked punk, my friend John. And just from like, it's like someone maybe had a band shirt, or I don't know, we somehow figured out that we're like, oh, you know about punk? I know about punk too, you know? Yeah. Anyway, we were hanging out at my house, and we walked to my room, and he picked up a bass and just started playing the bass line to a PC. And I was like, oh, what's that? And he's like, have you heard of this band Propaganda? I was like, no.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's pretty cool. I
Awesome.
still have it. It's vivid in my mind, just seeing him kind of play on, just kind of rock the, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Did he, did you get the records right away? Did it take you some time to track those down?
Yeah, I think it did take me some time. It was like, admittedly, it was the time where, CD burning was, so I got Let's Talk More Rock was the first one on a burnt CD. I probably still have that at my parents' at a box. So, yeah.
That is so sweet. Well, as we were talking about earlier, I also heard you on another podcast with Sean from Big D and the Kids Table, and you said that you were a fan of the band for a long time. So how long have you been playing guitar at this point? How many years?
See, just 20.
Nice. Did this band Propaganda, and on that show you said that they were also like basically your favorite band for a long time as well, did they inspire you musically as you were developing as a guitar player as well, when you were just a fan?
Oh yeah, for sure. And like I feel like it was at different stages, like I think their earlier stuff, like I liked,
Yeah.
But I think when I first heard Motor League and like the beginning and the riff, I was like, holy shit, and like most punk like was kind of very power chord and you're kind of like catchy leads and stuff. But hearing that riff, and like just hearing a punk band write something like that, I was like, holy shit. Like I just remember reacting to it. That was like, what must have been like 99, 2000 or something.
Yeah.
So that really like stayed with me, and it kind of like really inspired me to think like, okay, like you don't have to kind of stick to this like mold of like being this kind of punk guitarist. Like just the riffing, because I think I liked metal as a very young kid, but I think my surrounding was more like in punk culture, so I went that route.
Nice. And it's such a similar story. My friend Eric from Counterpunch, we were talking about Motor League the other day, and he's like, those riffs just make me go in my car and go crazy.
Yeah.
you can't control yourself whenever those come on.
Yeah, and it's even the opening line, you know, it's like, oh, this fucking this dude means business. You know?
Yeah.
It's just like an attitude that and I was young then, like, so there's something about it. Even I'm sure I didn't even know, I couldn't put it to words, but and at that young age, you know, everything's just feeling, and you can't even describe it. It's just like, holy shit. So it kind of was something I wanted to strive for in terms of like attitude with music. And then I think later on, as they developed and as I developed, that's what's cool about like when you follow bands for a long time is like as you're growing, so is the band, and it's like it's this mutual experience. Like even if they're strangers, you know, it's like it's nice to have that like that parallel. And I think when Supporting Cast came out, that's actually I think that's when they became like my favorite band. Because that, like lyrically, and it felt like developed. And I think for myself as a listener, I always like wanting to grow, and it just was like something that just matched where I was and what I wanted to hear, you know?
Yeah, well, and when I reached out to this project, it's good that you bring up Supporting Cast because that's going to feature prominently in our discussion in a moment. But you told me, I asked you to list some of your favorite songs from when you were not in the band. So I asked you to pick songs you didn't play on. And I did this because, like, you know, I bet Todd has favorite songs from Less Talk, More Rock and How to Clean Everything. I bet the Beeve has favorite songs from the records he wasn't on. And all of your favorite songs that you sent to me are all from Supporting Cast. Is that your favorite record?
Yeah, I noticed that. And, you know, sometimes I wonder if there's a bias with, like, whenever you have a favorite of something, if it has to do with, like, where you're at in your life. And, you know, because it's like, yeah, I noticed that actually today. I was like, what the fuck? Like, and like, it's like, it does, but there's just something that it did to me. I think, like, not that the other records didn't have that prominent of an impact. It's just like, maybe adding the extra guitarist too, like Beeve and just the layering and the maturity. I don't know, there was like a fullness there. I don't know. It just kind of resonated.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like when I heard it, I was like, they've arrived. You know, like they've been working towards this and they fucking arrived.
I couldn't agree more. That record came out when I was living in England, and I saw them at the O2 Islington in the UK. And, you know, they came out and they opened up with Supporting Cast, the title track, and it just blew my mind and how unbelievably spot on that they sounded. So I want to talk to you about a song now. So we invited you to come on and talk about a song. And the first song that you told me about that you really, really liked is Tertium non Datur. And I've heard it pronounced Tertium elsewhere, but who cares?
Yeah.
When I reached out to you, you mentioned this as being one of your favorite songs. What specifically is it about Tertium, either as a fan or now as a member, that is like so gripping to you?
Yeah. I'll start with as a member, just because that's even like the most recent experience. Because now that I like actually it was either this most recent tour or maybe one prior. That's the first time I've played it live. And it's like, and you know, sometimes you're like, before you do it, or for me, I'm like, I'm curious on how this is going to translate. Like, you know, I've kind of had my own experience as a listener, loving it. Hope it fucking matches it, you know, like it better, because that would suck if it doesn't. And it really does. Like, it's like, just riff after riff is just like gratifying, and it's just a roller coaster ride of great sounds. Like, it just comes down to it, and it's one of the harder songs to play because and I find that the hardest Propaganda songs are the ones with like least breathable moments, meaning like you don't have a time to like step back and like even take a break. Like, there's barely any breaks, and it's just constant. Like, it's like sensory overload of riffs. Like, you're really in the song from start to finish. And that's like hard just to kind of keep up with like all the parts and the variations and stuff. But I think that's part of the enjoyment too. It's like by the end of it, you're like, I did it.
Yeah,
like,
workout.
You know? And I think when I, you know, back to like Supporting Cast being my favorite record, you know, it's like the beginning, just the way it kind of like hits you, and then just song after song at the beginning, I'm like it just feels like it's like a beating in the best way. And I think that's, I know from the beginning of that song, that's kind of how that feels. Even playing it too, it feels that way. Like, holy shit, like you're in immediately.
Well, it's almost like dueling riffs, like so there's like this back and forth dynamic going on, and I'm curious if you can talk a little bit about it musically, because I'm not a musician and I can't promise that I will understand what you're saying, but a lot of listeners will, and I'm curious if you can get as nerdy about this as you want with music composition and terminology, but like what is like unique or intriguing about the second guitar performance on this song? Is there anything like really special about the composition?
I think, let's talk about the first riff. I think there's something gratifying for guitar players when you can have the range of low to high and it doesn't sound disconnected. Like the beginning riff, it's like kind of too low, like drop D chords, and then it goes to the like twangy kind of like minor-esque chords. Getting really nerdy, there's this idea called like pedal point, where you have one moving voice that stays and it's called oblique motion. It's like when one voice stays still and another one moves, so those higher chords do a little bit of that. Anyway, so it's like, anyway, there's something gratifying about that low low high high low low high high, just like that kind of, just physically it feels great. It just feels like you're like hitting a punching bag. You're going like your guitar, you're moving, and then sonically it feels really balanced. But the contrast too, it's like you're getting the best of like the guitar's range. So there's that. I mean, there's a lot of dynamics, like rhythmically too. It's like it really takes you all over the place.
What are you doing? Like, are you doing the low, low and the high, high, or are you on the highs and Chris is on the lows?
No, there's several songs where we're almost verbatim doing the same thing. There's like very subtle times where we break away. Like another one of those is like When All Your Fears Collide. Cups Out of Frame's pretty similar. There's actually a good amount where it's like just seems like it's like double texture of the same thing. So that's one of those. Like we're almost playing everything. It's when he breaks into like the kind of we all seek meaning in our lives. So we're like, he drops out and I do that part, and even that, just like we're like, holy shit, listen to where the song went. It's like a surprise, and I like that, like unpredictability. I'm just like somehow this song managed to get to like a really smooth mellow part. That's hard, like to figure that out.
I get the impression as well that this is actually a favorite among the band, and I say this for a particular reason. So when Supporting Cast came out, I was able to see Propaganda shows in Canada and in England, and I got to see the sound check for both shows. And they played this song at sound check at both shows. How do you think this band ranks this song among their catalog? Is this like a favorite? Because it's pretty wild to see them sound check this song on two different continents.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the opinions are really, like in terms. I think everyone likes it. It's kind of like the way we choose songs. Like, oh, we should do this one. This one's great. And it's like end of discussion. Sometimes our sound checks based on like, hey, let's make sure we nail this one. It's a hard one. So it could have been that. I mean, I wasn't in a band then, but I know from now our experience is like, hey, let's kind of go over the one that's
practice.
When it comes to the set, like make the most out of soundtrack, like do a little extra practice on it, especially too being that song's so demanding. Yeah, it's a good one to put through soundcheck because that's what you're doing. You're making sure everything's clear. You don't want it to be like where it's not clear, and then that song, if it falls out of sync, it's so obvious and it sounds like a fucking bag of hammers.
Train wreck.
Yeah.
Nice. Is there anything specific that you like lyrically about this song?
There's a lot. Actually, I should nerd out and pull it up just so that I get specific and stuff.
Yeah.
And this actually, funny enough, this channel's like my other interest in art, which is a little bit more like under wraps, but I actually I have a degree in creative writing, and I studied poetry, so that's another part of like Propaganda. I felt like as a listener before being in a band, obviously still now in the band, but definitely as a fan, I was just, you could just tell the effort put into it. And especially this song is one of those, like, there's so much good, just strong lines. Like, okay, so do you want me to, like, just go?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course I do.
Really nerd out. And I don't know if I'm right. And, like, here's one thing before I get into this. Like,
sure.
I know I'm in a situation where I could be like, okay, Chris, tell me about this song. I don't want to do that. Like, sometimes I'm like, just kind of it's like a mythical creature, like, or like, just let it kind of simmer the way it did naturally. He provided what he did and leave it at that. Why dig for more? Like, if he wanted to tell more, he would have. You know, like, there's this part of this relationship where I think with lyrics that I personally like to have, where I think knowing more sometimes can damage the beauty of it. Like, there should be holes of mystery that kind of adds to it. And it also adds your own personal experience. Like, I don't want all the answers. I think when I was younger I did, but now I'm at a point where I've kind of like let art be like existing, where it's like, fuck it. I'm just not gonna know. and just like accept it, you know?
Love it.
All right, let's get to this.
Yeah, do it.
So the beginning, to me, if I'm interpreting this, the whole, like, all the suck thumbs and held skirts and blankets so secure, that's getting to very, like, almost like coddling, like thinking, like, all these images of like not developing or not allowing someone to develop, and like kind of like, you know, the suck thumbs, like kind of you have to wean off that. The held skirts is like kind of clenching maybe to your mom, like being scared, and same thing with the blankets secure. It's like a helicopter kind of almost parenting. There's something in that. That's how I interpret it, where it's like almost like this idea of something happens to you young, or to certain people young, that's like they're not allowed to, like, already they're kind of facing some kind of withheldness in a way. And then the whole block out sweep, or they block out the sweep of the floodlights that could free them from that, to me is just not allowing, again, development, like an openness. Just being able to see things widely, like, so, like, from your own perspective. You're being controlled.
If you see something like literally in one way, like you're like a literalist in a topic, and literally you could shine a light on it with a new piece of information, you don't want that light to shine on it, because then it busts your worldview. Yeah,
and even floodlights, it's like a rescuing. Like, it's like saving you from it's
darkness.
Like, and or even just like having an openness. There's something about that. Like, there's something about that beginning that seems very, like, compressed. And even, like, to describe it from a musical standpoint, those riffs feel very, like, tightly knit. And I think it really matches almost this kind of tight knit, like the theme of being like blankets secure, held skirts. Everything's very, like, held, and it's almost like there's tension there, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, so to me, I think this is a very, really religious, like, based song. Like, so the darkness that surrounds them, the demons that keep hounding them. I think, so I was, like, thinking about this earlier. It's, like, so hard to put, especially with an audience. I'm like, fuck, there's pressure to not sound like a dumbass. Like, it's almost like when, I think with religion, it's so fear induced. Like, especially as a young kid, like, I know there's all these tales, like, if you do one thing wrong, you're gonna burn or something. And I think that's kind of what, again, this interpretation, like this, the holding back and the restricting, is that you're not freeing them from that. You're actually putting them into that kind of scenario of, like, being scared of everything, you know, having this and demons is definitely, like, a very religious kind of terminology, or even, like, darkness too. And a lot, like, religion has a lot of, like, symbolism in that kind of sense. So that, to me, is how I see it. It's funny with the gouge their eyes. It's definitely like a kind of blinding them from maybe the reality that it's like, it doesn't have to be so extreme, you know. And I thought of a very, like, that kind of reminded me of Oedipus, like the whole, you know, gouging his eyes and and because he realizes he married his mom. And anyway, again, I don't know if it's that, but it's kind of interesting. It could be a play on even just like in terms of the aesthetic of it, if it's religious. Because to me, like too, I think this song, if it were like a painting, it's like those old religious paintings that are kind of freaky, like in museum, that are very shaded. It kind of has that air to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. The tone is so spot on for the sound of the music fitting this type of lyrics. And like, I am a very, very interested in learning about religions of the world. I have another podcast that's all about religion.
Oh yeah, cool.
And so that's like kind of my world. So I really latch onto this song as well because of these lessons found within it. And I appreciated Chris's, exploration of the topic as well.
Yeah. And it's like, even like the line, like there's just such extremes, like the whole like rigid dichotomies, like sacred or profane, like, and that's what the term means, like no middle, really. Yeah. It's being like, you have two fates, like either if you're not like choose the religious route, like, or to choose a religious route, like you're saved, you're protected, or if you don't, you're a sinner, you're going to hell. And that's what these lines to me kind of really exemplify, like sacred and profane, and salvation or shame. It's not, and that's what I like with the folk all in between, which it's an amazing how it's even sung too. It's so awesome. So gratitude, and it's like, there's not, to me, the song's like saying like there's no room for not setting, like not knowing the answer. Kind of back to what I was saying about even the lyrics, like who cares? Like what is there this need to like know what happens? We're not going to know what happens. Like we can sit on it and make up these stories, which to me is like, those are all like they're estimates,
This song to me almost seems like a complimentary piece to Duplicate Keys as well, because of Chris's explorations of, other dimensions and things within that song.
Yeah.
So I kind of see this song speaking to Duplicate Keys a little bit as far as like uncertainty in the world as well. I see him like going down these like almost quasi-spiritual paths and being like, oh my God, I'm like 45. Oh my God, I'm almost 50. Like I'm freaking out about like making sense of the world as well. So I see him, exploring that topics as well in other pieces that he's done. Yeah.
And it's on one hand you can see this as a critique to it, but or even just trying to understand it. I think it's a reflection for sure. A lot of Chris's songs I feel like are like that, which is what I enjoy. Like even like I like the line, the human impulse to explain. It's so true. Like we have this need. Like logic in a way is a flaw. As much of it's great too. I mean, look at like if you just stare at like bridges and look at a plane, like you're like, fuck, human brains like sat there and fucking came up with that. That's pretty fucking amazing if you really think about it.
Absolutely.
Like that's wild. But logic on the other hand doesn't allow for just like this like more relaxed like acceptance of like I don't need to feel like I know the answer. So I think there's a lot of that. Again, that's how I kind of take this, like not controlling like the outcome or living with that kind of control, like it's gonna be this and I better steer this course.
Well, Sulynn, I appreciate your analysis of the breakdown, the musical breakdown of the lyrics of the tune, Tertium non Datur. That's just so cool to hear you like kind of just go on this journey with me about this song that is so big musically and lyrically. Where can people find you, like if they want to follow your work until we have you on the show again?
Just my website. SulynHago.com. That's kind of like the main thing. You can contact me, and then I'm on the good old Instagram. It's kind of my main social media, platform.
Awesome. Well, Sulynn, we can't wait to have you back on the show. Thank you so much for talking about Tertium with me.
Yeah, for sure. Take it easy.
Swastikas and clan robes. Sexist, racist, homophobe. Brain with which he cannot think. Billy has a little dink.
I mean, I wish I had more time to think, like you, or like I told you earlier, I'm like kind of like between like teaching, let me do this thing here and running around. But I think this song in general, like my history with this song is is involved in thought. I mean, I guess a lot of propaganda songs do, but for sure this one, you know, and I think this is one of the ones on Let's Talk More Rock that really stuck with me.
Yeah, well, let's get into this real quick.
Yeah.
So, Sulynn, welcome back to Unscripted Moments. It's just awesome to have you back on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Well, so we're here today to talk about, as we were just alluding to, the song "The Only Good Fascist" is a very dead fascist, track 11 from Let's Talk More Rock. But before we dive into this song, I just want to know a little bit about what your life has been like the last couple months. I want to hear some of your standout thoughts on what's been going on around the country this summer in the wake of the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. So I know you live in New York City, across the state from me, and I've seen like brutal videos of police crackdowns in the streets. Can you tell me a little bit about your experience in the city there this summer?
Yeah, well, I'm in Brooklyn, and it's intense. I would say it's like a weird balance of like intensity and community. And where there are a lot of beautiful things that have come out of it. Actually, not far from me in this park, they've had the vigil for George Floyd. Like they're, I think, at day 66. They've had it every day. Actually, my partner and her daughter have gone almost every day.
Wow,
it's pretty crazy. Yeah, and they still go like every night at like 7 o'clock or something like that. So on that side, it's really inspiring to see like amidst the pandemic side of like this kind of community coming together, and everyone's still at their homes and just taking this opportunity while everyone's home to try to fight the power, for lack of better words. But then on the other side, the ugly side, it's a lot. I mean, that's an understatement. How do I even begin? It's really scary. Like I feel tense a lot. Like this is the worst I've felt living in this country. And I'm just like, where's this going? And as we're inching towards the election, it just feels more intense. Like I'm more afraid of the election than I am the pandemic. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of the vibe, it's just a lot. It's very overwhelming with and I haven't firsthand seen any kind of craziness, but obviously, all those videos circling around. It's pretty crazy.
Well, and I live in Buffalo, where the 75-year-old man was pushed to the ground and had a fractured skull. I'm sure you saw that. And then I saw videos that my friend posted in Manhattan where the police, the people had the barricade, and then the cop car, like the SUV, drove through the barricade.
Yeah.
And it's, this is our state. I live in the same state as you. It's a different city, but it still is surreal to watch these things happening in your state. And it's a state that is like a blue state. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like a state that
and then there
people
was
care about that.
It was the one that was recent was the like kidnapping the protester, these unmarked vehicles.
Oh my God, I know.
And yeah, like she was like a trans woman, and the scary part is like they're not, they have this like lame excuse, like I believe they said like she ruined like surveillance cameras or something, and she was on this wanted list. It's like, no, but that's against the law to just snatch someone. What is that? Like anyone can be snatched at any point. Like, and you just don't give them a reason. You can't fucking do that. It's like, what is that? What the fuck is going on? And and just seeing the cops like circling around the van, like warding off the protesters. I mean, it's insane. It's unreal to see all of these accumulating. Just like, it's not even just one instance. There's so many instances of just things that are like it's just baffling to be like, this is the world we're living in. Like this is happening right now.
And like in you being in New York City, like I'm if you think about these videos that you've seen, like these things could happen to anybody. You could be literally in the wrong place at the wrong time. Somebody next to you in the protest does something, and then all of a sudden you are involved in an altercation with a police officer because of something that somebody next to you did. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, so
Scary.
even you, like somebody who like cares about these issues a whole bunch and is like a totally peaceful person, you could get roped into something like this. And it's like all of a sudden, you're protesting, things are good, the vibe is good, and then you're in danger.
Yeah, I had a very small moment of that. I think it was in March. I went on one of the protests, like what the fuck do you call it? Just walking through this Brooklyn. And there was this point where we were like walking through a tunnel, and under the tunnel was a line of cops. It felt like a cat and mouse gag where it's like they're ready there to trap protesters. Like the way they were standing, this like intimidation tactic, that I wasn't breathing. Like I had the similar thought as what you just described. Like if at any moment someone either pisses off a cop or just the cop just decides, all right, here we are. Like let's just choose these random people. Like game over. You know what I mean? It's just like they could just fuck shit up. It was so fucking scary. And just how they were just standing there under the tunnel, like really waiting to trap people. So fucking scary.
Well, and I'm wondering if under that tunnel has no closed caption TV access from cameras on attached to buildings and things like that.
Exactly.
Like I'm wondering if there's no footage that would be captured from official television cameras in that moment, Yeah,
like actually one of my best friends, he's in Tampa. He flew out to Portland during all those protests, and he was considered part of the press. He was out there to document, report, and take pictures of everything going on. And he said that there was a point where they pinned like a bunch of journalists, including himself, under a fence and were just shooting rounds from everywhere. And he said it was so loud, so chaotic, and that it just went on for a very long time. And he said that he's like, I wish I had the video to share to everyone, but they took my camera. Like they took his phone. He had to get a new phone the next day.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And he's just like, I can't believe this is happening right now.
Yeah, the tenseness of this moment, and like you said, being more nervous of the election than of a global pandemic, which is taking 1,000 American lives per day. Even in the beginning of August. I mean, that's a heavy statement, and you don't make that lightly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like it's just intensifying every day, and maybe because of the lack of Trump able to have these rallies where he riles people up, he's finding different ways of riling people up, which is send these fucking people troops basically to Portland and just igniting this fire that's and then just saying these things about delaying the election. I'm afraid that he's gonna lose and then he just refuses to leave. What do we fucking do? It's things like that. So yeah, it's a very intense time. And in terms of the pandemic, and I don't know about you being Buffalo, but I'm just kind of proceeding kind of similarly to what I was in during lockdown. I'm not really venturing out too much, very lightly, but
enough to stay sane.
Exactly.
So anyway, I mean, so this isn't your first time on this show. Listeners will have heard your Tertium non-Datur episode before. And, we've kept in touch here and there since we recorded that. And you mentioned to me in a message a couple weeks ago that you'd be down to chat about the song The Only Good Fascist is a Very Dead Fascist. And since you mentioned that, Keith and I were going on Twitter a ton, and every time we search propaganda in Twitter in the search bar, I come across so many people posting a link to this song in response to all these social issues that you're mentioning. And this is arguably the most timely propaganda song. It's wild. Today I went on Twitter in the trends, and Master Race was trending in response to some dude in Idaho holding a Nazi flag on some street corner. Do you know what I mean? It's insane.
It's pretty insane how it's come back around. It's interesting too because with the
propaganda experience of being like, you know, we used to play this like in the 90s, and you know, that was a brave thing to do. It was like
Heck
risky.
yeah.
Like there were like potentially Nazis there, and to think like, fuck, we could be potentially, we're now with me in the band, like we could be potentially in the same spot maybe when shows happen again, or just even the statement needs to be sung again, you know, or I mean, it should have always, but you know, I guess it wasn't as I guess didn't seem as prominent of an issue, you know.
Yeah. I mean, this is a 25-year-old song. Are you surprised by this song's permanent timeliness and relevance?
No, you know, it's sad. Like, I really wish, even just in general today, that I would be surprised by things, especially with everything that's been happening recently. I feel like less I'm becoming surprised. Like, I think in the past I would have been like, I can't believe people do that. You know, like people have the audacity to, you know, do certain things, or, you know, or not care about other people like this. But it's part of the living experience, sadly. I just, maybe at times I have more of a hopeful outlook and just hoping that like the betterment of people comes out more, you know. But I think part of why I'm not surprised too is that this shit's taught young, you know, and I think people overlook the impact of messages sent to kids, and how that really is the seed, and it just continues to intensify and grow, and it's just you know, these kids become adults, and even not kids, but it's like these feelings of having of the other, you know, are just constantly, is that message itself. I think it's even just part of our culture, whether it's like in any other shape or form. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. You know, and this song's only like a minute and 10 seconds long. It's not an insanely dense song lyrically. Like, you know how today's Empire's Tomorrow's Ashes and like Mate Ka have like so many lyrics, it would take forever to talk about them all. This song does not have a ton of lyrics, but it has a lot of topics packed in. You know what I mean? There's
it has an attitude that I think that it's like, I think that's part of what resonated with me with the song. It's like an attitude to racist that I really related to. Like, you're a bunch of fucking goops, you know, you're a bunch of fucking, and like I know, probably gonna mention this, but the music itself is kind of clownish, or just like, and it just matches that vibe of like, fuck, like, if you really think about it, being racist is such a fucking geeky thing to be. Like,
yes.
And here's, you know, maybe to answer your question better about, am I surprised? It's like, I think part of the human experience, you know, whatever your upbringing is, doesn't even matter, race, gender, or whatever. It's like you have things that happen to you that bring you down, that are like kind of like, and I think part of the human experience is to find ways in which you can overcome them and feel like confident in yourself and strong, you know?
Yeah.
And I think there's just certain people who go about it in a better way, like a better delivery, like maybe through like arts or sports or any kind of like release in that sense, you know, and empowerment, self-empowerment. And then there's these other group of people who go about that same goal through fucking putting other people down, thinking like their race is better. But ultimately, everyone wants the fucking same thing. Everyone wants to just like, feel good about themselves, you know, and just feel like they're strong and confident people, and that they're like loved. And it's just like insane to be like that. It's like hate is the fuel for a lot of people to feel that way. Yeah, because all these fuckers hate themselves. You can tell that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But this is how they feel like powerful.
Yeah, you know, and I feel better when everybody feels better. Do you know what I mean? Like when I know the world is like in pain, like I hate myself more. Yeah. You know, it sucks. It's a terrible feeling. Do you have like do you have any favorite lines in the song? This thing is like so wild.
Yeah, I know. It's like, you know, I'd say like I love a man in a uniform. Yeah. I feel like when I heard that, like when I was young, fuck, it cracked me up just because of the sarcasm. Just like, it was just so genius to me. And I just feel like the way he fucking just yells it just makes me laugh. Like, yeah, I guess, you know, and it part of why that line's so awesome. I mean, obviously it's everything around it. It's just making fun of like even just like the costumeness, that's a word, of the racist, like, or the master race, if you want to call it that, like the opening lines, swastikas and clan robes, like even that, like it's just like these costumes that give you these fucking power, and then the whole like just kind of goofing on this, like, oh man in uniform is so strong, you know, it's so the person to look up to. It's just like totally goofing on the costume essentially of this quote unquote master race. So I just, you know, I think part of my appeal with punk at the beginning was just hearing music that was so sarcastic, like kind of like for the first time, and being like, whoa, like I just, you know, because everything, like there was a lot of that didn't feel like that, and just hearing that, I was just like, this is great. Like this is how I feel as a person, you know, like this is kind of like the people, like I get these people and they kind of get me, like, yeah, it's fucking stupid.
Well, yeah, and earlier when you said that all these racists and white supremacists are just goofs themselves, they're just total dinguses, and like, so this song is like goofing on them hardcore. And, you know, it also, the song quite effectively uses humor. And like, I almost feel badly laughing when I listen to this song or read it, because it's such an important topic. But, you know, the spectacular punchlines in this song, kill them all and let a Norse god sort them out, brown power ass in your white power face. I love a man.
I love that one, actually. That one might be my second favorite.
Oh my God. Tell me more.
Well, fuck, being brown, I was like, fuck yeah. Because even the phrase brown power, like, I'm just like, I mean, we have Latin pride, but like, we don't put it in these cheesy terms. And it actually even shows how fucking stupid the phrase white power is. Because to hear it even in a different, like, I don't know, maybe it just seems kind of goofy, but it's also just that response, you know, that kind of like, well, if you're a white power, then I'm a brown power, you know. There's just something kind of it's clever, you know. It's like perfect rebuttal, and it's just obviously has the best like image.
Yeah, totally. I love the Norse god stuff. You know, that's just so perfect. Kill them all and let a Norse god sort them out. Like, here's your, you know, white gods, you know, have at it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You know, this song also has like a call for like a better future. You know, it says, why don't we start making a history worth being proud of? It says that in the song. How do you feel about that as like a hopeful line thrown into the middle of this song?
Yeah, and along with that is the whole, like, let's start fighting the real fucking enemy.
Yeah.
Like, that really stood out for me. I feel like this song, I know it's so short, but it just, like, I feel like it, like, taught me so much, or made me feel like I found my people, even before being in the band, like, in terms of, like, human, like, just thought, you know. It's the fact that, yeah, we need to come together, like these, how do I put this, like, it's so easy for, like, let's say someone like Donald Trump, who's like rich, like out of touch, like he's protected. He's been protected his whole life. He can easily attack people because it's so hard to like attack him, essentially, even like physically. Like, he's fucking got like a barrier of people. When you're loaded like that, you're kind of untouchable.
Yeah.
And so it's like, it's easy for these racists to attack someone on their kind of level. And it's like, but that isn't the real enemy. You know, it's like, it's these fuckers creating this bullshit, creating this system, you know, creating economic oppression. And I mean, you could go a long list with that, but so that's the idea, is just like wanting to fucking like be able to communicate this to people who think this way. But it's sad that it's like, why does it seem so hard? I like the idea of like, yeah, this is the goal. Like, let's fucking come together. But
it's so funny that you mentioned his wall, because he built a new 1.5 mile wall around the White House, and you're hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of meters away from the White House now at your closest. So you go there as a tourist or whatever, and it's like a doom wall, like miles around DC. You know? Yeah.
Well, it's like people like that, like billionaires, they have the privilege again of this kind of protection and this kind of less access to the public. you know,
Yeah.
like in terms of safety. Like, so it's like, yeah, no shit, you're gonna be fucking like running your mouth talking shit because it's easy for you. You know, you've gotten away with it for so long.
Yeah.
But
You know,
anyway, we're kind of branching off.
Yeah, well, and you mentioned the real enemy a moment ago. So the real enemy alluded to in the song, which if you go to Propagandy's website in the lyrics section of this song, it spells it out for you a little bit. White male capitalist supremacists of the world that, you know, they pay lip service to equality in public while also perpetuating systems that enable the ongoing cycles of poverty and unequal access to health, opportunity, safety. And so, like, you know, whenever you say something like white, male, etc., and you use that as a critique, what a lot of people hear, like white America, they think that you're trying to take things away from them to give it to other people instead of saying, you know, we want everybody to have what we have. Do you know what I mean? So it's like if they get more, I get less kind of thing, and that's what everybody's afraid of.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm curious, like, do you have any idea on how to frame this song and open people's minds to the fact that they aren't being attacked personally if they're white, like by this song, but instead to portray it as a unifying force to make our world better for everyone?
Yeah, and it's mostly, you know, putting it from the perspective of people who aren't white, who are being attacked by just this portion of the white race that is very kind of aggressive towards, you know, people of color. You know, so yeah, I mean, it's funny you say this, like, in how to frame it. That's a really complex question. Oh,
yeah.
Still with me? Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm here.
Yeah,
it's tough because, like, if you hear like people saying, "Oh, the white male capitalist supremacists," etc. If you're a white male, like, what those people are hearing is that they're being attacked. Do you know what I mean? They're not hearing it as a way to, like, let's make the world better for everybody. They're hearing like, oh my God, I'm a white male, I'm being attacked. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I almost feel like is the fear that what's going to happen, what happened to, like, let's say Native Americans or like Africans, like they are afraid that that's what's going to happen to them, like this, like, kind of overthrowing. And it's like, I actually think it's more of that, because it's almost like this kind of thread of like an overthrow, when it's like, no, we're not trying to overthrow, we're just all trying to live like amiable, like together, like we're not trying to take over as if like we are the only race, you know, we are actually, and again, we, like, it's more like we want it to be diverse, you know what I mean? Like,
I do too.
And I don't know how to put this to words. It's almost like I need to like simmer on it, because it is a big question and a big topic, because it does involve like the perception of what's happening, and it's obviously based on everyone's experiences and race, and whether, you know, race has been convenient for some and race has been inconvenient for others.
Yep.
You know?
Well, and I'm
part
one
of
those.
And part of the difficulty is words don't have the same power to just be like, yeah, well, I've, you know, dealt with a lot of shit being brown or something, you know, where it's like, I think there's a rebuttal. Well, I've dealt with a lot of shit being white. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, and it's that whole, like, I'm not trying to say that your life hasn't been hard. Everyone's life's hard, but it's like it's that whole idea of like this one factor does make almost a living experience just feel like that much extra work. And it's more the treatment, I guess, more of like feeling like everyone can actually be treated the same playing field. And this even goes with gender too, like kind of like, and not have like alternate scripts for different races or different genders, you know?
Yeah.
And I mean, that's why Black Lives Matter is like really pushing that, you know, because you can't say like, if George Floyd didn't look that way and he was like I think Sean King called it something like referred to it as like the Taylor Swift, I forgot the last word, but something as if like, imagine if someone who looked like Taylor Swift or Taylor Swift herself did the crime that like this Black person who died did, like would they have met the same like end, you know? Like, would you see like like 4 cops like pinning like someone who looks like Taylor Swift down? like choking her. You know, it's like, and that's a really interesting. It's like a test. You know, it's a really good point.
Absolutely. Does the punishment fit the crime? And obviously, no, it's absurd. And it just kind of shows you the absurdity as well, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's upsetting that how much like people are just treated differently for things they can't control. Like, you know, in terms of like physical appearances, like
it's a game of chance how you're born. Do you know what I mean? We don't choose where we're born, who we're born to, what we look like, what our gender is, what our race is. It's all a game of chance, and the way you come into the world is not in our control.
Yeah. So
yeah, did you guys does the band play this song still? Have you played this one with the band?
Yeah, actually, I think within our like recent tours, I
awesome.
know I kind of, as things were kind of already getting pretty intense, it was thought it was a good idea to bring this one back. It was so fun, and it just felt good to like fucking just spit that message back out into the world, you know. And obviously this time as part of the performance side, yeah, you know, that song, it's fucking little gem, because it's kind of simple, you know. It's not like in terms of the propaganda catalog, it's not like shredding or anything, but it matters so much, I think, to me. It's definitely one of my favorite propaganda songs.
Whose idea was it to put it back in the set list?
It might have been Chris's. Yeah, I think so.
Awesome. I mean, I honestly feel like if you guys came out and Todd just started hitting that bass line on the opening song, I almost feel like the crowd will go completely mental with this as an opener. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's a good idea.
Oh my gosh, maybe you're first, everybody. Do you like the musical progression in this tune? It's super heavy to me.
Yeah, you know, it's like it has that kind of, like I said this earlier, like this like circusy, like it's a goofy song, but it's like but it doesn't feel goofy when you're playing it. Like it kind of does, but not. It feels more heavy. Like fuck yeah, we're fucking, and it's partly because you know what's about to come out. Lyrically, you know. And
oh my God.
It has so much power, and I love just the fact that, you know, the content is all, it's a mocking, you know, this like white supremacists, and just going that fucking extra mile and making the music a bit of a mockery. It's so fucking awesome. That kind of, and again, that's the shit where I'm like, this is what music should be like.
Oh my God. And you know what? That's what propaganda's been about. You know what I mean? The entire history of the band. That's what it's been about.
Yeah, so musically it's great. And then that little middle section, it's pretty fun. It's just like kind of I don't know how to describe it. Just, it's a fun song. Like, it's one of those, like, when you think about, like, if you play like for me, like Zero Boy songs or Minor Threat songs or like Ramones songs, where it's like, it's not the most technically like crazy bit, but that shit, like, you could play anytime and it still rules, and it has that kind of power to me and enjoyment, where it's just like, it's just a fucking fun one. Just
amazing.
Let it all go.
Well, Sulynn, it is so awesome to chat with you about this song. I am so delighted to hear, you know, about your summer in New York City during this incredibly important time in our country's history, leading up to this incredibly important election we have coming up this fall. It's scary. I feel, you know, grateful to you for being so open and honest and talking to me about your experiences and why you love this song so much, and also your experience playing it with the band. It's so cool to hear these stories.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was a good time. It's it's cool. It's like, you know, what's rad about this is like to dig back into like what made you love it when you first heard it, and just to revisit that. You know, sometimes you just put something on. Maybe it's just like, it's just background. Maybe it's listening, and you're not. It's like you're not spewing it all out again. You know, so it was a pleasure. So thanks for that as well.
David, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Glad to be here.
We're super grateful to you and your time, and we're glad to have you here. Can you tell the audience who you are and a little bit about your musical trajectory and the bands that you've been in?
Okay, so yeah, I'm David Guillas. I've had the nickname Beaver since I was in high school, and most of my friends call me that, but now I'm a professional. And so mostly these days I go by David. Not to say that I would ever want my friends to call me David, because that would be weird. Anyways, I started playing guitar when I was about 14. And I'm sure we'll talk more about this, but one of the early influences on me was Propaganda as a young guitar player. And so I was in a couple of different bands going through high school. My good friend Robbie and I were in a bunch of bands, starting with Populist Manifesto, quite obviously influenced by Anti-Manifesto, by Propaganda. And Robbie named that band because he was the smart one. I didn't understand what it meant. And I was just like, okay, cool, sounds good. We were in a band called Jab of the Butt. That was my name because I'm not the smart one. And then after that, after high school, formed a band with some other guys, including Robbie, called March December Swing. That's when I started playing shows locally and started connecting with other people in Winnipeg, including Chris and the other guys in Propaganda. After that, I was in a band, Giant Sons, again with Robbie, and that band was subsequently later on kind of re-released by G7 Welcoming Committee. After that, I was in a band called Rough Music, also with my good friend Robbie. And then after that, I eventually ended up in Propaganda shortly after that. And then currently I'm in a band called Agassi.
So what kind of music first got you into exploring, music as an individual, as a musician? What kind of maybe got you off the path of what maybe people might start with and go a little deeper?
I think me getting interested in guitar coincided with that 90s punk thing. So, for example, the first song I ever remember learning how to play was 21st Century Digital Boy, Bad Religion. Also, like Nirvana, stuff like that too. And then I really started getting into that Fat Record stuff. I mean, for 2 years, that's all I could listen to, including Propaganda. And then from there, it just, my tastes shifted constantly, meandering in and out of different genres. But Propaganda was consistent through all of that, unlike no other band, which is, I think that says something to their staying power, is, they evolved just like the rest of us evolve, right? They didn't stick with a formula that works for high school kids like some other bands did and do, because that's what, brought them success. They evolved. And so that's why I always found them interesting as an evolving guitar player, and also just as an evolving person whose tastes change.
That's such a great description. And we've heard something similar from lots of other people that we've interviewed about how their ideas and how maybe they view the world, but also kind of the later introspection kind of takes hold as we age, thinking more inward as much as we are thinking outward. So do you remember what you first heard from the band? Like what album or song, or where you were, like kind of an origin story as a fan?
I don't have a specific memory, although I can make a very good assumption. I would have probably been in my friend Robbie's mom's car. I remember he had the tape. I never had the How to Clean Everything tape, but he did. And so he would always play it. And that was my first introduction to the band. And I remember just loving that record. Some songs in particular, like Anti-Manifesto, I just thought that was the best you can get. That was the best song I had ever heard at that point in my life. It was just so good.
Yeah. So can you talk a little bit more, maybe in, say, like a big picture way, about the impressions the band had on you, either as a musician, as an evolving musician, as an evolving person, whether that's through the lyrics and the message, before, during, or after you were in the band?
Yeah, for sure. So I've never been a words guy. That sounds stupid, but what I mean is, when I hear music, it's not the lyrics that speak to me, at least not immediately. And I've come to really appreciate good lyrics, but it takes effort. It takes like a concentrated effort for me to listen to the lyrics and to let it make some kind of connection. It doesn't come easy. Mm-hmm. So when I was 15 years old, I didn't make that effort. So when I'm listening to a band at that age, like Propaganda, those lyrics weren't resonating with me the way I'm sure they did for many people. But they did resonate with my brother and my good friend Robbie, who I've mentioned many times already. They immediately went vegan. They immediately started reading Chomsky and all that stuff. whereas I didn't. I was into the music, but those words didn't connect with me. And it's also partially because I'm stubbornly conservative. You know, I didn't want anything to shake up my little world and my little status quo comfort zone. So it was more so indirectly as the years went by that those lyrics in the propaganda songs struck a chord with me through people like my brother and my friends. And it took a few years before I started thinking critically about my own life and the way I live it. But it was very much due to those lyrics in the propaganda songs, but it was indirectly, if that makes sense. It was sort of filtered through the people around me, because what struck me was the sounds and the music. And to this day, I mean, I think about my life from that when I was 14 or 15 until now. You know, a propaganda record would come out. I'd listen to it nonstop. It would influence me as a guitar player big time. And then, you know, 4 or 5 years would go by before the next propaganda record came out. And in that time, I was, you know, exploring other music and other ideas. And then another record would come out, and I'm all over that, listening to it nonstop. It's influencing me all over again as a guitar player. And then another 4 or 5 years would go by. And so it's been a series of that until, of course, I joined the band. But even continuing as I was in the band, because, I mean, what better way to grow and learn as a guitar player than to be in a band with one of your biggest influences as a guitar player? You know, like I grew so much just being surrounded by Chris as a guitar player, but also Jord and Todd as musicians, and being around their conversations. I miss that so much. You know, we're still friends, but I don't see them the way I used to. And being surrounded by those, you know, conversations in the van or conversations in the jam space, that was like the best education I ever got. All these ideas just floating around, and like it really changed my life in a great way.
I totally hear what you're saying about some of the ideas with so many either songs or albums, because I see myself now as Greg and I are reading about and diving further into the lyrics. You know, even if it's an album that came out 18 years ago or 19 years ago, I realize I still haven't really thought about this enough, whatever idea is here, or I haven't challenged myself to either take action or to meaningfully be involved with how I'm being challenged with this music here. So it's like a process. I've realized it definitely wasn't just like some moment to where I open it up and things are different. There are all these parts about me, like you said, kind of being stubborn, maybe being chipped away. And hopefully that I could keep an open mind with whatever I might not have noticed or may not have really changed about myself when I first heard those ideas. So yeah, that totally makes sense.
Yeah.
And with you joining the band, it's funny, Greg and I both had this on-air epiphany when we were talking about Tertium and how much you contributed to the band with that song kind of being remolded from a Giant Sons song. Yeah. And how the sound is just so drastically different in a massively positive way on supporting cast, to where we both had like the same notes written down. Like, this is an homage to the Beaver for sure. Like this song kind of just blew us away in realizing the evolution of the band and how it had changed. So we definitely doffed our hats to you on that one.
I appreciate that. I mean, that song is a Giant Sun song. It was written by myself, but also Robbie Richardson and David Kutch. But then I think credit is due to Chris to turning that song into Tertium. He's just a master songwriter and a master arranger, and he hears things and is able to sculpt songs in a way that I'm still in awe of. So he made that, and not he did, but also the band. The way the band interpreted that song is what made it that. So I do appreciate the compliment very much, but credit is due elsewhere.
Well, when we reached out to you, you mentioned Cut Into the Earth as one of your favorite propaganda songs. So what is it about this track that stands out to you so much?
The intro. The whole song's great, but listen to that intro. And for me, that represents what I love about the band and what is one of the things that's so special about the band. Anything goes, right? There's no formula. And you listen to that intro and like, what is going on there? Time signatures are shifting. That's a song I never learned how to play because we never played it live when I was in the band, despite my constantly suggesting it for tours. And I can imagine why it's difficult. And I can appreciate the amount of effort Todd put into writing that, but not only Todd, the amount of effort and thought that Chris and Jord put into interpreting that, because it's like none of us are schooled musicians. That would have taken a lot of effort to understand what's happening in that intro alone. And it's just beautiful the way it weaves and it flows and it kind of starts and stops. So for me, immediately hearing that, it's like, whoa, there's something different going on here. And then it kicks into the song, and it's kind of like, I'm not sure. I said already, I'm not a words guy, but it's almost like disjointed the way the song is kind of like, what am I trying to say? Staccato is maybe the word, which I think that would have been really difficult as a band to write and to practice and pull off in a way that doesn't sound super choppy. It sounds cohesive and it flows. Just musically, that song represents what I love about the band as a fan and also as a former member, is that anything goes. If it sounds good and if it stokes the other people in the band, let's go for it.
Yeah, I think this track marks a pretty dynamic shift in their changing sound. Like you said, the intro, you could tell right away from the music to also the change in the vocal approach from Todd. So I only started listening in like 2003 with Today's Empires, and then just 2 years later, Potemkin came out. I know it's hard to like think all the way back with a specific moment, but if I heard this chronologically, just in terms of the band's discography from like the start up into this point, this song definitely seems like an outlier in style. Like if you just sat someone down, like at the very beginning of How to Clean Everything up until this, do you remember maybe what you first thought or how you were processing it at the time after listening to this band for so long?
I think I was just ready for that as a listener. I was not stuck in 1992, nor were they. And I had grown between records. And so hearing that, it's just like, yes, that is exactly what I need to hear from this band. That's why I keep coming back, and I'm constantly interested in this band. It's like, holy shit, this is complicated stuff, and interesting and thoughtful. And to me, as an evolving person and as an evolving musician, I need to listen to something that I can tell someone put some thought into, right? If it sounds like somebody just farted it out, didn't put any thought into it, they're just like, oh, the kids are going to like that, they're going to mosh to that. No thanks. Not interested in that. I might have been interested in that when I was 15, but not when I'm in my 30s or 40s, right?
Yeah, I noticed that the bands that I really like that put out an album every 2 to 3 years, I actually kind of don't listen to them as much anymore, because typically it's the same fare. Like it might be solid and it might be really good and talented, but it's not necessarily what moves me.
But there are some bands, I think of the bands that I think are great and they have lasting staying power. It's a simple thing. They were honest and they put thought into their music. Like a band like SNFU, for example, they put thought and effort into their music, and it's still good. It's still interesting. To me, that's the secret, I think, to writing good music. It's not complicated. Just be honest and put some effort and thought into it. It doesn't matter how skilled you are. Who cares if you can play a million notes or not? Just put some effort into it.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember seeing you guys in Chicago in 2007, and I ran into a friend of mine from like middle school, and we didn't know we both liked, punk and the same bands. And he kind of said like, oh yeah, Today's Empires, it's the greatest album of all time. And I was already had moved on to liking Potemkin more. So I just kind of silently nodded and just kind of like, oh yeah, I didn't want to get into a musical debate, in the pit or whatever. But I had already thought like, oh no, I clearly disagree. I like the changes that are taking place on this, even as a relatively new fan. So we have a lot of listeners who are musicians, who are in bands past and present. And you mentioned a little bit of the technical side with the time changes. Is there anything else that stands out to you as a musician that your ears might pick up that my like non-musician ears might overlook?
For me, in that intro anyways, it's the, I'm not even sure. If it sounds like there's some shifting time signatures, but I don't know. And, I have to be honest. I think the reason why that song has remained so special to me is because I don't know it's mysterious to me still. So many of those songs I know how to play because I've played them live. And so the mystery is kind of out of them, if that makes any sense. Like I realize, oh, that's what he's playing on. I know how to play that. I still love the songs, but it sort of almost ruined some of those songs for me as a fan because the mystery's gone. That song, I have no idea what's happening. I've never tried to sit down and figure it out. I've never played it. It's a mystery. So I think I like that because I get to listen to it without my musician ears, if that makes any sense. I listen to it as it's almost like I get to listen to music before I knew how to play a guitar, where it's just like you hear something and it just sounds like magic. Right? Sometimes as a musician, you're like, oh, you can pick out like, okay, I can tell what he's doing on the guitar. I can hear the bass. It kind of makes sense. But I miss that feeling of being a kid and you hear music and you don't know how it was made, what instruments are being played or anything. It's just a mystery. And in a way, that song kind of still is that for me.
It kind of reminds me of a magic trick. Like once you see it performed and then you know how it's done, it takes away the mystery to it. Yeah,
you can still appreciate it on some level, but the mystery's gone.
So let's switch and talk a little bit about the ideas and the lyrics in Cut Into the Earth. So what do you like about this song in terms of the lyrics?
It's just so Todd. I mean, Todd is maybe the most earnest person I've ever met. He's just earnest and honest to the core. And that song, I've never talked to him about the lyrics of that song, but I imagine they come from personal experience. He used to volunteer at a sort of a refugee welcoming place here in Winnipeg. And I imagine he probably met a lot of people from different places in the world where life was very hard. And he heard those stories and Todd is a visceral guy. He feels things like viscerally. And that's what I hear in those lyrics. It's just that visceral empathy that he has for these families that had struggled so much. And the kind of the final lyrics in the song about the cut into the earth, right back to your back door. It kind of makes me think, how our society, our privileges externalize the cost of those privileges to the rest of the world. And we create these situations elsewhere on the planet where it becomes unlivable. And it's just so we can live this privileged life in our society. And those unlivable places, where are those people going to go? They're going to find somewhere safe, just like any of us would. And now we have these movements of refugees that are now an inconvenience, I think, to some people in our society, and I think that's what that lyric means to me, how at any moment of time, any of us could be displaced, or any of us could find where we live to be unlivable. And that's going to happen more and more, as we all know. And what would we do if we had no choice? Where would we go? And would we not want to be welcomed by the people? And how would that feel if you weren't welcomed by the people?
I think something that stands out and makes this song so memorable and successful is the way the lyrics are written from like an omniscient narrator. So Todd doesn't pretend to be able to write or perceive these things from the first person, but there's someone else watching. And I'm curious, like, how you see that or interpret that narrator, if it's an inner voice, if it's someone else who's made this journey as a refugee, or something else, like who the narrator might be.
I don't know. I think maybe for me, it represents just the care that Todd took. Not like he's being careful not to put words into anybody's mouth or to be a voice necessarily for anybody. It's more about sort of amplifying somebody else's story. And so I don't know, but maybe that's why he chose to have this third person narrative, just to keep it more. It's, you're amplifying the story. You're not trying to co-opt somebody's voice or tell someone's story for them. I think that's my take on it.
We recently talked to David Anthony, the music writer and podcast host, And his observation was how propaganda have shifted so much from like issue and topic to human centered lyrics and themes. And I think this is a great example of that, where it's no longer about kind of a time-stamped issue, whereas, you know, like the human aspect of the lyrics, you know, that's never going to age, and that's always going to be relevant, whether that's 2005 or 2020. So I'm curious if you think there's been progress in terms of immigration and refugee policies since the song was recorded and released.
That's a tough one. I don't know. I still think it's like where I work and where I teach, we have some families that, you know, had to leave where they're from because it became an unlivable situation. Mm-hmm. And I see that it's a struggle still. I don't know if I can comment on whether or not it's improved or not. I don't think I know enough, but I can comment. To me, from what I've experienced with the people I've met, it's a struggle. It's difficult. And to not speak the language of a place that you are now calling home, and to experience indifference from the people that live here, and indifference to maybe want to help, that would be really difficult. So I think that's all I could say, is that there's many difficulties, and I think we as a society can do a lot more to support families that have to move because their homes have become unlivable, and maybe exercise some more empathy for that, and imagine what it would be like if we had to leave the place we call home. I mean, how would that feel? I mean, I think about where I live. It's a familiar place. I'm not intimidated to go out because I know how to get around. I know where to find help. Those kinds of things. What if all of a sudden I had to go for because of a situation far beyond my control? And what if I had to go somewhere where everyone just seemed indifferent to my struggles or ignorant to my struggles? They don't know what's going on, and how lonely that would feel, you know? Mm-hmm. I don't know if that answered your question. I kind of rambled, but
no, for sure. For sure. So as a fellow teacher, how do you address some of these issues that are cut into the earth in your classroom, like ideas of settler colonialism, xenophobia? Working with younger students, how do you bring these issues to your classroom in either an age appropriate way, but also as a way to try to instill and build empathy in young learners?
Well, I think everything in education comes down to relationships. This is something we were talking about before you pressed record. But relationships, not only between myself and the students, but, allowing room and freedom for the students to also develop relationships and to have conversations. And I found that, kids have this is such a cliche, but there's some truth to it. There's a purity in kids in the way that they see each other. And, I think a lot of them are starting to be, there's powerful forces at work to instill attitudes into children, but at that age, they don't go that deep. And I just see in my classroom, there's just a lot of acceptance, a lot of willingness to get to know each other and to listen to each other. There's no judgments about, where somebody's from or their own experiences. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's just about allowing room for that, allowing room for kids to just talk, without any kind of structure imposed on them. I think there's way too much structure imposed on children of a certain age, where they're expected to comply instead of expected to relate to each other and to empathize with each other. And so I think that's a starting point. I'm not an expert. I'm a young early teacher. I'm by no means, I'm still experimenting with what works and what doesn't, and I'm still learning. But I think that's my guiding principle, is relationships and allowing room for relationships to grow and develop between the students.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So did your understanding or appreciation of the song change at all after joining the band and then becoming familiar and friends and colleagues with Todd and the other members?
Yeah, musically it did. Just knowing the writing process and knowing how difficult at times it can be for whoever brings in an idea. how difficult it can be for the other members to first of all understand that idea and interpret it and to make it work on their own respective instruments. I can appreciate what the three of them went through to make the intro of Cut Into the Earth work. As musicians, I can appreciate the effort and thought that it took and the determination, because that wouldn't have been easy, I don't imagine, for them to accomplish.
Before we go, are there any musical projects or anything else that people can check out online or elsewhere?
Well, currently I'm in a band called Agassi. We're an instrumental trio. We have an album out that's available on vinyl and also on all the usual streaming download places. And we also released about a year ago 2 songs, like a EP or whatever you want to call it, that are just available for download. So you can visit. We have a website. I'm terrible at this. I don't even know what the website is. Google Agassi Band Winnipeg. You might find it.
Well, David, thank you so much for being here, for talking to us, and we look forward to having you back on
Todd and Kent Kowalski, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Have you guys ever done a podcast like this together, or is this like a first-time thing?
Oh, yeah. We've never been on anything like this before.
Nice. Well, Todd, so you're on a podcast about your own band, which might be kind of unusual or strange of a sensation for you. I had Chris back on a few months ago, so I'm sure that everybody listening knows exactly who you already are. But Kent, I'm wondering, since you're like the dark horse here, I'm wondering if you can spend a moment and introduce yourself for the audience so everybody knows who you are and what you do.
Sure. I'm actually a university professor, and I'm obviously Todd's brother, and I think for the sake of this, I know nothing about music whatsoever, but I'm a pretty good Todd historian, and and I've seen Propaganda play probably 12 to 15 times, and before that, I Spy a handful of times. So I'm here to tell the truth about Todd and the band.
Excellent. Todd, if Kent says something that doesn't jive with your memory, do you have any problems fact-checking him in real time?
I go with the flow.
Nice. All right, so I have like sort of a weird backstory with you two guys. I was a grad student at the University of Saskatchewan from 2009 to 2011. So I overlapped living in Saskatoon while the supporting cast tours were going on. And I used to go to the gym at the U of S like all the time. And Kent, I remember you and our workout schedule would like overlap at the gym a ton. So I saw you in the gym and we were like, hey, how's it going? Like 10 or 15 times in like 2009 in the fall semester. And then Propaganda came to town to play at Louis' Pub on campus with the Rebel Spell. And I walked in and you were standing there and I said, hey, you're the guy from the gym. What are you doing here? And you said, well, my brother's in the band. And I was like, well, what are you talking about? He's like, oh, my brother's Todd. I was like, oh, right on. So the fact that like you and that our paths like crossed before all of that is like such a unique, weird little story for me, and the way that all of our lives like have intersected in this weird moment. But I'm curious about what you remember about that show in 2009 at Louis' Pub, like probably like a few hundred feet from your actual university office.
Yeah, no, it's great. I've seen Propaganda play at Louis' Pub probably, I'm not sure how many times we've been there, but at least twice, maybe even 3 times over the years. And I can't remember if that's the McShake year when there
it was not.
It was not the McDonald's shake. Oh, that's too bad. That was a good story. I've seen him play with McShake on stage, rocking and rolling. I don't know. I've just seen him so many times. I just get something new out of all of them, and I don't remember a lot of specific details about a lot of the specific shows, other than always enjoying them.
Todd, was that like a pretty special year for the band, like 2009, like bringing in Beeve and having this brand new record supporting cast that like, achieved something new within the band? Was that kind of a special year for you all?
Yeah, I thought that's when we were like back on track. I think having a second guitar gave us a chance to just chill out and just have more fun, because there's just more sound, more. Yeah, Beez was always a nice guy and everything. So yeah, it was really fun. Yeah.
That was also the year though of no Todd vocals, no night letters.
Oh, yeah.
I remember asking you in Louis about not singing night letters when I'd seen you all in London in Islington a few months before that, and you're like, "Oh yeah, my voice is just completely fried, and I'm still not singing." So like that was must have been a weird year for you as well as a lifelong performer in bands.
Yeah, that was kind of disappointing. I like looking back now. I if I had gotten into the doctor and that sooner, I could have been singing, but I didn't know what to do because my voice was just constantly sore. So yeah, ended up going and taking singing lessons and just learning how not to push like that anymore and just doing things differently. So I feel, I'm so glad I did that.
Awesome. I want to go back a little bit in time with you guys because, you guys grew up together and everything. Who is older between the two of you?
I'm 2.5 years older than him.
Okay, great. Were you guys like growing up into the same kind of stuff? Were you like always were you into like sports together or like art or music? Like you guys can go, Kent, like what do you remember of those early days being the big brother?
Yeah, I would say, at our core values, Todd and I are the same, but certainly growing up, we had very, very different interests. So, like for example, I was more into sports, and he was into to music. And probably give you an example of what would happen is that I would finally talk Todd into going to the back alley to play some shinny hockey. That'd take about 2 hours to convince him to go out there. He'd play for about 30 seconds. And then he'd start doing things so much to just annoy me. And if that wasn't working, he'd swing his stick at me until the fight was on, and that's when he started to enjoy it.
Yeah.
That would be like minus 30 Regina winter, yeah?
Yeah.
Todd, what do you remember about those old days, like having Kent as your big brother?
Pretty much the same. He was he seemed like reasonable pretty much, but like when someone's so much older than you, like a couple years, you can't win, you can't really do anything. So like you have to just get cheap and cause some actual fun to happen, because if you start winning, he's letting you. If you're losing, then you're losing like always, And he likes, his kind of thing was to like let me get like, ahead and then make a big comeback and win in the end. So I would I'd have to like do something to make sure the game was going to end before the comeback finished.
Yeah, nice. Well, Kent, I see you through the screen here, and you've got a Kiss shirt on, and I'm curious. And I know that Kiss was super huge into your life as well. Like, when did you guys like get into music, like as fans around the same time? Like, was there like an overlap of like the big brother thing of like bringing the little brother into music, or was it like kind of vice versa?
I would say it's absolutely vice versa. Todd was the one who got me into music. And in fact, when he was younger, he would have tons and tons of music, bands laying around, all kinds of mostly heavy metal stuff. And I don't know what else he got into. And we can talk about it later. But, Propaganda record was probably one of the only ones that I picked up and never got into. But my interest in a lot of the bands is quite recent, to be honest with you. I saw Kiss for the first time last January on their End of the Road tour, and the reason I got so into them is Todd made me listen to each of their records like 30 times and rank them all, and I became a super fan of them. And then we did the same thing with Judas Priest about a year ago, and now they're two of my favorite bands. So I'm a late convert for sure.
Dude, I got a kind of a similar story. I saw Rush for the first time on Rush 40. So like when Rush was going away, that was my first and only time ever seeing Rush. So I completely relate to that, but it doesn't diminish it. Do you know what I mean? Like I still feel like seeing Rush on their last tour is better than never seeing them, obviously, Todd, what was that propaganda record that you may have shown Kent like back in the day?
It was probably the first demo. I think probably before the record. I probably put like Propagandy and maybe I Spy on a tape or something. I can't really remember, but I'm sure it was the demo. Yeah.
Nice. So Todd, there's like a super famous.
I think the Martial Law demo was probably what it was.
Do you have a copy of that still? Like, do you own that in your collection?
I don't know what happened to it, actually. Yeah, I used to. Yeah, it's gone.
I think we had the same conversation with the Beeve. I think the Beeve said that it disappeared from his possession at one point in time as well.
Yeah. When in regards to Kiss, though, the first time me and Kent, we saw Kiss together for the first time at our grandma's house when we were little kids. And we were both super into it, not really knowing if they were a band or superheroes or what. Like, kind of knew they were a band. And then, but I think when I really got into it, I don't know if it's his age versus my age or what, he kind of exited pretty quick. And yeah, he was telling me they were like Satan worshipers and stuff. I was like, oh, even better.
Nice. Todd, I know there's like a super famous photo of you stage diving at an SNFU show in like 1988. Oh. It's like one of my favorite pictures. It's so cool because like I had that experience at like a NoFX show. Do you know what I mean? In like the mid 90s. And so I know that feeling well. So Todd, I know at least you were going to shows like in the 80s in Regina. Did you guys go to shows together, or Kent, what were you doing when Todd was off like, exploring music?
Yeah, so even though I never sort of got into a lot of music that he was listening to, Todd and I have actually had quite a few band adventures over the years. So I remember seeing the Bad Brains. That would have been, I don't know whether that was late 80s, early 90s. Todd, I had no idea who they were. There's some of those other classic punk bands. Like it's probably, if you looked at my track record, I've probably seen some pretty remarkable bands over the years. And it's only years later that I realized who they are and how good they are, and I wish I would have known at the time. I really would have appreciated it a lot more. So
yeah, we went to actually I was grounded for a week. I got grounded once in my life, and I was due to not be grounded on Sunday at 6:00, and DOA and Death Sentence were playing it that night. I got off grounding, asked my brother if he would go with me. I had no one else to go with, and then he said he'd go if I paid for him and his friend Jeff Gabbard to go. So I paid for me and them too. We all went to DOA and Death Sentence, and yeah.
Todd, are there any other shows that you remember dragging?
1988, I think that one.
Nice. Do you remember? Are there any other standout shows that you remember dragging Kent to that maybe you could refresh his memory on?
That one stands out the most. I guess. Yeah, probably that. Bad Brains. I guess like then I was only like 15 or 16, so yeah, I don't think we went to too many shows because he actually moved to Saskatoon around that point too. So
nice.
Yeah.
Kent, did you move up to Saskatoon for university? Like, did you do your undergraduate there as well?
I did, yeah. After high school, sort of, Todd and I each took off from Regina in different directions. I came up to Saskatoon, and he later went to Winnipeg.
Nice. So, Todd, what year were you like originally? Were you part of the founding of I Spy, like whenever they were first around?
Yeah, I was in Winnipeg. I had my songs ready. I wanted to be in a band with people here in Winnipeg or people in Regina. I was going back and forth. And then those guys in I Spy, they were already a band, but not called I Spy, just like completely different, someone else singing, playing guitar, someone else writing the songs. So I had my songs, and I think I sent them, I saw them play once, and like the whole band was really good. Of course, like they're young, so the singer wasn't very good or whatever. So I think I said, like, you guys want to start a band, like us, those three guys and me, on guitar and vocals. And I remember they were like, yeah, sure. And we went down to the basement of the drummer James's house, and I showed them my song, and they were so excited, like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, we're pumped on this. And they got right into it. We were going nuts. I actually jumped off his mom's couch, hit my head on the roof, and knocked myself out. And, yeah, we were just yeah, I felt like we felt like we, like at least at that point in our, like meeting people, like I felt like we all hit the jackpot in terms of, like people who we could get what we want from our music with each other, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Ken, I'm really curious too, because like you went in a direction that led you off onto like an academic path, like a tenure track university professor, like through your PhD program and everything. And Todd went in like a totally arts direction with like performing in bands and music over the years. So your professional paths went in totally separate directions. Kent, what was your observation of watching Todd while you were like on this academic track, watching Todd go in a completely different direction with his life? Were you like worried? Were you happy? Were you excited? How did you feel about that?
Oh no, I've always been excited about what Todd does. He brings so much passion and hard work to what he does. Like I thought it was absolutely wonderful. In fact, I've mentioned this to him a few times, but my life is fundamentally different because I know him. And when he went to Winnipeg, he was introduced to all these sort of new ideas that, even though I was sort of on an academic, educational path, he was as well through his art. But some of the ideas that he was bringing to me have fundamentally changed his life around, human rights and activism. And, I've been vegetarian for 20 years now too. And I mean, a lot of that is a result of having Todd as my brother, to be honest.
Awesome. Keith, you're over there as well. Keith, do you have any thoughts on like this like introduction segment to this conversation that we're having that you wanted to chime in on?
I think just the dynamic of hearing the give and take in the relationship is really interesting, because I guess all brothers are different in their own way, but I think for my own experience, it's just really quite different. So hearing this is I think is just really different from my own personal stories.
Yeah, I think like me, I like this kind of story because like me and Kent, we were both on a path. I sort of headed the same direction, probably for the same reasons, but kind of like going up and down in the level that we're understanding things. Like at the time, I was just being a little racist jerk watching Do the Right Thing, the movie, when it came out. And our path during the movie was escalating at the exact same rate as the movie, because as the movie's going on, I was getting more racist as this little kid. My brother's getting more and more mad. And then by the end, there's the big riot at the end of the movie, he was giving me a serious beatdown, crushing my face, punching me. And it was kind of like the opening of my mind, per se. I thought, you know what I mean? And then later on, like he was learning from me too. So we were kind of like zippering back and forth, trying to figure our way through the world, I guess.
Well, and what's something that's really funny for me is at that Saskatoon show in 2009, I actually met your mom as well, standing next to Kent. And so when I was talking to Kent while you guys were sound checking, I actually talked to your mom. And this is like all just coming back to me. This is super weird. But your mom said to me, she's like, I read all the books Todd gives me. Like that was like a huge moment for me, is like seeing how she was learning as well, like because of the work that Propaganda had done. So it's like a really interesting dynamic to me, seeing Kent say that like the band and your ideas within the music influenced him, but then also having your mom tell me like 10 years ago that she was like, she loved it when you gave her books. Like this is like super cool to me.
Yeah, she still asks me. So yeah, it's cool. Actually, I wanted to ask Kent something just because I can't remember. What's the first Propaganda show you ever saw?
I believe it would have been, if I remember correctly, it would have been in the upper MUB on the university campus when I Spy and Propaganda played together. I believe that would have been the first show, if my memory, and I think that Propaganda actually went first, and I think that's why it stands out for me. And then afterwards.
Yeah, I think we were just going back and forth. Yeah.
Was that a tour? Do you guys remember what year that was?
I guess it would be right as How to Clean came out. I think the first tour for How to Clean everything. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. So that would have been when John was in the band as well. So Todd, you were in the other band.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think we're headed to Vancouver, like I Spy and Propaganda. Yeah.
Awesome. Kent, do any big memories of that, like that early tour kind of stand out in your mind?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I knew Todd was into music. I'd seen some of his work even before that. He was a big band, and we had moved off in different directions, and of course, we as brothers, you kind of pay attention, but you don't really pay attention. And then, I heard they were playing with Propaganda, and I'm like, okay, that's kind of nice. They'll come on and play 2 songs, and off they go. But it was at that show, like I really remember going, holy cow, these guys are. This is good. This is for real now. And I was really impressed, and I knew he was on his way.
Todd, was that kind of like one of your earlier tours that you did as well?
Definitely one of the earlier ones. I think I Spy maybe had went to the States on a little trip around the States for maybe a month before. So I think that was right after. It's hard to say. It might have been before that even. I don't know. Yeah, I
nice.
can't remember.
Todd, you and I were kind of messaging back and forth on Instagram earlier, and there are some 10 inches available for Revenge of the Little Shits on the Recess Records store still. And I keep on posting it on our Twitter saying, why isn't this sold out yet? And I'm demanding listeners of the podcast go and make this 10-inch record sell out that's been sitting in Recess Records house or whatever for 2 decades.
Yeah, I have about 50 of them at my house too, actually. So.
Oh, nice. Everybody hit up Todd for some records.
I just kept them in a box. Every now and then, if someone's really keen, I'll send it to them or something. But I thought I might as well keep them, I don't know why. Just, I don't know why. I just feel like I got to keep at least some of these for some reason.
I have the 12-inch of the compilation for I Spy from G7, and I know that G7 has been defunct now for a number of years, but I'm wondering if there's any stockpile of those I Spy compilations laying around as well.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think there is. Yeah,
that makes it very, very special then. So everybody out there who has those, hang on to it. So we're going to get into the album at hand because I had Kent choose the song for the episode. And we're going to talk about a song from Failed States, and the song that we're going to talk about for this episode is Dark Matters.
Yeah, this one really stands out to me because I think it took a few years for this to really open up, as a grower over time, to where this song is so powerful and beautiful, right? It's incredibly tragic in how it focuses it on the moments that I think people have collectively conditioned themselves to block out, right. Seeing others in need of help, seeing others in need of empathy. So can you share a little bit about the impetus for writing Dark Matters?
Well, that song actually started out as a almost completely different song that was supposed to be on Potemkin. We actually recorded almost the whole thing for Potemkin with completely different lyrics. The music is some of the riffs rearranged, that main kind of, or the little, not the intro riff, but the thing, some of the choruses, all the little picky things, those were all done really mellow. I think there was even sound, kind of this really depressing sample over it for Potemkin. It's just the song, it was so close to being this crazy epic song. It just didn't quite flow right. There was little pieces missing that I couldn't solve. It could have been so good, but of course, yeah, we just kind of at the last minute, I was just I can't finish this, or it didn't seem, it just wasn't done. And then by the time the next record came, I had revamped it with the riffs and totally different lyrics. The other way, I just couldn't get the lyrics. It was not the music's problem. It was I couldn't quite get the lyrics on there. And then, I revamped it. I guess the impetus was when we were driving to Prague. Yeah, we're going down the highway. I actually remember the number was the E155 is the highway. You go past, I was just looking out the window. It's night. You get to all just this endless row of shacks. And then you realize like these little wooden, terrible little shacks are all like brothels or prostitutes there. And like you see all the cars parked, and like you just kind of imagine, or I was just kind of imagining like how on earth would anyone stop here? Or like, what's the appeal? Like, does no one care about the women here? And, you know, and then later on, I read a book called The Natashas, which actually starts talking about that exact highway and the trafficked women there and like their treatment. I kind of like, I started thinking about that again. And while all that's happening here in Winnipeg, I live just by Sherbrooke, and there's lots of trafficked, like young, not even adults, like trafficked children all over. Like I don't know if prostituting is the word, but being like raped by like people, you know, like Winnipeggers, like on this corner. And I'd be going to jamming. I'd walk past every single day on my way to jamming, on the way home jamming, on the way, you know what I mean? Sometimes having interactions with people, like asking me questions, you know, seeing like little kids offering like prostitutes money for stuff. Like I've, you know, seeing women throwing rocks at men who are harassing them, bricks. You know, it's just a crazy thing to see every day. And one day I was out there and, one of the prostitutes was a friend of mine. And like, she's just so wasted, emaciated, skinny, like looked totally different, almost unrecognizable. She asked me if I have $5. Like she didn't even recognize me. And I know her really well, you know, or at that moment was just like, or she was oblivious to like recognizing that it's me, or, you know, she just asked me for $5 as if I was like, I don't know, you know what I mean? It's just so weird. Like, I don't know if she's like strung out on drugs or what, and just all that stuff, like just kind of just kept impacting my mind, you know, just endlessly. So I was just like working this, I don't know, just working my riffs, thinking about that. And yeah, that's how that all came about.
Nice. Ken, what do you remember when you first heard this song?
Yeah, like I thought it was, I think it was extremely powerful. I think, you know, I know Todd had been sort of playing with his vocals or not playing with them, but working hard on his vocals and his transition in his vocals for a few years at that point. And I thought, you know, it sort of really reflected how he was sort of growing as a musician still, you know. I found it an extremely powerful song. And for me, it hit me because, like, I actually see it, I've never talked with Todd about this, and I could be completely wrong, but I almost see it as a sister song to This Is Your Life, in that, you know, it's sort of this tragedy, right, of people's lives that end up in a certain spot. And so on one hand, it's about sort of the darkness of it within, but I believe that it's it's a story about compassion. You know, when you see somebody, you know, be compassionate to them, because that could be any of us, you know, if we take a little different turn, a wrong turn. And, you know, if I have I have never talked with Todd about This Is My Life as a song. If my suspicions are true about what it might be about, I think it's you know, it really hit me in that, you know, our lives could be very different than they are right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, This Is Your Life could be me in 10 years. Do you know what I mean? Like it could be anybody, you know? So that's actually a really kind of a dark reminder that any of us can wind up there, and that compassion that everybody deserves is, wow, it's important to remember. Ken, what did you think about Failed States as like a whole package, like among the Propaganda discography? Does this record kind of like stand out to you for any number of reasons?
Yeah, like I think they all do. Like one thing I've always really appreciated about the band is they're always willing to move and grow. And it's kind of funny because, like I said, you know, I sort of did a ranking of like all the Kiss albums and all the Judas Priest albums, and they sort of go up and down different times. And, you know, fascinating thing I found about Judas Priest is they wrote one of their best albums, you know, Firepower, came out a couple years ago, which is kind of interesting. So they sort of a roller coaster. it was about a couple weeks ago. I said to Todd, Todd, let's rank the Propaganda albums, right? Do the same thing. And the challenge that I had, I started the project, but I realized that they just kind of get better for me. So where they rank is sort of how they come out. They just continue to grow. So maybe it's because I know it too well, but it just kind of wasn't as fun because I was expecting to go on this roller coaster. But each one that I put on, I just kind of enjoy more because it shows they grow. So I think it fits where they're at that time, and they've grown from there, and it's built on where they were before then.
Todd, something that's come up on this show several times, like might be like totally a side tangent for a second, but Keith and I noticed that there's only 2 songs from you on the most recent Victory Lap LP. Do you have like some stuff in the can that you like didn't quite get over the finish line in time for Victory Lap sessions? Yeah,
pretty much. Sometimes it's just I had like probably 5 or 6 tunes kind of on the go, and then time starts ticking away, and I'm like, I just try to do 2 really well instead of piddling away at a bunch,
Nice.
Yeah. And like right now, I got a whole bunch, or not a whole bunch, but I find just in the last, like since the last record, I feel like I have got over a little bit of a mental glitch. I think when my vocals started to like hurt at some point, and then I realized like for real that I have a different vocal range than like a baritone vocal range, so my voice actually can't hit, like it sits in a different range. It isn't as high. Like there's so many musical ideas that I have in my head that like aren't physically possible for me. And I think like now, like over time now, I'm starting to be able to work with it better. So I have more options and I understand what I'm trying to do. I just kept working at it, I suppose, but I feel like I had like just a little bit of a mental block or something. And now I'm back in action.
So Todd, I'm curious about like the creation process for this song in the studio. Did you have, like, what was your experience like working with JP on this record? If any particular memories stand out recording Dark Matters, like was it an easy process recording, a difficult one? Did things fall into place?
I think whenever I have a song, I'm not sure how I feel about it until I hear it coming as a final version, like I just keep changing them, keep second guessing them till the last second. And I think this one, like when I heard everything coming together, I was like, okay, especially because it didn't work the first time, I was kind of like apprehensive, like is this one not going to work also? And then I think at the end when we heard it, I was like, oh yeah, this is sounding good. I like it. And it said what I wanted it to say. There's always like a couple lines for me that, like, I won't say what they are because I don't want, to draw attention to them, but it's always like 1 or 2 little things that are like I question till the last second, and they like drive me berserk almost. Like even on this new record, like I was walking around at like 2 a.m. like depressed. Like I have a few lines in this song I want to make better, I'm wandering the streets trying to think of them. It's like I'm not a natural like poet, or I'm not a writer. Like my education ends at high school. You know what I mean? So it's like how do I like, except for I read a lot, so I'm not, you know what I mean? Like I push myself, but I don't have any learned writing skills or anything. So I'm trying to like answer these questions for myself without perhaps like educational tools to do so, and when they come together and they actually sound like something, and I'm just like, it's such a relief, like I think I overthink it all too much, which is good and bad, right? Because you get something that definitely like you can hear the person, like it's unique to them because they tried so hard, but it's also it's a little bit hard when it's actually you trying to do it,
Yeah.
I also have to compete with Chris, right? He's so good, And I'm just like a guy, like if you have to compete with songs that are like as good as Chris's, like you have to do something to make it happen. Like we're all just people, right?
Yeah.
It's like I'm a guy sitting here. I'm going to be on the same record as this guy who's awesome. Like I got to do it, right?
Yeah.
You have to pull it out of yourself, whether it's like walking around till 3 a.m. or sitting in your house.
Kent, I'm curious, like, so everything that Todd just said about like questioning decisions until the last second, like, so you're a teacher, you're a college professor, I'm a high school teacher, and Keith is a middle school teacher. So Todd, you're sitting here with 3 teachers. Kent, do you have that same like sensation of like when you're like working on an article or you are preparing a new lecture or you're trying to get at the crux of an idea and like you obsess over it, like, because it's like that's your art. Do you know what I mean? Like it's your art of like bringing knowledge into the world, just like Todd's art is like bringing, you know, these art forms into the world via song. Do you understand that experience from your perspective as well?
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's about trying to make things as good as they possibly can, and you know, going over and over and over things. And I think, I mean, this is another reason why I've really enjoyed having Todd as my brother is I use a lot of metaphors through art and music when I work with grad students around their writing, is that it doesn't just happen. You know, you have to put pieces together, you have to pull, you have to look at the big picture, go back in, pull back out, and just work and work and work at it. And then finally it comes up with this product that looks like it was produced in 5 minutes, but it's not, because there's all these layers underneath if you put the work in.
Yeah. Kent, so you brought up art just now, and you are both artists. And Kent, I didn't know that you were an artist until just the other day, but whenever you told me via email. But so Todd, I followed your Instagram for art for a long time, and it's wonderful. I've enjoyed following the progress that you put up. But Kent, you are also doing some art, and I'm curious about your take on, you know, your art paths also. And maybe Todd's like failed states record cover, but also like your mutual interest as brothers who may have like found something new in common in the last several years through art itself.
Yeah, I'd say, especially growing up, other than sort of the epic battles we'd have, it's in front of the TV or in the park or in the backyard, it was art that we shared. You know, our dad was a very creative person who's always drawing these little army guys right since we were little, and we sort of had that. We were always drawing, and even when we get together now, like when we went to KISS last January, we were in the studio drawing live models. So, I mean, that's kind of what we do when we get together. And I think for me, what separates us is, you know, Todd has put in and like so much work into his art in the last few years. Like it's unbelievable. I mean, I did a fine art degree, and I threw away probably 1,000 pieces of paintings and drawings cleaning out my basement. And I didn't feel like I had committed to art, you know, compared to what Todd does, you know, and he combines this with this wonderful creative gift. It just fits, and visual art really fits them. And again, I haven't talked with Todd about this, but I think visual art is probably more natural probably than even music to him. Like he has this gift for visual art that he works hard at. And I mean, it's something we share, but I pale in comparison to his skills as an artist.
Yeah, I sort of feel like I understand visual art because I guess we started doing it when I was such a little kid with Kent. Like he'd draw something, and because he's older than me, like he'd do some little special effect or something in this comic he was drawing, and I'd be like, oh, this guy's a genius, man. And, you know, and like I think I learned a lot from him and my dad as well. But like with music, like I would get a guitar and like I wouldn't know what to do, you know, like his guitars, they go out of tune. So you're a kid, you have a guitar, you don't know that songs are supposed to be tuned a certain way. You don't know how to tune a guitar. Like you just have this stick that you know you have to put your fingers on, but none of it makes any sense. And I almost feel like that feeling for me is like no matter how much I practice, like I've never felt really like a natural gifted musician. Like it's all love of actual music, you know. And I don't even like I could be happy if I knew 2 power chords and was just going back and forth, but you know, like the day I got a guitar, I didn't care about playing it. I cared about going nuts.
Yeah.
And like I chipped my guitar the day I got it, you know? But like eventually it's almost like other people or whatever are like, you know, I remember in grade 6, some kids like all you do is move that one chord around. And I'm like it felt like, oh man, he's right. And then, you know, and then I started learning more chords. I guess I got paranoid about it. Like by the time I Spy came, like there's not hardly any power chords in any of the songs. It's just like I was chording all over just because this kid insulted me, you know?
So let's circle back to Dark Matters. Kent, why did you pick this song to talk about when we reached out to you?
Yeah, I think it was because, you know, I saw that layer. There was a song about compassion that, you know, it could be any of us. Like, I know it's a powerful sort of social song as well, but it really made me reflect on my own life and go, holy cow, you know what? You know, it might not be this circumstance, but especially if you pair that with This Is Your Life, it's like, you know, when you see somebody suffering, you know, recognize that they're suffering and they're hurting, and, you know, don't look down on them because it could be absolutely any of us. And so that is the piece that connected with me. And, you know, because I do believe that, you know, Todd and I's paths could have been very different in life. I mean, we had a mother who you met, Greg, at a propaganda show. She was absolutely, like, she was into sport. And I think she found it very easy to sort of support my pursuit of sport. She understood it. But what she did really well with Todd is she did not understand heavy metal music. She didn't get it. She probably didn't like listening to it, but she saw he was interested in it and did what she could to support it. And I mean, she saw Kiss many, many, many years ago because she wanted Todd to see Kiss. And so she went to a Kiss concert, came home probably disgusted with what she saw, but, you know, yeah, she just brought that to help him be successful.
And Ken, since you've familiarized yourself more and more with, you know, extreme music and metal and punk over these last few years, you said kind of working backwards in a way. Is there anything that you really like, that you feel strongly about in Dark Matters musically? The vocal delivery, any riffs, any particular parts that stand out to you the most?
Yeah, this is where I get really stretched because even though I've been lots of shows, like when I was in Winnipeg about 2 months ago, Todd and I tried to perform a Kiss song. He'd play he'd play the two of them. He'd play the guitar, and I was trying to sing along, and I have no musical ability whatsoever. And like he was saying the most basic music stuff, and it just wasn't clicking with me. So I think for me, it is the vocals, and it's that sort of because I grew up with Todd and some of his really early stuff, and I Spy, and how he's just kept working on sort of a different way of using his voice. And so when I heard that, I was like, oh, right on. You're having the courage to work on your voice, keep growing, put it on an album in a song that is, you know, is very sort of dark, you know, and it doesn't sort of have a goofy quality to it where you're sort of almost like, you know, sometimes humor is brought in as almost like as a safeguard, because if you say something serious and you kind of make a joke about it, you know, people can sort of say, hey, you know what, it's a joke. But he took that seriously. Here's a social issue. He's putting his voice on the line. And I just really respected him a lot when I saw that, because I know it probably isn't easy for him to grow like that as a musician. So.
Yeah, well, and the tone of Failed States is a super unique one in the Propaganda discography to us. Like, there's no like there are songs on the other records that are like almost like bouncy, like Humane Meat or Name and Address Withheld or Call Before You Dig. Like these songs, or like Resisting Tyrannical Government, that have this like this bounce to it. You know what I mean? Failed States does not have a single song like that. So this record is almost like an outlier to me in that regard as well.
Yeah, I think I really like Failed States. I think it's a good one. I like its kind of dark vibe. It suits me more. I would say 95% of the time I'm listening to dark music. Mm-hmm. It's just, for some reason, the sound of it moves me, so.
And Todd, you have this knack for writing gut-wrenchingly moving songs about people hitting bottom. I think songs where the listeners have an opportunity to occupy a space with the subjects in your lyrics. Night Letters, Impending Half Head, Fuck the Border, Cut into the Earth. I'd love to hear about how you see your role or even your responsibility as a musician to shine a light on these sort of stories.
I guess I tend to my lyrics only come out if I have a thought of some kind, and I guess when you're stirred with an emotion, it's usually if you're in a dark mental state, so or what you're seeing, and I guess hitting bottom, it's something me and my brother deal with all the time, because our dad was pretty much doing that and then ended up passing away, and there's literally nothing we could do to stop that, so it's almost just something you're constantly thinking about, and you keep putting these connections together that maybe other people don't. It's like if other people are downtown, they see people drunk and passed out, they think it's this happens to other people, like street people, but we're seeing the same scene in our house that is complete. The only difference is that the guy has a house around him, and it's completely it impedes I would say every thought. When I play guitar, sometimes I'll, if someone starts to scrutinize my guitar playing, if I'm recording, that's why I like recording with JP, because he just sits there, he doesn't even look at you. But if someone starts to scrutinize my guitar playing, it reminds me of trying to pound a nail while being kind of you know what I mean? You have a dad over, you're not doing that. Right,
oh yeah.
Dummy, and you kind of get that, I don't know, it's people, darkness and addictions, everything that goes into it all just pervades so much of my thought all the time, no matter what I'm doing.
And would you be willing to share what the original lyrics for Dark Matters were about, before you had reworked it? Do you remember some ideas?
Yeah, it was a dark one. No, that song was about actually the genocide in Rwanda, basically, but kind of putting it together. I have seen society headed to where we are right now since I was 20. There's an I Spy 7-inch called In 20 Years that, I'm not saying this in a Nostradamus way, because anyone looking could kind of see it. But basically, if you hear that song, it describes today almost exactly. And I was trying to put the Rwandan genocide together with imagining your city, with people with pickup trucks, guns, machetes. It even says people with pickup trucks and guns coming, and just the whole idea. But the end of the song was the people with the machetes and guns end up in a sad refugee caravan leaving their own town forever, things backfire, turn. I've kept up with the same idea on so many of my songs, in a way. One of my 2 songs on the new record is the exact same idea, just less specific than that one was. But it's basically, you want to be angry, you want to be a killer, you want to be this, but in the end, you could you'll wake up too late and realize what you've done to yourself and your own family, your city, everything. It's just kind of a warning. I have a few ideas that I just can't let go of, because they're anytime I think about anything, it's like, oh, it's like no matter what I think about, it all leads back to the same idea all the time. It's like if you don't have compassion for other people, if you don't do your best to help other people, if you want to be a bully, you're going to pay. Like whether it pays by you dying alone, you dying with people resenting you, you die by a gun, something, you know?
Todd, I'm having
Todd,
hold on a sec. I'm having like an epiphany here. Todd, in the liner notes insert for the Potemkin City Limits LP, you wrote a note in the vinyl edition that talks about an unfinished song that didn't cross the finish line, but you wrote a book list in the liner notes for the G7 vinyl insert for Potemkin. So this is the song that you're talking about. So it was Dark Matter.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I can hear the people who listen to this show yelling at me from the future. Greg, why aren't you asking about the insert in the Potemkin City Limits LP? So hi, people in the future who are now hearing this. I thought of you, and I just had this epiphany. Keith, go ahead.
Todd, do you ever feel conflicted or hesitant about, the details, even if they're anonymous, that you share about the life stories that you've chronicled in your lyrics? Like, saying there's someone that you saw that you knew, a friend of yours. How do you balance that part? Have you ever had to maybe decide to change something up to not release a song like that?
I don't know. I thought there's no way anyone would know who it is, right? Like Chris and Jord know, because I was like, they hear the story of the day, or like I might tell a person here or there, but like no one, like I'm not saying who it is, but I guess the one song, just because of the delivery, and maybe this is why Kent's finger is going up, but there was an Old I Spy song where I just sang almost too directly and almost like just about my dad's drinking problem, and like it's almost like went a little too far, but I was mad at him. I was a young guy,
Kent, did you have a thought that you wanted to toss in there?
Yeah, I think this is something I give Todd a lot of credit for, is that, when This Is Your Life came out, like our dad was still alive, and my dad was so proud of Todd, like incredibly Todd, and he's sitting there listening to that album with Todd there, and I always found that extremely powerful because, again, I haven't talked with Todd, but I'm guessing he might have played a little bit of an influential role, at least some of the ideas in that song. And, and he's standing there basically listening to it, and that paradox has always stood with me.
Mm.
Yeah, it's kind of odd, but like the point is to let other people know, like, you're not alone, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah. Ken, what are you looking forward to in future propaganda projects?
Yeah, no, that's great. Well, I love seeing them live. I mean, we had a conference in Germany last summer, and I could have headed south to the Formula One races or north to Hamburg to watch Propaganda play, and we headed north to Propaganda. So I'm looking forward to a world where I get to see them live again, and the number of wonderful bands that I've seen as a result. Like, for example, Mobina Galore from Winnipeg. Like, awesome. Like, I think another reason I chose Dark Matters is Jen Fiorentino's version of it shows you how good a song it is. Like, it's not just sort of Todd doing his thing. It's a good song, and if it's translated. So some of these artists I would have never, ever seen. So I'm excited about sort of the paths to see them again and see them play live. And again, I wish I could say I had enough musical knowledge to give any hint whatsoever about what's coming next musically, but I kind of just like the experience of, being Todd's brother and being introduced to this world of music that I have no insight into.
Well, it's so awesome that you mentioned Jen Fiorentino, because she was our guest on episode 16, where she talked about the song Last Will and Testament from supporting cast, and she actually included her acoustic cover in the episode of the podcast. So hi, Jen, if you're listening.
Yes, awesome.
Todd or Kent, so I think about like college professors, right? So I think about somebody like Greg Graffin, who would be like a professor at UCLA over the years, like after having fronted Bad Religion for so many years. And I'm wondering, like, do people in his lectures just like come up to him and say, hey, you're the guy from Bad Religion? And I'm curious, like, how many of your students over the years have put together who you are and how you are connected to propaganda, if that's ever happened to you?
It's happened a couple times. There's one young guy that came out. I can't remember how it came out, but he realized it, and I probably never got more popular teacher ratings, and it had nothing to do with what my skills were. So it's happened a few times. Most people, as I've gotten older, it's interesting, more and more people know who they are. When I was earlier in my career, they're a little bit more niche, but for people and students that know that kind of music, they're a pretty popular band.
Well, do you guys have any, thoughts or ideas about someplace you'd like to direct people towards? Like if you wanted to say what your like Instagram art page is, or like, talk about anything that you guys have in the works that you wanted listeners to know about?
Kent, you can go.
If anybody goes to my Instagram page, it would add to my 54 followers. So I think I would direct them towards Todd's, where real art is being produced.
No.
Watching him grow, his painting, his drawing. Todd and I grew up with comics. That was just part of our life. And, I'm looking forward to whenever he sort of develops those skills and sort of gets back to some of the comic art that I know must be on his mind at least some point.
Todd, what do you think?
He's at Kent Kowalski art at Instagram. Yeah, I'm Todd Kowalski _art at Instagram. If you want to look at my paintings or drawings or whatever I'm working on. And then beyond that, me and Chris are got new riffs on the go. They're all rocking, and he's got 8 or 9. I've got 7 or 8. So he sent me his. I'm like, okay, all these are awesome. I sent him mine. He sent me back a thing saying, oh, this is going to, whatever. He got all pumped up, and he's like, this is going to be killer. So, yeah. Well,
Todd, I know that Chris is your biggest fan because, he's told me that. So, I think that you two guys being in a band together and being each other's biggest fan and biggest supporter is what drives the art and what pushes it, because over the years, it's been a running joke in the Propagandy fan circle of being like, oh yeah, in 5 years we'll get another record, but it is so freaking worth it because it's just the way it has to be. Yeah. So Keith and I are super grateful to both of you guys, Kent and Todd. This is a super unique thing that you have done with us, to spend an hour on your Friday nights to hang out with us, to talk about, growing up together, some super sensitive issues and experiences in your lives, going to shows together, writing music, being a professor. We are just over the moon and grateful to both of you for coming on and hanging out with us for the podcast. It's been just such an absolute thrill to have you both on the show, because it just lends such a personalized air to it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And I got to it's almost just to let other people know. I like to tell people about our situation with our dad, because I know so many people go through it, but not to say that my dad didn't have so many amazing qualities as well. I just got to add that back. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we've had an interesting journey, and I appreciate the invite to go on another musical journey with my brother. And again, just don't judge the quality of my musical knowledge. And
never.
I'm trying to get him. I want him to try AC/DC next time he gets here with him on vocals.
Oh yeah, Keith, do you have any parting words for these guys before we sign off for the evening?
Yeah, just thanks for sharing your stories. Thanks for, sharing your words of compassion and your push for compassion, right? Not just to write your own words, but to get people to really spend some time with them and to show those things in their own lives. Because I got to say, like, this song to me is more, it's not a song, right? This one really hits me hard in the emotions it makes me think and feel. So it's a constant challenge. I feel like I'm constantly challenged as a fan of this band. And, our friend, David Anthony, the music writer, he said a little bit while back that Propagandy's ability to evolve and moving away partly from maybe topics and issues and becoming more humane, and focusing on the human stories. I think, Todd, that your part in that is crucial. And I thank you for your work, and I thank you for sharing. And this has been really cool.
Yeah, thank you guys.
And Kent, if I ever wind up in Saskatoon, we'll hit the gym, okay?
Yeah, let's do it whenever the world opens up again, at least.
Hey, David, thank you so much for coming back to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandy.
Great to see you.
I reached out to you a long time ago and asked you to tell me about some of your favorite songs that were most influential to you from outside of the time when you were in the band. And I asked you to choose these from like a fan's perspective. This is a fan podcast about Propagandy, and we knew that you were a fan of the band long before you joined it. And so we have a curveball episode a little bit today that I'm super delighted about. Can you tell me a little bit about your love of the song, The Woe Is Me, I'm So Misunderstood, aka Utter Crap song from the I'd Rather Be Flag Burning 10-inch split with I Spy?
Yes, I could have chosen any song from this split. I got the version, my version is a CD.
Whoa.
I don't know if this is just like a Winnipeg thing, but they made it from like a Mother's Day card, homemade envelope for the CD. Anyway, I listened to this so much when it came out, and pound for pound, this split with I Spy, in retrospect, probably influenced me more than any other recording that I could think of.
Ever.
And so I chose the Woe Is Me song, just because I wanted to choose a song from this split.
Yeah.
It could have been any one of them, and I chose this one just because I think, the lyrics were a bit of a curveball, I suppose, from what the people expected from the band. They weren't really about anything other than Chris's own struggles emotionally with a friendship. Right? And I just kind of dig that.
So before we dive into that particular song, you've got the split right there in your hands. Like, tell me a little bit more about the importance of this album to you in any way. It can be about the I Spy side. It can be about the Propagandy side. Like, tell me a little bit more about this record.
Well, I remember I bought it. There was a place in Winnipeg that's now demolished. It was in the basements of a bar. It was called Aussie's. And I'm pretty sure I saw my first show there. And I believe I went and saw a band called Fallen Short, who were a local band at the time, who I was really into, very into. And at that show, they were selling these. Even though Propagandy or I Spy weren't playing the show, these were being sold. And I just bought one because I was already a fan of the band. And then I just listened to it nonstop. And it was just like, in particular, it was Nation States, Oka, and the Woe Is Me song. Those three songs in particular, because I think they were more melodic. Mm-hmm. They got in my head so much as a young guitar player and musician. It influenced me so much. That stuff immediately intrigued me. But it was more difficult for me to digest. I just, and vocally, or I guess everything was just, it wasn't immediately likable to me. But I didn't give up on it. And it just, over time, just became such a huge influence on me. I recently emailed Todd just to let him know, like, oh man, I've been listening to this again for the first time in years. And I'm realizing how much of an influence it had on me. Todd as a guitar player, just like the chords, between Todd as a guitar player and Chris, the chords that they chose to write with and to use, so cool. And so interesting to me as a 15, 16-year-old guitar player.
is that a CDR or is it like a factory press CD?
I believe it looks like it's factory pressed.
Okay, so is that like a handmade case as well?
Yeah, handmade case. And I don't know if the 10-inch came with these inserts, but these are included. I'm amazed I still have this.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. So that's actually the one that you bought when you were like a teenager, right?
Yeah.
I love that. I've got like my old Misfits coffin set that I bought when I was like 15, and I will never get rid of it. The case is like falling apart and broken in so many spots, but I'll never get. There's a few things that we have that like cannot leave our lives. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just those essential moments.
I have not dug this. It's just several moves I've had to make over the years. This has followed me. I wasn't even aware that it followed me, and I'm so happy that I still have it because, like I say, this was a really special release for me. A lot of really special memories come flooding back when I look at this and when I listen to it.
Do you have any particular memories of I Spy from that era as well?
Yeah, just remembering going to a few shows. This is when I first started going to shows, and just how kinetic and visceral the performance was, especially from Todd. Just like that was my first experience with Todd is just this is an intense individual.
Yeah. There's and then I've got those records, Revenge of the Little Shits and Perversity is Spreading, which came out on G7, and those records are, I mean, in my view, they're perfect records.
Yeah.
I mean, they're so unbelievably good.
That's the band. That's the kind of band they didn't need to last very long, and it's probably best they didn't. They just burned so bright for a short period of time, and that was it. And that's a very special band.
I love it. So, I'm wondering about this song in particular, Woe Is Me. So I was thinking about like what this song resonated, in what way this song resonates with me. And like, I was thinking about other songs that I loved during this time period of my life. Like I have vivid memories of driving around being 16 years old in the midst of like a painful life experience. Like looking back on those times, like they're very intense in the moments when you have a fight with a friend or a fight with like a romantic partner. And like I had these like deep connections, these like viscerally emotional responses when certain songs from like Alkaline Trio or Saves the Day or Small Brown Bike or Hot Water Music pop up, or Strung Out, stuff like that. And I'm curious if this song, Woe Is Me, is one of those like time and place songs for you about fighting with a friend. Like what is it about this song particularly that grips you?
Well, as I said before, the words weren't what gripped me. That's not how I listen to music. I wish it was. I wish lyrics just hit me right away, but it's like my brain's not wired that way. I hear the sounds and I have to put in effort to hear the words. What I do dig about the words is that they're just honest. And I don't know, you'd have to ask Chris, I don't know if he regrets. Actually, you know what? Chris isn't the kind of person that regrets things, but I wonder how he feels about this song now. It's certainly not a song we ever played when I was in the band. I don't think he would consider it one of his finest moments. But what I like about it is it's just this honest song about something he was going through. And that's what it comes down to. It was an honest moment in time that I really appreciate now. But at the time, as a teenager, it was listening to the guitar parts. And in particular, the very end, there's a little tag at the end of how the song ends. That got in my head. And that was almost like a game changer for me. The way it combined, it's the first time I had heard it in music anyways. I'm sure I'd heard it before, but the first time I'd noticed something like this, where it was a combination of a power chord with a little melodic part. And it's kind of staccato. I've got a good, should I play it? Would it? I'm not sure if you guys will be able to.
Yeah, bust it out.
Because I'm not sure if you know what we're talking about is what got in my head. Hopefully it picks up on the mic.
Okay.
That part. I think I got it kind of wrong, but that got in my head because for the first, I wanted to write like that. That became my mission. Like that part, that is the kind of stuff I want to write. It's not just power chords. It's mixing in, there's melodic lines in there. And there's, anyways, it just kind of got stuck in my head, that kind of stuff. And that's what appealed to me about that song. It might seem like a silly little thing. It's like a 5-second part at the end of the song.
Yeah.
But it really kind of was a game changer for me as a young dude trying to write music on my own.
Yeah. This song kind of stylistically reminds me, it kind of fits in as well with like the sound of Anti-Manifesto. Like I feel like this song could fit in really well with several parts of the How to Clean Everything record, but I feel like it also would have been like such a better song than some of the songs that are on Anti-Manifesto. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's an underrated song. You mentioned there's a bit of a curveball episode because it's maybe not the song that would be expected compared to a song like Nation States or I Want to See You Everywhere, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, those songs are amazing. But I think this song is underrated. I think it's a killer song.
So is there anything else about the other songs on the 10-inch that you really want to put out there, like as far as like Oka or Nation States, like about this is like a complete package? Is there any like big idea that you feel like you would like to put out there as far as this release goes? Because it's one that's not talked about a whole lot, but a lot of fans feel like you, that this is like the best Propaganda era. Like they are obsessed with this 10-inch, and I've been getting tons of messages from people about how we need to pay more attention to this 10-inch. And I'm curious if you can talk a little bit about this thing in general that people love so much.
Yeah, when I listen to this record, and now that I've gotten to know many of the people that participated in this recording, I think what comes through is the friendship between I Spy and Propaganda at the time, and the fun, the genuine fun. For example, the last song, is it on the 10-inch or is it only on the CD? The last song where it's like a combination of I Spy and Propaganda playing together. You know what I'm talking about? Is that on? It's not my CD version, but anyway, it's just this ridiculous song. That's not really, I think it's just about an experience they had at a party once or something, but you can just hear the fun. And I think that energy kind of comes through. Not only the fun, but also like you can sense this like excitement over, like they're discovering this music, I think, as well. Like I think, as they're writing it, I think they're like, oh man, this is good. They're taking their own influences, but they're making it something new. They must have known it, they're humble guys, but they must have known that like they were onto something. And so you can hear that too. You can hear this excitement and fun.
Awesome. Well, Dave, this has been a real thrill having you come back onto Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propaganda, to talk about this overlooked hidden gem within the Propaganda catalog. We always find guests by asking people to tell us some of their favorite songs, and I was so delighted that you threw this song at us because it's so awesome to feature some of these overlooked and often forgotten songs that people haven't listened to in years, and I'm hoping that this will inspire folks to go back and check out that fantastic 10-inch and focus a little bit on this song, The Woe Is Me, I'm So Misunderstood, aka Utter Crap song. So it's been awesome to have you back on the show. Can you tell people where they can find your music if they want to check out what you're up to these days?
Yes, I'm in a band called Agassi. We're an instrumental trio. You can find us I think we're on iTunes and all of the usual downloading places, streaming places. You can also order, if you're interested in vinyl, we've got vinyl available for a record we recorded a couple of years ago. We also have an EP we released just digitally. If you're interested in the vinyl, we foolishly printed vinyl. I think we were so stoked. We were just like, oh yeah, this sounds so good. Let's print it on vinyl. Maybe it's misguided because we don't tour. We're not a real band. We're kind of just in it for the fun of it and for the music and for all that. But if you are interested, I don't even know how you would go about it. I guess you can Google Agassi. I think we have Facebook and Instagram and all that. You can find us there and send us a message.
I got the vinyl shipped to my house in Buffalo, and Derek Hogue, your drummer and longtime friend of Propaganda, personally handles all of the mail order, and he responded and sent it out right away. So if anybody's out there looking for the vinyl, it will come to you in a very, very nice, fantastic turnaround.
So patient, so unattended, a package under terminal bench end. Short fuse to scatter, steady hands forget to remember. The better lives have.
Hey, Sulynn, thanks for joining me to take a musical tour of the song Purina Hall of Fame.
Yeah, thanks for having me again. It's cool.
Yeah, right on. So, Sulynn, I'm curious about your earliest memories of hearing this incredible song. Tell me about like what you remember about hearing Purina for maybe the first couple of times.
I kind of don't remember.
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird with today's empires. Like, it's like, it was such a monumental record for me, but for whatever reason, it's like a hole in my memory. Maybe, I don't know. But it's like, there's like shimmers of like just hearing, I'd say the like, beginning riff and maybe the solo, like from what I do remember. And I just thought it was it was great beating.
Yeah.
Like and it just seemed like it went on this kind of roller coaster ride of like starting strong. You know, it's like the last song on the record, and then just ending the record on this like fucking insane solo, this instrumental part, and then I call it the 80s fade. I love that.
Do you think that the reason you don't have any memories of it as much is because it is the last song in the record? Like, it's not Today's Empires. It's not, Mata Kamarisa Kun Rasakan. It's not Back to the Motor League. It's not those early tracks on side A. Do you think that being at the end has something to do with it?
Yeah, it could. That's a good point. I've never thought about that, and I haven't really thought about why. I can't remember it. Yeah.
Okay, so
potentially.
So tell me this. Every Propaganda fan wants to hear this song live. Literally all of us, right? We go to a show, we want to see this song, and you don't always get it, which is totally awesome, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Tell me about the band deciding if they're going to include this. Tell me about the rehearsal process, anything that springs to mind about like having this song included in the live set.
You know, it's funny, like our live set, I guess like compiling the songs is like a lot less like kind of laid back than you would think. It's like an idea popped in someone's mind, like, hey, maybe we should play this one this time. All right, cool.
That's so perfect.
It's very much like, oh, we haven't played this one in a while, so maybe we should now. So yeah, that's about the extent of picking a set list. Like, oh, that one's fun. We should do that. Okay. And then rehearsing it, it's just everyone relearns it and just shows up in their room and just tightens it up again, which is the beauty of like playing with such amazing musicians, like just being able to fucking do that. And especially with so many songs and so many songs that have insane parts. Like, I love that part about like showing up and like, the first days it was rusty. It's like everyone kind of getting back into it. Like even like just a new song that hasn't been played in a little bit. A new song for the set, meaning. And yeah, it's just cool to see it come alive already, like within like a day.
Yeah,
it's pretty fucking awesome. It's one of my favorite things about like the practice weeks.
So this song on the record is super fast, possibly the fastest Propaganda song. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe Bullshit Politicians with those blast beats, or Night Letters as well. But I'm curious, like, when you play this live, do you feel like it's hitting that same pace that is on the record, or have you found a sort of like a more medium middle ground to for performing it?
No, I think it's like when we haven't played it actually in a few years. I'd say like either 2 or 3 years. But while playing it, it feels like it's like when you jump in, you're in, and it's just like kind of grabs hold of your collar, and there's nowhere to go. So yeah, I think it still has the power, and just because it's like part after part, it's just a continuous like momentum building, and you know what's coming. It's like that solo's coming and that ending.
Oh my god,
that build up.
Yeah. Whenever you do put this in a set, has this always been last, or have you put it elsewhere?
man, it's been too long for me to remember that detail. Like, it really has been, I'd say, like, maybe even 3 years, maybe even 4 years. I'd have to kind of look back because even for this master class I'm doing, I'm like, I have to relearn this song myself. Like, I don't remember how to, like, I remember glimpses of it, but it's been, yeah, I don't remember where we put it, honestly.
Holy smokes.
It might have been closer to the end before all the other tunings. And I think, hold on, oh yeah, I don't think we fucking played this since, it was like before Victory Lap was out. We did not play this on any of the tours after Victory Lap was out.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure of that. So yeah, it's been a minute.
You know what's really cool about Propaganda, and this is a total side note, but like whenever I saw Propaganda for Failed States, that tour, I was like, holy cow, they played like 8 songs from the new record on that tour. You know what I mean? Like, you are not a band that goes out and relies on the old hits. Like, I've seen other Fat Wreck bands from like the 90s who are going out and still playing their 96 and 98 release and then playing 2 songs off the new record. And I'm like, come on, I want to see the new songs. Do you know what I mean? Like, you guys, you aren't like that as a band.
Oh, not at all. I mean, even our first show, Victory Lap, which I still consider one of the hardest shows I've ever played. So it was like in Winnipeg. It was like, we were just, it might have been the Victory Lap release show. Yeah. I was like playing, I think 8 songs off Victory Lap at this show. And like, what was cool about that too is like, it was the first time, like, I felt like we were all on the same page in terms of like, oh, I'm not the only one that this is the first time playing this song in front of people. It's like, it's finally like the entire band. And so like, the intensity was there. Actually, Jord's sister told me after the show, she's like, wow, she's like, it was very quiet on stage. She's like, it kind of had this intense vibe. And, you know, we're playing also to a room with like all their family and friends. Yeah. And then the hometown stuff, you know, so it's like, so yeah, to this day, that was, I would say, might even have been harder than the first show, which is crazy. But it, you know, I love that about it because when you do it and then it went really well. It's also one of my favorite shows I've ever played. You just feel like champs. You're like, we fucking did the thing that's hard to do, and you know, it's not necessarily the people pleaser, and you do it anyway because you're like, these are new songs and these messages are, you know, the content and the music is a reflection of who the people are currently. So like, this is who we are and this is what we're putting out. You know?
I love it. Well, okay, so let's get into Purina a little bit. So you've been writing and transcribing this tune in preparation for an upcoming Propaganda guitar masterclass, which will be long since aired by the time this conversation is aired. But I wanted to interview you for this tune now, while this song and the transcription are like fresh in your head. So I want to go on like a guitar tour of this song. Can you tell me a little bit about the distinct parts about how this song progresses from the beginning sort of to the end?
Well, the beginning's like already a beating, and I think like rhythmically those 3 chords of that they come in also not in a predictable way. Like, they're not like rhythmically, they kind of sit in some weird spots. Like, if I were to get nerdy, it's like what I think dotted quarter you know, but like it has a bit of a syncopated vibe, but still kind of a bit of a very attacking vibe. And then just how melodic all of the parts are. You know, it's the perfect blend of being like this, like it's almost not too chuggy, like in the way that like a lot of like maybe Propaganda songs are. And by chuggy meaning like a lot of low string palm muted kind of stuff. But I think rhythmically, and even how all the leads, how they are delivered rhythmically, make the song like this roller coaster ride. What I like about the beginnings, the riffs, is it feels like a conversation between the 2 kinds of riffs. Like the first, you know, talker would be like that, and then the second talker would be like that, na. It almost feels like a response, you know. And I love that kind of stuff because it's like, you know, especially then it was like 3-piece, and it's a cool way to create almost like the sense of 2 guitars, like a call and response. And it's a great song in that sense. And then I like the kind of like when it goes a little slower and just the melodic lines again, they're just like, it's very like arpeggio based, just like chords and just a lot of right hand moving around, kind of mapping out some nice melodic lines along these really cool chord changes. Yeah. And I'm trying to think, oh yeah, there's the part right before, I think it's right before the solo. Yeah. The
Yes.
the build up thing. Fuck. That is one of the best parts. I love that part. Again, it's just three
what's
notes.
happening there?
I'm trying to think of, if I'm not mistaken, because I'm still kind of mapping it out. And I don't know if I haven't actually gotten to tabbing that, even though I've played it. I'm pretty sure it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's like a B, C sharp, and D note. Those are considered like 9 chords. So basically, like, that's the name of the chord, like a 9 chord. So another popular 9 chord is like, think of like The Police, the beginning, the opening. So yeah, it just has to do with like certain note mixtures and things like that. It just creates an interval of a 9. And there's something about that sound I know for myself, and actually Propaganda like loves this and does it a lot too. You see it in Coaches, you see it in Potemkin, like it's all over a lot of like Propaganda songs. But I love the sounds of those chords because it does kind of have like that kind of 80s sound, but it also has like a darker sound to it. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
So that's in terms of like the actual chord makeup, like that chord is so satisfying to me, like a harmony standpoint, and just rhythmically, just the groups of 3, the 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3,
Yes.
just building up is so awesome, and the drums starting to become like very like ornamental. I love that.
Yeah.
So good. I love when things are like, because that song, I'd say it's simple, but it's, I don't know how to say this. Like it's just clever. Like it's like, it's not. Again, I don't want to say it's not too fancy because it's like that's even subjective. But I just find it's just like, it just feels classy. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about now. I don't know how to describe it, but it just feels like, maybe when I teach it, people are like, oh, it's just a lot of like, these chords are kind of like almost like power chords, but like with an extra little bit of style and like a kind of different voicings and stuff like that. It's so great.
Do you think that there's like almost like a trick it played on the listener? Is it actually easier than it sounds in a lot of parts? Because it sounds crazy hard.
Yeah, I just yeah, it might be. I think I'm trying to think of why that is. I think it's just so driving, and because it's very linear. It's like kind of, I mean, there's like a couple things that repeat themselves, but it's like each riff that happens after each other, you almost forget about the previous one because you get just sucked into the current one. But they're not that different from each other in terms of maybe like chord voicings. Like everything feels very cohesive in that sense. But like I said, I think it's sometimes the rhythmic delivery just kind of almost like you have amnesia. You're like, wow, this riff is the best. And then you get to the next one and you're like, oh, this one's the best.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what I love about, like, and that's even live is something that's enjoyable about songs like this, is that like you're kind, you're playing and then you kind of think of like your next step because you obviously gotta like chain chords or whatever. And then you get excited, like, oh yeah, this part's going, this is gonna be great. I have those moments with a lot of Propaganda songs, actually.
Awesome. Do you have like a favorite specific part of this song that you find most satisfying?
I'd say I like the beginning because again, I think another one is like just the combination of like the strumming, like the kind of very like beating kind of strumming, very downstroke, like bah, 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 very hard kind of hitting things. That with a combination of just bouncing out of that to like a more melodic delivery, I just love that combination because it's what I want. It's like it's everything I want to do on the guitar. It's like, yeah, I'll be kind of more of a lead player, but I also want to like beat the shit out of the thing too. It's just like, so I know the opening I like a lot too, and actually the part where it kind of breaks down a bit. I'm gonna sing it. It's the like
Yeah.
that part. And I remember I played that part live, and it actually had a little chorus on it, which was like a nice touch. It made it sound like a little, like blossom a little bit differently than on the recording. Kind of gave it a little bit more of like an 80s sound, and I loved how that sounded. But just how that, because you were going so like heavy driving for so much of the song, and then you arrive there, it's like a breath of like fresh air. And just even it's just nice chord voicings and nice melodic line, and just going between really cool sounding chord. It's just satisfying with the right hand too. It's this nice melodic thing. What's funny is even that's the one part that I remembered the most in terms of even the whole song. Like, again, it's been years since we've played it, but I would catch myself sometimes picking up the guitar even to warm up with that.
Oh, nice.
Because I love it. It's so good. It's so nice.
Well, and then of course the solo, which blew everybody's mind when it came out, and it still holds up completely. What in the world is going on with this solo? This thing is so unreal.
It's just like the licks are just chaotic, it's just like I almost think like the beginning of the track, it's like with the cows and shit, like it's almost like has a weird parallel where the fucking solo is just like yelling. It's just yelling at you. It's almost like it's calling out itself. It's like, and especially with the content, just the frustration, it's just like, it just feels like it has that kind of like spirit of like, fuck it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But yeah, so in terms of tech, just your fucking rock and roll solo, it's just doing some nice like double stop bends and some amazing like kind of triplet type of like these really fast like single string shreddy lines that you really just really fucking fast. That's what it comes down to, and just syncing up your hands to fucking getting an actual sequence of 3 notes to be heard, not just like falling apart. And then what's great about it too, and you probably feel the same, so I love that it kind of goes shreddy. It does like the bends, and then it does that kind of like single string really like a speed picking thing. Yeah. And then it does the fucking I don't know if the order's right, but at some point it breaks away from like your typical like soloing kind of thing, and it does the chords.
Okay,
the chords are just like fucking awesome. Like that to me is just like, that's how you write a solo. It's like you fucking take it where you didn't think it was going to go.
Yeah, okay, so Sulynn, I got to talk to you about that, because my favorite part of the solo is after the initial super shreddy part, and then from 3 minutes and 49 seconds to 4 minutes, it goes and then it builds up, and then it builds up to that crescendo where it shreds again. That is absolute insanity. That is my favorite part of the solo, where it builds back up. Blew me away.
It's so awesome because it's like, again, it's not what you think the solo should do.
Yeah.
Because you feel like, hey, you started a solo, stick with like solo, and it's like, it's interesting because to me it almost it's almost like Chris becomes a rhythm guitar player in that part for a second, and I love that because it's like it's creating such like nice use of space, like where sometimes with solos, it can just feel like overkill. Like, okay, like the shredding's happening so much, it just pulls you back. And then, with the crescendo, that's just like a little, like, I think like a C-sharp minor, like scale run. Oh no, we harmonize. So that's from my perspective. Also live, so Chris does it up in, I think on the B string, like high E. He does like this kind of, it's like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like it kind of moves in that sequence up, like these scale tones. He's going on a single string up the B string, and then when I played it live, I actually played it in one position, but we were harmonizing that, which is pretty fucking cool to do live. I remember that being really hard.
Oh my God.
And just being like, fuck, because it's like, you just have to be in the pocket, and it was just like, that was fun. Doing that live.
Do you guys ever like look at each other after a song, and like any song, and be like, holy smokes, we nailed that?
Probably.
Oh my God. Cause I'm just picturing these like these moments of like sheer like perfection, satisfaction of completely nailing something and being like, oh yeah, we smoked that one.
Well, you know, I think the most recent memories of us looking at each other was like more like, oh fuck, I was playing the wrong thing at practice, like, and then like, you know, Chris informs me of like, no, it's actually this note or something like that, and I'm like, fuck, it's like we're going on live in a few hours, like you know, it's not in my muscle memory. So there's a lot of those moments of like, lucky for me, and knock on whatever is around, knock on wood, that like, you know, I luckily nailed them live, but it was a very hyper focus, like, all right, it's not what you've been playing for like a few months, it's actually this, and you gotta do it live where it counts, like once.
Yeah.
So, and then like when it happens and it happens right, you see like there's like this kind of smirk side glance, like, yeah, it happened.
Oh my God.
It happened. It went well. Like there's been like, I think within the last year, I think 3 occurrences of that. Like, and that's, you know, that's part of the the beauty, if you want to call it, of being a long distance band, is like, you know, I'm just kind of, sometimes I get videos of Chris playing the songs and I just learn them like that. Like a lot of times there's not tabs or anything, and like for the older stuff, and then just, you know, if my ear heard something different or I saw something different, like I could be learning it wrong, you know, and then I go up that week and it's just like I have to unlearn kind of what I already had been practicing. So, you know, we figure it out though.
Awesome.
But anyway, yeah, I mean, I think there are there are moments where it's just like, you know, especially when it's a song that we're kind of throwing into the set again. Actually, Tertium was one of those, and it goes well. You just feel proud, you know, like, fuck yeah.
Oh man, and because Tertium is such, and we talked about that before. That song is riff after riff after riff, and that's a super hard song too. So I put like Purina and like Tertium, like I put these kinds of songs like sort of like in the same like stratospheric category for the band, where it's like these ones are like the special batch.
Yeah, sure.
It makes me happy. It makes all of us happy.
Cool.
Like it makes fans happy. It makes, you know, hopefully makes you all happy too. It's just so cool. Oh, all right. Well, Sulynn, I am super stoked on your masterclass series that you've been doing. I'm really glad you wanted to take this chance to sort of like verbalize what, you know, is going on in Purina Hall of Fame guitar wise. So like, you know, maybe you can have some ideas for talking to your own students who sign up for the masterclass about this song and why it's so satisfying to you as a player and a member of the band. It's just awesome to hear your thoughts and ideas as you're putting together these charts and these tabs, so that you can, you know, teach all the people who are taking this class a little clearly about what is happening in this song.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. It definitely helps to kind of spring the life into it before this thing happens, and I'll have to kind of project that over to the people wanting to learn it. People are stoked, you know. It's like, it's also one of this, like, this song, part of why I'm like tabbing it is like it's a song that doesn't have a book, like from an album that doesn't have a transcription book out yet. I'm sure it'll maybe happen one of these days. It's funny, I had text Chris like a little, actually it was the same video shot that I sent you of the guitar profile where the beginning's playing. I was like, this is pretty fucking cool to see, like, you know, to hear what you're doing, like even to map out the rhythms, because usually I just go by ear and like I'm not really paying attention to like, hey, that's a dotted quarter and all this bullshit. I just kind of go by ear and feel, and just to kind of actually see it on the page and map it out. And I was like, this is great.
Yeah.
You write some pretty fucking good songs.
Nice. Yes. Well, you know, it's also fantastic to hear the technical side of it. Like whenever you talk about like the musical structure and theory behind it, it just elevates conversations like this to another level. And I know the listeners absolutely love hearing stuff like that because it makes the listening experience for this show a little special for them as well. So thank you so much for your technical breakdowns as well, because that just makes this even better, you know?
Yeah, no problem. I enjoyed this stuff, so thanks for having me, and it's a cool bit to include and to talk about.
On the tangent.
Oh no.
So anyway, but yeah, that Coco show was after because you guys did a run with Random Hand in the UK. They were the punk band that had the trombone playing lead singer.
Okay.
And they're great. They're a fantastic band, and I loved them. And I actually bought their records at that show. And then you guys had Clive from Black Widow come out on stage, but it was at Islington at the O2 Academy. And then the next time you came back was with Protest the Hero, and it was at Coco, which is a bigger room because, you know, it's a slightly bigger package to tour together with Protest the Hero as well. But that was back in like 2010, I think, is when you came back to the UK the second time. You guys came over twice in like a very short period of time.
Yeah, that's, I think, why I'm kind of blending them together in my head. But I'm not sure if we went through the O2 thing. We're just kind of like, you know, this isn't really our, you know, I think it was sort of proposed to us, like, if you want to do this many dates, you know, like there's this new kind of thing out there, this new entity, and we gave it a shot, but it's definitely not our slice. But it's sort of one of these weird things where, you know, like if you want to play a venue with good gear and good equipment and that kind of stuff, it's sort of like sometimes it's like, okay, we got the good gear over here, happens to be owned by a bunch of assholes, and then we got this other place over here which isn't really set up for shows properly. It's going to sound terrible, and you know, the backline might not cut it, and it gets really, really complicated to make those decisions sometimes. But anyway, I think we're gonna have to revisit some towns, because in the States, I mean, it's always been this thing. If you want to play this one city, you're going to have to bend on that rule. There's, you know, some towns, like there's one venue of an appropriate size. You play the small place, you cut out half the crowd, some people are upset, and then you try to play 2 nights to accommodate the thing in the same town, and then the same people buy the same tickets, and the same people are left out sometimes. It's just it gets to this kind of weird run around. But anyways, we'll have to reevaluate all that stuff again. So
well, you know, and this is I'm hoping that you guys are finding this time to be sort of a reflective, recharging period, that you all are maybe able to focus on some things in this last year and a half that like maybe you haven't been able to focus on in a long time, like trying to plan so much traveling throughout your lives. Has this been sort of a recharging phase for you at all?
Yeah, in a sense, for sure. Like just thinking back to when this all started, like I think we were kind of, we had some shows, like, I mean, we were going to go play punk rock bowling and do a bunch of different weekends in June, and we were going to follow that up with some more US based shows in September. This is before COVID hit, and then when it hit, we just realized, okay, they're like, our work permits are over, we're not going to get anything back, we have to cancel all these shows. And now we're looking this long-term thing, how long is this going to take? And I think with just everything going on politically in the world, and especially in the United States, the whole Trump thing and all that, I was kind of like sort of like I just felt like I was kind of in this static position of being the guy in the scream painting, you know? Yeah. And just the infinite scream. Yeah. Like frozen like that for 3 or 4 months. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know, I just kind of got into this kind of morning routine of waking up and a big pot of coffee and just kind of going through the news, like listening to Democracy Now! And checking out, some good quality alternative, lefty sort of media, and then kind of then I go through all the corporate stuff and just say, okay, what's fucking CNN saying? How are they presenting this? And how's Fox presenting this? And go sample some alt-right stuff and just like trying to put it all together. It was, it kind of required a long time to kind of digest that and get over it. And just kind of, I spent a lot of time just kind of reading, about history of fascism and stuff like that, getting books out of the library and exploring a lot of films and stuff like that too, and just how different European films approaching the subject of Nazism, fascism, and stuff like that in art and cinema, and just kind of trying to take the time to get a deeper understanding of why are we in this situation, what do we have to look forward to here, and just kind of understanding the issues of where we're at. And
Man,
it's that kind of gobbled up a lot of time,
Yeah, well, and doing this show, Keith and I both found ourselves reading the work of like Kathleen Belew, who writes about the history of white supremacy in the U.S. We are reading Jason Stanley and Timothy Snyder's works on the rise and origin of totalitarianism and fascism. I revisited Hannah Arendt's work post-World War II. And those things are really, really important. And like you mentioned, like media consumption and those patterns that we fall into. And that is so important as well, because being here on this side of the border, having friends and family living in different parts of the country, like me living here in New York, I was getting the type of news that I consume. And then I would talk on the phone to a family member who lives in like Missouri, and they were getting completely the same story, but from two totally different views. And then we couldn't even talk about the same story because our reality was so distorted to how we saw the same exact story that it was almost like a conversational non-starter. So as disorienting as it must have been for you, it's just as disorienting for me on this side as well. Cause like, I'm trying to talk about these topics with family and friends, and like we're coming at it from completely different realities, like every single time. It's wild, dude.
Yeah, no shit. And I think this kind of, post-truth sort of, thing with all the social media and just the way that they're structured and kind of creating this sort of divide in reality.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of one of the scariest things to me, where people kind of, consume alt-right media and that kind of stuff, and then kind of say with this air of legitimacy, well, it's a choice. It's a choice of what you choose to believe in. I choose this. This is a legitimate narrative, just as yours is.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to take that. And it just, that's the kind of line of thinking that has me, I guess, deeply troubled.
Well, and what's really interesting about this past year as well is I know that you guys recently had to cancel your appearance at Punk Rock Bowling because of the uneven rollout of the vaccine in Canada. Ontario is currently like having a disaster. Manitoba is having like a hotspot surge. But over here in the US, where we behaved however we wanted for a lot of the pandemic and behaved badly on the world stage and had record numbers of death and infections in the US, now we have far more vaccine than people are actually consuming. So we did whatever we wanted for the whole year, and then we got exactly what we wanted when it comes to the vaccine. So it's like the most American thing ever, if you think about it that way, because you guys were disciplined, much more disciplined in Canada in a lot of ways. And now we're struggling with the rollout of the vaccine, whereas we did whatever the hell we wanted for the whole year. And now we have more vaccine than we could ever use because people just, started to, it kind of declined on the rates of taking it. So it's just been such a constant year of being like, I can't even believe this is happening. Like, why?
Yeah. And I mean, I think the big thing now is to have those intellectual property rights waived, maybe.
Yeah. Get rid of those patents.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There was a guy on CBC talking the other day, like, again, how they present these things as two sides, and you have to have both sides represented.
Yeah.
Pro-industry guy, kind of like a quote-unquote public health dude, basically just, fanning the flames of concern over, you let this patent thing go and it's going to be chaos and it's going to end up with a much worse situation. Like, just pulling all these scare cards out about quality control and all that. Just complete bullshit. And anyway, I just hope that, this is kind of demonstrating the gap globally between rich and poor. And I don't know of a way like considering the history of the last, number hundreds, 500 years or whatever, but in particular, say the last 80 years and how, globalization is unrolled and it's just proving to be this, funneling of money upwards and everybody else suffering. I think this is kind of like the big global divide of like, if some people can't get vaccines, how are they going to think of the first world and how we're treating them? And I mean, you're talking about, the American side, the Canadian side, we've kind of gone out of our way to gobble up as many, and we can't produce, we don't have the capacity to produce vaccine here just yet. But we've been, the Canadian government's been kind of making all these contracts and trying to get more than we actually need with this idea that, we'll have to see what comes up. But they even went so far as to gobble up a bunch of COVAX vaccines, which are sort of destined for other, non-first world countries. And okay, well, we'll take 750,000 of those too, just get them all along. And then you read like how many countries in the world haven't had one vaccine yet.
Yeah.
Like there's many places that
and that's where one. And that's where the variants come from that keep the infection rates going, even for those that are vaccinated. But you mentioned a key term there, the divide between rich and poor. And we're going to get into some songs here too in a little bit. And we're going to talk about a song called The Fucking Rich Fuck the Poor. But before we get to there, I want to kind of trace a little bit of a journey, because I sort of have this, I've been thinking about having a conversation with you for a long time. And what's actually really cool about you coming on the show after we've done like the first half of the episodes is that I've talked about you and your work so much at this point to where like I have a lot more of an understanding about like what the life of propaganda has been like. But something that I am really curious about is this lifelong partnership with you and Chris, right? You guys have known each other for so long, and I'm thinking about some of my dearest friends that I've known going back to like third or fourth or fifth grade. And like, I feel like Chris is like one of these people for you. And so I'm just curious about some of your earliest memories of befriending Chris, sort of like a retrospective about the early days of your friendship. And I'm just curious about like this lifelong partnership that you two guys have forged over the last few decades. And I'm just curious if you can have a story of some standout memories of you and meeting Chris and like being friends with him when you guys were younger fellas.
Yeah, well, I mean, we played on the same hockey team before we, became friends, I guess. And just for 1 year, I think we were like 12 or 13 years old. And he was, his family was stationed at CFB Portage, the Air Force training base there, just a few kilometers south of the town. And he actually went to a different school than I did at that point. But we ended up on the same kind of crummy tier 4 team. And it was a mind-blowing experience being on that team in a town like Portage la Prairie, early 80s. And I'll never forget, like the coach, the guy who volunteered to be the coach was this really soft-spoken, nice man, George Miller. And I think he worked in the same building as my dad. And here we are, like I remember like the one vivid memory I have of playing hockey on that team was I was a goaltender and it was the other goalie's turn to play. So I was working the bench to back up that game. And like, this is, 1982, a full-on line brawl happens. We're 12 or 13 years old. And I'm just kind of sitting there like, well, what do? I should leave the door shut, I guess, so that people aren't going, like, I didn't want to be so complicit in this line brawl. I was 12 or 13. My God. And I can't remember Chris being on the ice. It was just everybody left the bench. And I remember George just trying to hold people back and just keep people on the bench. And I remember this one teammate of ours just looked at this really, really quiet kid. He just looked back at the coach and just went, "Fuck you, coach." He hopped the bench and just started plowing people. I mean, all these kids wearing helmets, and gloves and and mimicking what they're seeing on Hockey Night in Canada. You know? It was so, it seemed ridiculous to me at that point. And, and then, my further sort of, involvement with minor hockey as a referee a few years later as a part-time job and all that. And you're just pulling away these kids, like, what the hell? It seems so insane. But anyway, so that's where I met Chris, and I have more sort of memories of just kind of like in the sort of in the dressing room, just weird shit going on with kids of that age. You're coming of age with hockey in a small town in the middle of nowhere. And but yeah, we basically kind of re-met in high school. His last year in Portage was our first year in high school, so grade 10. And up until that point, like, I was kind of like the average Portager, you had to listen to Iron Maiden and Judas Priest and all that kind of, it was sort of part of the package. I was right into it, I had kind of, sort of learned how to play the drums at my buddy's place by listening to, playing along to AC/DC records. So
that's a good place to start.
Yeah, for sure.
Phil Rudd, man, got that straightforward beat. It's easy to go.
Oh yeah. We had a blast. Like, that was before I had a drum kit. And, every once in a while I go over to my friend Bruce's place, who actually has a credit on the Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes album. But
sweet.
We I'd go over there and we'd have his older sister's LPs, put one side on, and one guy get behind the drum kit, and one guy plug in a microphone and sing through the speakers as the LP was playing. And then it would get to the end of the side, we flip the record and we change spots.
Oh,
and
sweet.
I was kind of do that, for Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap and Let There Be Rock. I mean, you could only play the sort of slow, easier stuff. But anyway, yeah, kind of that's where I was at musically when I met Chris, kind of like, and we became like, we sat across from each other in typing class in grade 10, and we were sort of, I guess, kind of like lab partners in the science class. And I think we had a French class too together. And we had already discovered a bunch of underground metal, and was kind of like, oh, check this out. And it just kind of, it opened, that door to me. I was unaware of all that stuff before. He was kind of getting into tape trading and coming across all kinds of, really crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But that got me more or less into discovering, early Metallica, Venom, Slayer, that kind of stuff, Celtic Frost and Voivod and all these bands. And basically spent about a year kind of, going through a lot of that material and kind of, being intrigued by how, like, it just seemed like the recordings were so insane and just, rushed and done quickly, and they're much less polished, but that raw aspect of it, which we'll get to with the global genocide stuff.
Yeah.
That it really appealed to me. And I think by the time we'd gotten into grade 11, Chris had moved to Winnipeg, and we were kind of going to this record store in downtown Winnipeg, Records on Wheels. And I would kind of bus into the city every once in a while or catch a ride, and I'd meet Chris, and we'd kind of go record shopping down at the store. And, through those experiences, I think I just, started picking some punk albums off the shelf and being like, what the hell is this? How can there be 25 songs on one LP? Like, that's crazy. What are these all like minute 20 songs? And some of the lyrics and song titles just seem like it was so over the top, like this Dayglow Abortions album in particular. And then from there, like, looking at flyers on the wall, there's some of these bands that you're seeing their albums on the wall. Some of these bands are coming to Winnipeg. Like, how, like, they're not playing the Winnipeg Arena. How like, we just, all my live music experience at that point for going to shows was big arena stuff. And I think when the summer of 1987 was when I went to see a DOA show here in Winnipeg, and we went to a bunch of shows that summer at a place kind of had the nickname the Punk Douglas here in Winnipeg in the Point Douglas neighborhood. And it was just kind of, seemingly run by the people, volunteers, like people like that look, well, I don't know. It was just, it obviously was not professional. It was volunteer driven, and people were doing it for the love of it. And it just, I don't know, it was electrifying. Walking in the door and just seeing this is almost kind of this is sort of like No Rules. There's all these tough, weird looking people drinking beer in the parking lot. There's no real cops. There's no security around. We're 16 years old, kind of coming in from the sticks and just being like, what the fuck? This is nuts.
Yeah.
And I think the third show, well, we're going to talk a little bit about global genocide and government issue too. But those two bands, I saw them for the first time. That was that summer. Went to see GI play. I think the Doughboys opened for them. And at that point, it was just I loved every band that I saw in that kind of environment, including a band, the Dub Rifles, they were called. That was the first band that opened for DOA, which was the first show I went to of this kind of variety. And they had saxophones and horns and stuff, but it was this weird gritty rock. And it just seemed like, what the hell? I wasn't expecting that at all, but it was so different. And the atmosphere was just incredible. It really felt like you can kind of get up there and do whatever you want. And you don't really even have to be that good. You can just, it seemed like it was I don't want to beat the word accessible to death, but it seemed like, you look at the gear and it's okay, that's kind of like the drum kit I have. It doesn't have to be a 20-piece kit with 4 kick drums and fucking this wall of fake amps and stuff. It was bare bones, stripped down, and the energy far surpassed the, my experiences at arena shows. You're kind of half a kilometer away from the stage. Hey, can I borrow your binoculars? I would like to watch the band for a while. But anyway, when we got to see Global Genocide, I think that was, by that point, I knew who Corrosion of Conformity was, who was the headliner that night. And there was this other band, Corpus File, that,
Derek Riel.
Yeah. So that was my first time seeing him perform. And what can I say? I think that the anticipation of the show it definitely rivaled the excitement that I had of going to my first Iron Maiden show with my friend's older brother and getting in this van full of older kids and all going to this big rock show at the Winnipeg Arena. But I was so excited to see Corrosion of Conformity. And when Global Genocide just came on stage, it was I was already primed, and they were so good. And obviously, at that point, it was every band that I saw, I had to get the, whatever demo or cassette or LP they had. It was just, okay, I got to get something from all these bands. And yeah, it really, it's still one of my favorite things. I found the old cassette a couple months ago and dropped it off at Chris. It's a lot of my old cassettes are deteriorating, and he digitized it and sent me back a digital copy. I've been listening to it a lot, actually. Okay,
so I want to know about this cassette too. So you got this Global Genocide cassette. Did you buy it at that show?
I think I did, or if it wasn't available there, it would have been at Records on Wheels.
What is the you may have to send me a picture of this. I'm really curious to see it if you actually have the physical version, because I don't know if there's a sleeve inside the cassette case. Is there any kind of artwork that goes along with it or anything like that?
There is. I don't have it with me now. gave it to Chris, and I don't think that the original lyric sheet sort of survived the decades. But yeah, I mean, it was like this photocopied picture of, I think, I might be getting this wrong, but my understanding of it was that it's like a person of a, like it's the face of a dead person. I think from the Nazi era, I'm not sure, it might have been from a concentration camp, but just this emaciated face of a random victim. And yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff, like I guess that was very early on. And seeing DOA and COC and like how heavily political the lyrics were to their stuff, that material at that time, it definitely was instrumental in kind of like grabbing me even more. I think like just kind of like, okay, there's things in this world that I don't understand. You know, it's funny. I was talking to another teacher, just go off topic here for a sec, a couple of months ago, and he's doing a PhD thesis, and he asked me to kind of reflect on my school years and that kind of stuff, and talk about you know, good teachers, bad teachers, everything kind of to do with education and stuff. And I think when I really thought about the bad teachers, like I had a few really awesome teachers in school that really kind of, you know, pushed me in certain ways, especially in terms of literature and stuff, a lot of ideas, and really influenced me to, you know, what I wanted to do in school. Like I originally went to university to become a teacher, and I studied the Faculty of Education at the University of Manitoba for a year, and just was thrust into student teaching much too early.
It's scary.
I was only 18, and back then you'd be put in the classroom on your second term. I was just like, what the fuck? I had one day of that, and I basically dropped out. But when I thought of the bad teachers that I had, I basically came away with the idea that I didn't learn anything about history at all in school. We had a couple of real lame duck teachers for that subject. It was just a shit show, and we, you know, at the curriculum at that point would have been quite poor anyways, but you know, it was just sort of rote memorization of historical dates that were just, you know, about colonial history in Canada. And it just made me think, you know, like that kind of shoddiness at that level sort of helped perpetuate, you know, like the colonialist endeavor. It's just like, you know, if you don't learn anything about your history, you're probably going to just go down the, you know, the same path without a critical perspective of it. So anyways, I think by the time that I was getting into this music, like the metal content was, you know, the lyrical content was much different. But when I started, you know, learning of more bands like the Dead Kennedys and Millions of Dead Cops, is a really influential band at the time. There's a kid that lived in the same street that I did in Portage. He was looking to offload it. He didn't like it, so I bought it off of him.
Heck yeah.
And it, yeah, like those bands were very, very huge in those years of just trying to come to terms with the world that we live in, what the information that you're getting through media and through your public education up here didn't match, you know, and you know, all these things. It was really, really, what can I say? Global Genocide was I guess a band that completely blew me away. I only think I saw them one or two other times after that before they broke up. And but like they looked so crazy and menacing. There were two very, very tall guys in that band, and one guy had this mohawk haircut, and they were all wearing fucking leather jackets. And they, like, I remember them walking down the street to this venue to play, and I was the second time I saw them at this all ages place in Winnipeg, the Cauldron, later 80s. And it's like, okay, Global Genocide's playing tonight. Holy shit, here they come walking down the street. Look at these fucking guys. Holy Christ. Just fucking like heavy looking fuckers. And yeah, so later we ended up becoming friends with one of the guys and stuff, and you know, all good. But it was definitely influential band, and them having that sort of graphic on the cover of their cassette and all, you know, just sort of like, you know, anti-capitalist kind of, talking about rich and poor.
Yeah.
Like, when do you ever, I didn't understand why, like, what the hell, where are these guys talking about this? Okay. And then, you know, as I kept kind of getting into the punk scene and that, it just kind of, I realized it was kind of providing me with a framework to understand the world, you know.
Totally.
Yeah. So a lot of those bands, like they were certainly influential, especially like for me, the Dead Kennedys were a really, really big band for just trying to figure out the world.
Yeah,
you know?
Man. Okay. So I know that every listener out there is resonating with what you're saying, because for many of us, Propaganda is that band. So like, it's so cool to hear about your entry into thinking about the world and how you got to that through music, because you guys did that for so many of us, which, you know, I'm not just trying to like blow smoke here, but like the band, the way that you came into this music and learned from it, and then the way that you pass that down to all of us, the fans, it matters. You know, it's really cool. And I want to talk a little bit about Failed States here, because you guys recorded a song by Global Genocide from Winnipeg called The Fucking Rich, Fuck the Poor for the bonus tracks on that record. And, you know, being in a studio is super hard work. Recording a song in a studio is insanely difficult and time consuming. And you didn't have to record this song. Do you know what I mean? Like, this was an optional thing that you all did. And because you have to spend a lot of time recording, and, you know, you're recording this song by this incredibly obscure band at this point. And I'd want to know why you chose this particular song, and, you know, what this song may mean to you, because like, this is a song that's not widely available. It took me forever to find a version of the original version from the cassette tape. I had to get it from a guy on Facebook in Winnipeg who sent me an MP3 after he digitized the cassette. Like, this is an obscure band. So tell me about why you picked this song for the Failed States bonus edition, because I'm just curious about your thoughts on this particular song.
Well, actually, it was recorded a little bit earlier than that. I think it was done in 2009.
Okay.
I'm thinking late 2009, maybe early 2010. It was, we were approached by CKUW, which is
that your shirt? Are you wearing that?
Yeah, I'm wearing it.
Dude, there you go. You got the CKUW hoodie on right there. Love it.
Yeah. Best radio station in Winnipeg by far. Anyway, yeah, we were, they would do their annual fund drive. You know, it's kind of like listener sort of supported radio. And we'd usually sort of shoot a donation to the station every year. And they proposed this idea. What about local Winnipeg bands covering local Winnipeg bands for a benefit, like for a CD that was, I think, put out, like if you gave a certain amount of pledge money, you would get this compilation CD.
Sweet.
So that's where it originally appeared. It was for that effort, and then we sort of, you know, used it, you know, for the Failed States as well.
Did you guys record it with JP, or did you record it at Chris's house? How did that go down?
Chris's basement, and we actually got the original singer for Global Genocide came over to do some of the backing vocals with Chris and Hopper, Scott Hopper, actually, our
dude,
sort of original bass player.
Okay, so you got the Global Genocide singer to come over. Is that how you guys found the original lyrics? Because these lyrics are not on the internet, and I'm curious about like how you made it accurate.
Well, there was a lyric sheet with the demo. Okay. I do remember that. I don't know whatever happened to it. I'm not sure if Chris lost his copy as well, but anyway, I found out that just about a month ago, actually.
Nice. Okay, cool. Well, let's move on to another bonus tracks album selection. You've alluded to Government Issue a couple of times. So we'll talk about Today's Empires just a little bit, but I want to know a little bit about the Victory Lap Deluxe Edition as well, which contains not one, but two Government Issue covers, Wishing and Beyond. And we already did the episode for Technocracy whenever we talked about the Sacrifice split 7-inch, so we don't have to talk about that one. But I am really interested about the backstory behind choosing not one, but two cover songs by the same band, Government Issue. So whose idea were these? Why were these two particular songs chosen? And just start there.
Yeah, well, we'd, at that point, we knew the band War on Women, you know.
Yep.
We'd done a bunch of tours with them, or a lot of dates at that point, and yeah, we got along with them really great. Awesome band. And their drummer Evan, at the time, he's not with them anymore, but he was kind of he'd been asked to be the drummer for Government Issue. They were doing some reunion shows and a few shows here and there, and my partner Dee actually got to see them play at Riot Fest in Chicago. I think it must have been 2015.
Nice.
And she brought me back this Government Issue t-shirt that I kind of made a point of trying to wear in every sort of press photo or any kind of thing that we had going. I think I kind of wore it for every band rehearsal, maybe for a year and a half or something like that. But anyway, I tend to do that. I get pretty static with my clothing. But, anyway, over that time, Evan approached us, actually. John, the singer, had gotten quite ill, and he was trying to put together kind of a compilation of bands that love GI, and you know, he wanted to do something. I don't know if it was so much as a fundraiser or anything, but anyway, just to kind of acknowledge the band and their work over the years, and perhaps provide some financial relief. And he ended up passing away before we were able to I don't think anything ever came of it. I'm not too sure what bands maybe submitted or were in the process of submitting stuff, but we were rehearsing to record Victory Lap, and we just thought, you know, let's give this a shot. We recorded those tracks actually at our practice space, at least the drums. And yeah, I don't see the album that those came from, which was their second last album. That was the material they were touring on when I first saw them play here in Winnipeg. And that was like my second or third punk show. And they were just so sort of off the wall, different. They had, you know, they started off kind of as a hardcore band, but even like a little different, like not a macho sounding, heavy, chunky hardcore band. They were just, it was sort of like, you know, more mid-high frequency sounding, kind of driving, just weird. It sounded like, wow, I just didn't get the recordings. But I kind of ended up, you know, going back and buying their early stuff, and that album is one of my favorite albums of all time, and the Crash album too, I think, is really awesome. But it was a cool band just to sort of map their progression and their evolution over the years, and I thought that they ended up making some really, really great pop music. And yeah, so I can't remember how we actually decided on which songs to cover. I think those ones felt like, okay, these are kind of within our reach, but we were busy working on on Victory Lap and getting ready and all that. And I felt like it was a little bit of a rush job doing those tracks. And I wish, kind of in retrospect, we get another stab at doing them. But anyway, it's, what can I say? Like, Government Issue over those years, like, I found the drumming in particular, as I was kind of learning to play that style, like Pete Moffat fucking blew me away. He was just a fucking amazing drummer, and combined kind of these different styles, and just kind of, he played so hard, and fuck, it was just really, really rocking in a really exciting way that didn't seem formulaic or sort of steeped into, you know, the same old kind of song and dance. It was different and really original. I just love his drumming on those two albums. Just
all right. So I want to know a little bit more about this drumming too, because like when I listen to the original songs by Government Issue, it sounds like you playing drums, because to me, you have that really heavy tom work that you're really well known for, where you like have this like this floor tom where you sort of like emulate a double kick feel, and it goes across all of the Propaganda recorded drumming, right? Like it's super prevalent starting in Less Talk More Rock to me particularly, and it goes all the way up through Victory Lap. Like you have these things where it's like, that sounds like Jord. But when I listen to these Government Issue original songs, it almost sounds like you. I feel like you take great inspiration in your drumming from Government Issue. Like, do you see that as being like a direct connection to the influence in your style of playing, where you really work that floor tom?
Yeah, well, yeah, certainly Pete Moffat and I think John Wright from No Means No.
Oh yeah,
they're probably my two biggest influences, like punk rock drummer influences, I would say.
Man, yeah. You guys should do a No Means No cover someday.
Yeah, I mean, shit, last March, there was somebody who was getting ready to try to write a book on them, and did an interview with that guy, and I kind of really heavily revisited No Means No last March, April, I think. Yeah, and I think they are my favorite punk band of all time. And certainly us getting to see a lot of Western Canadian bands coming through Winnipeg, like that was the most, if you're going to see a band in the later 80s, there's a good chance it was going to be No Means No or SNFU or DOA. And
amazing.
And all those bands had these incredible drummers, like really, really great drummers. And I think that was one of the other things that kind of drew me into that kind of music, you know, like I'd you know, previously, like, you know, liked Maiden and all that stuff, like I said, and then, you know, the underground metal where there's all these, you know, lots of crazy drummers, but seeing these bands live and being able to watch it and being like, okay, these guys are fucking from Edmonton. These guys are from Vancouver. It's not like somebody coming in from London or New York or something.
Yeah.
It just made me feel like this is attainable. We can try to do this, man. And, yeah, I have a lot of fond memories of those shows. They were some of the coolest shows I think I've ever been to. But
yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Can we chat about the impending re-release of Today's Empires for a few minutes?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my God. Okay. So I want to know a little bit about your playing in the Empires years because of this re-release. And so, you know, we're talking about your drum style and your approaches and some of your influences and things like that. And one of the listeners of the podcast recently stated that, I think it was succinctly, that you sort of took your playing to sort of a new level between Less Talk and Empires. Like the playing is incredibly intense on that Empires record. And I'm wondering if you have any specific memories of those years between 96 and 2000 running G7, about maybe any variables that allowed you to change and grow and adapt as a drummer, because the styles between Less Talk and Empires shifted quite a lot. Do you have any specific memories of those times in playing?
I do. Can I share them with you after I take a whiz?
Yeah, totally. We'll have a pause.
I just have to. Yeah, if we can. I
totally
had
fine.
Too much coffee. Okay, I'll be back.
I'm going to get some coffee too.
Okay, 1 minute. I just trampled one of my Alabama tomato seedlings.
God damn it. That sucks. Fuck.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Do you remember the question?
Yes.
Launch into it. I'll just leave it.
Okay. Yeah. Over those years, like after Less Talk, we spent, I guess it was 5 years to our next release. Out of breath.
It's okay.
Sorry to the listeners. I had to take a whiz break. There's a reason why our sound guy refers to me as Baby Bladder.
Oh boy.
So, we started like the second iteration of G7 Records. Chris had kind of, had that project developed as a kind of an underground thing, and we kind of took some effort to put it above board, make it legit, and kind of do like a real sort of honest try at having a label, which was a lot of work. And going, that was one of the reasons I think like we were sort of spending time in the label, time in the band. So a lot of time was kind of going by, and we did some follow-up tours for Less Talk, and then John ended up leaving the band, and we had Todd join. And I think over those years of Todd joining, we did some tour dates with him before we really tried to focus on the Empire's record and creating that. And I think like Todd's, what he brought to the table in terms of playing and his upbringing and musical history and all that kind of stuff was a lot more similar to Chris and mine. And I think in it, like the best way of maybe just, I don't know, looking at it is like John ended up doing the Weaker Thans, which I think is, more reflective of his sensibilities. And when Todd joined, it seemed like, okay, now we're all these sort of latent things, the heaviness, speed, and all that kind of stuff. It was kind of like, okay, now we can kind of go down this path. It felt natural. Yeah. And all these, influences that Chris and I had, or drumming influences and all that kind of stuff. It felt like, and also like slowly getting a little bit better at our instruments. It felt like, okay, now we can start throwing some of this kind of stuff in and all that. But certainly like our obviously our direction kind of changed at that point. And with the pushing and pulling about the speed issue and all that kind of stuff, it certainly pushed me into areas where it was like, areas that I hadn't really gone down, and had to figure out stuff and really put a lot of time in to try to get up to snuff on a lot of that stuff. I think at some point I started using this book, Master's Studies by Joe Morello, I think his name was. And it was sort of like this real go-to book of drum rudiments and exercises and warm-up techniques and all this stuff, and ways to kind of improve your dynamic playing and speed and all this stuff. And there was a framework, you sit down and you could spend your whole life on these exercises, just kind of, with different points on a metronome, practicing them up and down. And I think I put a little bit of time in using that book in particular. That was my one sort of study book for drums.
Nice.
And that definitely helped me out quite a bit.
Yeah. Chris, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that prior to that, it was always a challenge to find a space to play and make noise. Like drums is an instrument that, you drive people nuts. I'd drive my dad fucking crazy. Like I had this, when I still lived with my parents and was trying to learn how to play, I'd rip home. I had a paper route, and I'd rip home after school to be able to play for like 45 minutes before my dad got home from work. And then the flicking of the light on and off was the signal to stop fucking playing.
Dude, that was me too. My mom would flip the light switch at the top of the basement steps, and I'd be like, done. Same thing, because I play drums too, and it's so. Do you play like an electronic kit or anything in your house now? Like, how do you have anything in your house at the moment?
Yeah. I have a small little room in the basement, a dingy little hole where I have. We have a couple of kits. So I have one here, and then we've still been paying for our studio space for the last year and a half. We haven't used it, but we have a kit there as well.
Nice.
But back like in the early years, like when I moved to Winnipeg in 88, like I thought I had it all figured out. Fuck, I'm gonna live in this university campus residence and we're gonna jam in my fucking dorm room, like no problem. And
love it.
I just thought, like, I was naive. Like, people crank their stereos all the time. It wasn't ever as loud as us trying, like Chris turning up his guitar to get over the drums, and we had oh my god, I think we attempted to jam in that building in 3 different locations. The first 2 we were shot down within minutes of playing, like with people barging in on us and saying, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" And it's like, what? There's a problem. Like, that guy's
I live here.
Def Leppard down the hall. He's not as loud, but so we moved around to a couple rooms in there, and this floor hockey room, we actually got a few actual real jams in before that was shut down. But I had nowhere to set up my kit and practice, until I started renting a house with a couple other roommates, including Cam Bennett. Did you talk to him?
I did. We've chatted on Twitter a little bit, and he's got a very rare demo that you gave him back in the day. So he was sending me some awesome pictures of an old demo cassette you made him with like whiteout as the text all over the cassette and everything. It's so cool.
Yeah, I custom made it for him for that one. Yeah. So when I got to that rental house, I lived with those guys for 8 months, and I think we had a couple of jams there. I don't really remember John being over at that house at that point. I can't. Anyways, it was always a struggle.
Yeah.
And even when I was renting houses with other students and that kind of stuff, to have a drum room, it was like, okay, it's down there, but somebody to always be pissed off or working on their studies and all that kind of stuff. It's just a difficult instrument for that. So when we got to Empires, we basically had our jam room for that record was in the basement of the home that I lived at that point with my buddy Bruce and my brother. And so yeah, it was very, very helpful to be able to have the full-on instrument where you're residing. That was crucial.
Fabulous. Well, I'm wondering how you're feeling about the new version of Empires, what you're excited about, how the different instruments are sounding in Jason's new mixes and new master. I talked to Jason about it, and I got his perspective on what he changed on the record. Yeah. But I'm curious what you are hearing that you're excited about for all of Jason's new work that he has done with Empires.
Well, I'd be very curious to hear what he said.
That you will. You'll hear it. I'm going to put it out soon.
Cool. Just changing locations here.
All good. Jason's episode is coming out May 19th. So you'll be able to hear it really soon.
Awesome. Yeah, that was kind of a very welcome little project for last winter to be able to hear those tracks unmixed again. And that really.
Oh, I lost your sound.
There?
Yep, there you are.
Okay. That really sent us down quite a crazy rabbit hole of old memories and kind of like, where did this recording kind of go haywire? Like, it was a really, because we have these distinct memories of it being like, holy fuck, we're very, very, very happy with it pre-mix, and then a bunch of stuff happened where it's like, what the hell? It didn't quite come out as we'd anticipated, and I think that really kind of carried over into like this kind of like realm of, self-doubt and stuff, and the process, and not having faith in like these big long recording sessions that were, quite costly, and just kind of like, like how much, like, are we going to just spend all this time in the studio for something that we don't even really necessarily like it seemed kind of wild. But yeah, we went down this path of loving it, and then kind of not really loving it so much anymore, and then it came out. And I mean, we were so busy at that point with G7 and trying to get this Fat Records tour together to, we wanted to come out, and we wanted to do an A1 job of supporting it, whatever it took. Let's put this big tour together and all this stuff. And then it was just kind of like, holy shit, like the album didn't quite come out as we wanted. Now we're on these big stages playing to more people than we'd ever had. It was like we were, everything kind of got bumped up significantly. And it felt like just kind of like, it was just kind of weird. Like we wanted to be, I think had we had the album come out like the new one is coming out at that point, we would have received the material even like sort of better and had a little more confidence, I think. But I think we just kind of had this hangover of questions and self-doubt and what went wrong. And I think ultimately we thought we were going to have a better album than we did. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so when we got these tracks sort of sent to us digitally, and we're going over it all again, and with Jason and doing the remixes and stuff, and listening day to day, it was pretty exciting. And hearing things like the instruments sound a little more natural, a little more separation of all the different things going on. I think you can hear everything considerably clearer. And yeah, it's definitely we're pretty happy about the new mix, pretty excited about it.
Chris seems to have worked really, really hard to get those original guitar tracks like recovered from like some obsolete data formats and things like that. Like, was there anything that you had to do in that process, or like did Chris do a lot of heavy lifting here?
Yeah, I think somebody from his podcast, one of the patrons, I think, approached him about that. I think we thought that they were just, we were never going to be able to have the chance to do that. So thanks to that guy, it kind of got the ball rolling. And it was actually kind of a cool few weeks to just kind of, go back and re-listen to a lot of that stuff with fresh ears again, and kind of, it was kind of a mind fuck, really.
Jason said it sounds like a completely different record. Like he said, it's like a profound shift in the sonic experience of today's Empires. Do you agree?
Yeah. And I'm curious to see what people think of it, because I honestly thought, is somebody going to be like, oh no, the other one's clearly better, just
of
to
course
be
somebody will.
Naysayer. Yeah, for sure. But I think I can, I'll say it with my own confidence, it's objectively better. Like I believe that.
Awesome. Something that really cracks me up is whenever Chris talks on his podcast about the Empire's songs. When he got Todd in the band, they were constantly trying to one-up each other as far as like speed and things like that go. And he always jokes about how they would annoy you to no end, because they would make a decision on a song and then you would go away and you would learn a bunch of parts, and then you would come back and they had changed it like while you were gone, and that they were constantly trying to make it faster and faster and faster. So I'm curious about your perception of the absurd speed and tempos on that album that stand out within the Propaganda discography, and like if your memory of those two guys is actually annoying, like Chris presents it, or if it's how you feel about all that.
Yeah, it's kind of complicated, because I think like early on, like when I was mail ordering records to my parents' place in Portage La Prairie, like I was getting Napalm Death records and stuff like that. Okay, I know what all this, crazy fast blast stuff is. And I kind of, got a kick out of it. I liked it to a certain degree. And I think like bands like the early Napalm Death stuff, it's like the album package itself is like, it's pretty powerful stuff, and but I'd listen to it for a side and just be kind of like, okay, that's enough of that. Just too crazy for me. But so when Todd joined, and like I said, we were kind of like, okay, now it feels like this is just like our natural sort of, metal influences are, coming into play, and we're kind of, learning our instruments a little bit better and all that. And also dealing with this extremely intensive G7 project. We were getting ready for that record, and I broke my leg playing hockey.
God,
we had to push the dates back. And I remember like Chris had some, I don't even know, I think we did a little bit of video down there at some point, and he had this like me kind of talking like like feeling like I wasn't really too confident going into the recording sessions because I fucked up my leg. And I think we were still making the songs and practicing and stuff. It was my left lower leg was broken, so I was able to still play kick. But I remember kind of expressing some fear and doubt about, okay, like this is, we're going to be using a click on all these songs. And I didn't, at the time, I wasn't really too particularly concerned with the tempos, but I was concerned that, the material and everything, I was kind of like being honest, like, fuck, we got a long ways to go. And I think the writing, there's a lot of changes happening. And then, you like the first experience of doing a whole album on clicks was a little bit, it was a little bit intimidating for where I was at that time. And once we got to the studio and we were making decisions on increasing the tempos, at that point, like I hadn't even rehearsed, it's sort of like, okay, now that we're in the studio and we rehearsed this stuff at a certain tempo, well, now let's decide to increase the tempos now. It's like, oh, okay, well, month's notice on this might have been, but it was sort of like just going with that vibe, pushing and pushing and pushing. And I get that, and I'm fine with that. And, listening to those old songs, there's some of them that I felt like were too fast at the time, like much too fast. And like Today's Empires in particular, that song, I remember some versions that were, not slow, but they were definitely down a couple of notches on the old metronomes. And I just felt that they had a little more space, and that the melodies kind of came through without it being, I guess, less frenetic, and just kind of like more. In my opinion, at the time, I felt like they helped the songs just kind of have more space and just be a little more song-like.
Yeah,
I think that the hesitation that I had, it wasn't so much in terms of just playing faster, but I felt like I didn't want to get onto a trajectory where we were going to end up being a blast band.
Right.
And prior to Todd joining, like I said, Napalm Death Records, mail order, that kind of stuff. But we actually, we got to play with Seeing Red in Netherlands one time at this festival, and watching this fucking band do these crazy, super fast playing and that kind of stuff. It was like, holy shit, like that guy is a fucking amazing drummer and he's doing this really well. And we also saw this band in Indianapolis, Ice Nine, play in the mid 90s, and they just, like, for a blast band, they fucking blew me away. I was just standing there with my mouth open like, holy shit, this is fucking intense. But it was never like, I want to be in a band like that. I like it from a distance, in small doses. And I think that's kind of ended, over the years, when we've added little bits of that kind of style of playing into our stuff. It's been, in measured amounts, and I like it in that way, as a dynamic sort of feature.
Nice.
But yeah, with the Empire stuff, I think I was mainly concerned about it being a runaway freight train, and it was just like, oh man, we have to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah.
And there are some songs on that album now, like Purina, I do think is a little too quick. I think there's at least a couple of sections of that song where it could have been pulled back and it would have been maybe a little more effective, but that's my subjective little 2 cents on that.
I love it. Well, Jord, I've got some listener submitted questions that are meant to be answered quickly. I know that I'm punishing you with time. I apologize for that.
All good.
But I'm wondering if you can answer a couple of listener questions for me. What do you think?
Of course, for sure.
Okay, so you can answer these as short or as long as you want. What is the most difficult Propagandhi song to play for you as the drummer?
Oh boy. Well, there's some stuff that we don't play anymore that's so far out of our live catalog that I can't even really
maybe something that's relatively active.
Yeah. Well, Comply Resist is definitely one where I like playing it. It's a fun song to play for sure. Mm-hmm. But it's definitely like and that's one that has to be, you can't slow that one down. When we're playing Purina live, we haven't played it in a while now, but towards the end of us playing that song live, we actually did bring the tempos down, sort of back to a more comfortable live playing sort of thing. But Comply Resist is one of those tunes where I have to take about 5 really deep breaths, like, okay, I look at the set list, that one's coming up, start taking your deep breaths now as the intro's kind of coming through, and I have to, like control my breathing kind of as we're playing. And yeah, there's a few things just with muscle memory in that song where I have to be really conscious of like, get that arm over there and start bringing it over as fast as I can to get that next beat on time. And it's definitely challenging, but I really like playing that one.
Are there any, so the next question, are there any songs that if people in the band brought up about reinserting into the set list that you would flatly reject as the drummer, be like, no, I don't want to do that one?
No, I don't think there's any songs that, I could be game to do, I think, any of our stuff. Yeah.
Okay. What about your philosophy of double kick?
In terms of like double kick versus that sort of floor tom.
Yeah. Well, like, would you
combo-y thing?
Would you do that later coming up in the future in ways that you haven't before?
Possibly. I don't know if it, like on Victory Lap itself, on that track, there is actual like double kick on the very end of that. That's sort of real double kick.
Yeah.
And that's the only, I guess
that's it.
That's the only time that we've done that. I do remember we tried late going into Potemkin City Limits, we actually took a stab at putting double kick into America's Army during the choruses, and it just didn't work out. Like, I wasn't well enough rehearsed with that. It seemed like kind of a late ad, and it was kind of like, all right, I'm going to have to give that a shot in the studio. And I remember, going in early and trying to work on that before the sessions would start when we were recording the drums in Vancouver. And I couldn't get it up to snuff.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
But that said, John Wright and, like you're saying, Pete Moffat, like that kind of thing, it threw me for such a loop when I heard that the first time, because, obviously I like the double kick and the Slayer albums and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But when I saw those guys play, and it's kind of like, hey, what's going on here? And then, oh yeah, you can kind of do that. And I'd always kind of lean to having a really low tuning on my floor tom anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And it just sort of, I don't know, it sort of fit the thing. One less drum to carry around, fit on these small stages a little easier without gobbling up too much space. And it just kind of became part of the toolkit, more or less.
Nice.
I won't say that we'll never do real double kick again. It's a possibility.
I tell you what, man, that ending of Victory Lap is so special because of that standalone moment and because of the fact that you had never done it before. It really gives that track a special place within the catalog because of that one moment. Like, you're looking for these unique things that bands do that you have never heard them do before, which is like, yes. So it's a really standout moment. So if you never did it again, like, it would be like totally fine because it's there when you need it. You know what I mean? Cool. So next question, do you still have the cutoff shorts from the Failed States promo photos?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Yes, I do. And I look forward to... it's funny. I have a story about that. Was part of my stage gear for a side band that Beav and I did that
Nice.
lasted for 2 shows. It was we put together. Hey, when you were in Saskatoon, did you ever go to a wedding social?
No, I don't think I did.
Or hear the term of the wedding social?
I don't know the wedding social. Is it like a bachelor party or something, or a stagette party?
It's kind of like a pre-marriage party, like an open, like you rent a hall.
I did go to one. I went to one. Yeah. At a golf course. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So when my sister got married, I think in 2007, was that long ago? Anyway, we decided to put together, this wedding social band, and we just kind of drew from it, like, all the wedding socials I've been through in the 80s, all the classic tunes, like all this, kind of cheesy can rock and some, kind of corny top 40 stuff. And we had this pretty wild set list. Like, it involved like Boney M and fucking, holy shit, Kim Mitchell.
Awesome.
All kinds of 80s tunes. And yeah, Beav and I put that together. So I basically, to hit the party vibe, I brought out those old rotten shorts and kind of played in them, but one of the ass cheeks is cut out, one of them. And I remember I was on the first show, my ass is sweating. I was starting to slide off my seat. So the second time I played, I kind of had this, like a little towel for me to sit on. And I remember standing up after the show, and my whole ass cheek was just pink and pockmarked with this pattern of this towel. But it was that was a really fun couple of shows. Our band was called the Hey Motherfucker Get Laid Get Fucked band.
Holy shit.
Kind of, I don't know if you ever heard the Billy Idol song Moni Moni, but the call response sort of chorus of that was an old thing that I remember in Manitoba going back to my high school years. Is when he says Moni Moni, the crowd responds with, hey motherfucker, get laid, get fucked. And the whole, like, every time I go to a bar and they play that song, it was like this sort of thing would happen where the whole crowd would be screaming that out loud. It was this bizarre phenomenon. I don't know where it started or how far that kind of thing took off, but that was anyway, that was the last time I ever wore those things, but I do have them, and I just recently packed them away. So I have my fingers on them.
They need to go into the punk rock museum that Fat Mike is making in Las Vegas.
Oh boy, I forgot about that.
Oh boy. That was a very well-timed drink, by the way. I'm glad you didn't spray your water all over the computer there. Okay, next question. Somebody wants to know about your day planners and your archival records that you keep regarding Propaganda shows and touring and recording.
Well, that whole daytimer thing, that was very much a like out of necessity, especially like mid 90s to 2003, 2004. Like I was living with that daytimer next to me. There was just so many different task oriented things to take care of with the record label, and then dealing with the band stuff. It was an organizational friggin' nightmare. And that's what, like, I absolutely needed one of those as an organizational tool.
Yeah.
But like over the last, 5-6 years, I haven't really bothered with them. I still have this habit of buying one every early January, but they more or less just kind of collect dust. And over COVID time, it's been like every day's been kind of the same. So
yeah, nice. Okay, next one, marijuana preferences.
Oh, sativa in the morning, indica in the evening.
Nice. Are you experimenting with edibles, varieties? Is it all smoking? Like what's going on with that?
No, I tend to vape. I'm trying to smoke less, I guess. Edibles, I find just kind of like it's hard for me to get the dosage or like have the dosage be the same all the time.
Yeah.
You think you're taking the same amount, but it's always kind of a crapshoot. And it leaves me kind of feeling sluggish the next day a lot of the time. So.
Gotcha. Well, I'm glad I asked that because I interviewed Chris for 45 minutes just about ayahuasca whenever we talked about duplicate keys Icaro. So I'm glad to have your take on that. I know the listeners were curious about that as well because, that's I've heard some stories about you having a smoke with some people in the parking lot at shows and stuff, and it's really great because people love that.
Yeah, I find like on tour especially, like when I can't drink or do anything before we play shows. Like occasionally I'll have a hoot around sound check or that kind of stuff, but largely the hours before we play, it's this kind of weird this comfort zone with just eat 3 to 4 hours before playing, drink X amount of, water and just kind of, do your warm-ups and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like I'm so jazzed up after playing, and then you got to relax and kind of try to get to sleep for the next day and all that. I really feel like it's a lot like playing beer league hockey when you're stuck with the shittiest ice time, like 11:50 start time, and then you get off the ice at 10-1, and I could never sleep till fucking 4 a.m. So I need something to kind of help bring me down to relax. And that's like, yeah, I always look forward to kind of hanging around with people, and actually, that's always a good way to kind of spend time with bands that we're touring with and that kind of stuff, because the hours before the show are always kind of tense and a little nerve wracking. I still kind of get butterflies and that kind of stuff here and there. So I like that, just kind of easing out of the day with a nice little post show doobie with some friends.
Well, Jord, speaking of easing out and speaking of hanging out, I am so grateful to you for your time, for your participation in the podcast. It means a ton to me. It means a ton to Keith. It means a ton to all the listeners.
Well, I appreciate you guys doing this whole project. Like you're doing a pretty fabulous job with the whole thing. And I look forward to, spending some time and, digging into more of the episodes.
Hey, David, welcome back to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Hi, glad to be back.
We are so appreciative to have you back, and your ongoing support is extremely appreciated. It's fantastic. So today we're going to dive into a song called Refusing to Be a Man from Less Talk, More Rock. And if anybody out there listening is curious about your background of finding propaganda, joining the band, etc., we went into that in the Cut Into the Earth episode that we released a while back. So I would encourage all listeners to go back and listen to your first appearance on the show as well for sort of that backstory. So it's awesome that you're back. And when I reached out to you, you mentioned Refusing to Be a Man from Less Talk, More Rock as one of your favorite Propaganda songs. And
Yes.
I'm curious if you can explain a little bit about what it is about this song, like either as a fan of the band or as like a past member of the band, that is like super gripping to you, and why you listed this song as being one of your favorites.
I think it's just because of the impact it had on me when I first heard it. And like I mentioned last time I was on the show, for me, what hits me first and most powerfully are the sounds.
Mm-hmm.
And the instrumentation. The words it takes effort for me to compute. So the words weren't even a factor right away, although the title itself was provocative and it kind of got me wondering a little bit, but it was more so the music. And hearing that song, I believe it was the last song on that record.
It is.
It really appealed to me as a young guitar player. I've been playing guitar. Oh boy, what year did that record come out? Was that 96?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so I'd been playing guitar for a few years. I'd learned a few chords.
Mm-hmm.
And hearing that song, there's some cool chords in there. And not only that song, other songs like Resisting Tyrannical Government has interesting chords too. But on Refusing to Be a Man, there's, I don't know what they are, 7th chords, 9th chords, different things happening that aren't just the typical power chords that are in there. And that combined with Chris's guitar sound, the really thick kind of distortion, it just sounded so lush and so thick, and it's so interesting. Like, what are these notes pinging through? They don't sound like what I'm used to hearing. It's not just the power chord. So that's what it was for me, and the lush chords, the texture it creates, combined with just the melody. It's just this really gentle melody. And combined with like the chord progression, that just really appealed to me. And it didn't sound much like what the other stuff I was hearing at the time from the band's peers, on Fat Records or whatever. At that point, I had been listening. I mean, if it came out on Fat, that's all I liked. It didn't even matter. There's a new Fat Records release. I love it. That was back then, in '94. But by 96, I was starting to shift away. I wasn't so much into all that anymore. But I was still into Propaganda. And I think it's because they were shifting. They, didn't stick to that formula, How to Clean Everything. If they stuck to that, a lot of fans would have been super happy. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
To this day, fans would have been happy about that. But that, that's not what the band is about, and, if you don't understand that about Propaganda, then you just don't understand the band. The band is about progression and progressing as people and as musicians.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you mentioned Tyrannical Government as well, because we did an episode on that where I brought on a friend of mine who, is a very good guitar player, and he talked about the delicate, high up on the neck chords that Chris is really embracing within that song, and how different that would be from a lot of the other peer guitar players of that era. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a totally unique approach.
Totally, and that makes me think of, like those high chords. And there's a song we had on, supporting cast, I believe, Humane Meat.
Yeah.
And we put a cable on the 6th fret to get these really high chimey chords. And I mean, it almost doesn't sound like an electric guitar anymore. And that kind of thing, the way that Chris was exploring chordal textures. I mean, this was obviously a person who put a lot of thought into his instrument and a lot of time. I mean, I could tell this is a guy that, just like me, was sitting at home in his bedroom figuring out chords and like what sounds good. And I just really dug that.
Yeah, and this, Refusing to Be a Man, Chris has a really popular Patreon page right now where he's doing a lot of like old playthrough videos, podcast episodes, like doing deep dives into songs, posting old live performances and interacting with fans. And it's wonderful. And he did an episode on Resisting Tyrannical Government, and he did a playthrough video where he just did a zoomed in video of his guitar with his picking hand and then his left hand as well on the neck. And watching him play this song, there is a lot more than meets the eye to this performance. So I want to talk a little bit about the performance. This is a very slow song for Propaganda, but it's very heavy in content and ideas. And And so what is it that, like about this performance that stands out to you as far as like the band's performance go? It can be anybody. It can be John. It can be Jord. It can be Chris. Like, what is it about the performance of the song that really grabs you as a listener?
I think for me as a guitar player, I'm guitar centric, and it's the texture of those chords and the thickness of that distortion. And it's interesting, Chris uses a lot of distortion, but when I use a lot of distortion and I play, I can't stand it. I don't like the sound of it. It doesn't feel good. But then when I hear Chris play with the same amount of distortion, he makes it work somehow. And I think that just comes down to his hand, his fingers and his the way he lays into the strings. And it's just, that just goes to show that you can't just dial in an amp and make it sound good. You got to, there has to be a human being behind there making it sound good and putting, emotion and thought into it. And that song represents that to me for sure. Because anybody can dial in a distortion or a distorted amp and pick up a guitar and play some chords, and you can play those seventh chords or whatever he's playing in those. He's not reinventing the wheel there, but there is something unique and special about that simple song that I don't know anyone else could pull off.
Do you find the slower tempo performance of this song to give it like a special something as far as for you?
Yeah, maybe that's it now that you mention it. That allows those chords to bloom. Whereas if it was a faster song and you're strumming, you're not letting those chords bloom. So that might be a big part of it, is the slower tempo lets those chords, which is what I love so much about that song. It gives them room to breathe.
Yeah. And I was digging around looking for some performances of this song, and the performances videos that I was finding were like from like 2003, 1996. These are old performances now, and I can't really seem to find too many videos in the past 15 years of the band playing this song. Do you remember performing this song? If you guys did, why? If not, why not? Do you have any memories of being involved in this live performance?
I don't remember, to be honest. I have a feeling we might have played it for some reason, but I can't remember.
Do you think that you joined in like 2005, 6?
2006.
2006. So, within 2006, you're already 10 years removed from the release of this particular song and LP. So you don't have any recollection of playing this song live with the band?
For some reason, I have a feeling we did play it, but I do not have a recollection, no.
Interesting. Did you ever chat about like tossing this into a set list? Like, did you ever suggest this one based on how it was an important song to you?
I'm sure I did. But I do know, the conversations we would have as a band about set lists often came down to, there's songs that I would love to play, but I just played guitar and maybe the odd backup vocal. It really came down to vocals, was a song doable vocally and also drumming wise and pacing. So those were the considerations when we drew up a set list. And so I don't remember any conversation we had about Refusing to Be a Man, why or why not it appeared in a set. But if it didn't, it would have been because of a vocal challenge or maybe even a drumming challenge. I'm not sure, but yeah.
I'm curious what you just said about pacing. So picture like before going out on a tour, you guys are rehearsing, you're putting together like the show for the next like 3-4 weeks or whatever. What is that pacing conversation like as far as putting together a set like? Because obviously that matters. You're going to perform this night after night. You want to make it doable. You want to make it reasonable. How do you put those things together so that it paces and flows well?
Yeah, we would consider, artistically, what songs would work well together. We'd consider tunings. So if we had dropped E songs or whatever, we'd try to keep those together. But largely it would come down, like I say, to vocal endurance. Because a lot of those songs, are, they're up high and they're, night after night singing an hour-long set that, it's a difficult thing to sustain for Chris and Todd. And also drum-wise, Jord is a beast on the drums. He hits those drums so hard, like Neil Peart.
Yeah,
hits those drums so hard. But unlike Neil Peart, he's playing fast.
Yeah.
And to keep that going and to keep it good and powerful and strong, like that is a challenge. And so a lot of the times we would consider, okay, you know, where can we give Jord a bit of a break in this set here so that we don't kill this poor guy?
Yeah.
You know, so like all these things were kind of at play when we're trying to sculpt a set list.
Yeah, you know, and something else jumps out to me. So I remember seeing you guys twice on the Supporting Cast Years tours, and Todd had lost his voice for a significant period of time. Can you talk about the construction of a set list whenever a person who sings like a third of the songs in a live set, which would give Chris a break, can't do it anymore? What is that experience like? Is that stressful for you guys?
Yeah, I remember it was very stressful for Todd. He really just wanted to sing, and he had this voice thing that was preventing him from singing. And I must have been stressful on Chris as well, because for Chris to sing the way he does too, he's got so much power in the way he sings. You know, it's like flexing a muscle for an hour straight. It's not easy. And if you have to do it night after night, that muscle's going to start failing on you, especially as you get older as well. So I do remember it was pretty stressful. Todd went and sought out a vocal specialist. She was a vocal instructor, but also I believe she worked with doctors as well to help rehab those vocal muscles, and also to help people learn how to sing properly so that you support those muscles and don't tear them apart again. It took a long time, but he came back better than ever.
Yeah, and I remember being like, "Oh my gosh, they're going to play Night Letters. They're going to play Night Letters," and then it couldn't happen, and we were all like, "Oh my god!" And so that was a moment where like I could just feel the collective Propagandy fan base just like rooting for Todd from all over the world to like hopefully we could hear these amazing songs again. So we were all so happy when he was able to come back.
Yeah, as were we.
Yeah, I bet, man. So let's go back to Refusing to Be a Man really quick. Lyrically, this song is incredibly meaningful to a lot of people, myself included, as a, you know, white, suburban, Midwestern boy growing up playing sports, you know, in the United States in the 90s. And I find this sort of like one of the most important songs I've ever heard when it comes to thinking about gender, identity, sexuality. What do you lyrically love about the ideas presented within this song?
Yeah, it was probably the first time, well, it would have been, I'm sure, the first time that I had, in my own sheltered life, that I had even considered, you know, the nuances in sexuality and in gender. Myself, just like the other guys, I come from a rural background in Manitoba here, and the men I was surrounded by were farmers and hunters, and like, you know, there was a very specific idea about what it was to be a man that I had no choice. I soaked it in like a sponge. But also growing up feeling, I remember once I was just a very sensitive kid, very shy, very sensitive, and very like introspective. I just kind of daydream all the time. And I remember once playing baseball, and I was out in, I was like shortstop or something, standing there, and I was twirling my hair. I've got this habit of twirling my hair when I'm sort of deep in my head. And I guess I was standing in this particular posture. And I remember coming back, and my dad kind of scolded me. And I just, it hurt me so much, and it's that stayed with me as well. But now it hurts me in a different way. Now I feel like, you know, why did you call me that? And I almost feel like my dad didn't even know what he was saying either, because he was surrounded by this mentality of like appearances and what you should look like if you're a man and what you should look like if you're a woman. And of course I thought about all these things much later, because when I was 16 listening to Refusing to Be a Man for the first time, I was so stupid and ignorant and willfully ignorant and willfully stuck in my own status quo bubble. So those lyrics did not resonate with me at all at the time, other than just a fleeting curiosity. What does that mean, refusing to be a man?
I was 20, I think, when they clicked for me.
Yeah, but in time, it's like, I think this came up last time I was on the show. Lyrics like that have a way of chipping away at you, you know. And I think in time, that combined with my circle of friends and just my own attempt to be thoughtful in my life. And over time, I'm still evolving and changing and being open-minded to different ideas of gender and sexuality and like what that means for me and people around me. I'd say the song was the first. It was the first kind of chink in the armor, so to speak. Did I get that expression right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's the first opening where this new idea, this kernel of an idea got planted in me, and it took a while for it to kind of grow and turn into anything.
I think that ideas this complex that are so deep in the human experience take a long time to grow. I think that seed takes a long, long time. And I still feel like I have a lot to learn from a song like this, because I have similar experiences of being on a sports field, or, you know, freezing in the forest on a hunting trip when I was like 8 and wishing I was anywhere else in the world, but also feeling like a sense of shame that the people around me were like saying this was such what I was supposed to be doing, but how I was having 0% fun in any way, shape, or form. And how whenever I would express my displeasure for how I felt about the moment, it was not a, hey, maybe this isn't right for you. Maybe we should try something else. You know what I mean? It was a, oh, come on, suck it up. You know what I mean? So it shapes the way that we move in the world, and it's something that we have to be open to. You know what I mean?
Totally. And, you know, another thing I think about now as a 41-year-old, you know, since you've invited me to come on your podcast, I've just been kind of going back, revisiting a lot of those old propaganda songs and reading the lyrics for maybe almost the first time, like not the first time, but like with a lot of thought. And one thing that I really appreciate, like, holy shit, at such a young age, Chris, like how intelligent and how articulate he was in many of these lyrics at such a young age, and how consistent that message has remained and how relevant it still is. That's just so impressive to me.
It is. It's so introspective at such a young age, and he's such a curious person with regards to his own personal growth. Like, you listen to any of his episodes of his podcast, and he's very self-deprecating, very filled with humor, but it's like a way to consistently challenge himself to grow with each passing year of his life, so that when he dies someday, he'll be the biggest version of himself that he can be, with the most expansive worldview and the most expansive amount of love that he can possibly feel for all people. That's the way I see it, at least. Like, it's a continuous growth process that he's forcing himself to embrace with each passing year. And the fact that he wrote this in 1996 when he was probably like 23 is like freaking crazy to me.
Yeah. Well, he's been so influential on me and my life. Like, just I'm so privileged to have him as a friend.
Yeah.
I just learned so much from him, and I don't know. I hope he realizes how much I appreciate him as like a teacher. He would laugh at me for saying that, but truly, I've learned so much from just being his friend.
Well, David, it's been absolutely wonderful to have you back on the show to talk about this incredible song, Refusing to Be a Man, but also some other things. We got into a little bit of areas about your career within the band and, you know, your ideas just as a person. So I appreciate your willingness to explore this with us on this episode. It's really special to us.
Of course. Well, thanks so much for having me.
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. Well, that feels weird to say that because I'm not Keith. Keith always says that. But hi everyone, Greg here. On this episode, I am bursting with joy to bring you a conversation with David Guillas, former guitarist of Propaganda on supporting cast in Failed States, former guitarist of Winnipeg's Giant Sons, current guitarist in Winnipeg's Agassi, and he's also a teacher, a parent, and now a guitar builder for his recently monikered Strange Earth Guitars, which you can follow on Instagram for all of the things that we are about to discuss on this episode. So on this episode, I asked David just about everything I could think of with regards to what it is like to learn how to build guitars. We talked about each of his builds. We talked about his use of personally built guitars on the latest Agassi EP, Pulse 1C. We talked about his the collection of tools that he uses for building guitars. We talked about his work process. And we talked about building a guitar for our favorite friend, Chris Hanna. So if you haven't really listened to Agassi yet, will you just do it already? Seriously, will you just put on a pair of decent headphones, turn it up, and just listen to Agassi? Just do it. I can't stop. I've been listening to Agassi all day today, and I am so excited about this particular bonus episode of Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. So I'm just going to dive right into it. So without further delay, here is my conversation with David Guillas, where we do a deep dive on Strange Earth guitars and everything that I could think of. This is just, I'm so excited. So here we go, everybody. Please enjoy this conversation. David Guillas, welcome back to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Hey, glad to be back.
Well, this is your fourth time. I think that you might now be our most recurring guest on this show, which is quite a delight for me, obviously. But I'm really glad that you were willing to come on here and chat with me, because we're only going to talk about guitars today. And this is going to be something that's really exciting for me, very outside my wheelhouse. And I'm just super grateful to you for being interested in doing such a niche conversation like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm happy to do it. Like it is niche. Hopefully there's a few people out there that might be interested in it, but I'm always stoked to just talk about guitars.
Absolutely. Well, David, I want to start off by asking about Strange Earth guitars. So you've been building guitars. You have this new moniker, Strange Earth Guitars, and I'm wondering how you landed on the name Strange Earth for your guitar building endeavors.
Yeah, I'd been building for a while. Oh, actually, not that long. I've only been building 2.5 years, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And I always just kind of had the idea of, keep my eyes and ears open for a name that I might want to use one day. Was never in a real rush to find one. And I just been doing a lot of reading, books like Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer. I was rereading Sacred Balance by David Suzuki. Other books, there's this book, The Hidden Life of Trees. Anyway, it's just a lot of stuff about life and the wonders and the mysteries of life. And it just kind of came upon me that way, this idea of strange earth. And for me anyways, it just is about just the wonderful mysteries of living and of life. That I realize that sounds corny possibly, but it means something to me, and that's all I was looking for in a name. It's just something that meant something, and it's kind of about how I try to do things as a builder, try to respect the living world in my process.
Mm-hmm. What that speaks to me, though, is about just you as a curious person, somebody who continues to want to learn new things throughout the duration of your life, instead of, stagnating into an uncurious mindset, which so many people our age tend to do, where you wake up and you crush yourself at work all day and then you watch TV all night until you fall asleep. So I see Strange Earth almost as like an homage to curiosity and, building new skills for all of life, instead of just being curious when you're young and then being uncurious when you're older. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense to you?
Totally, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of neat that you picked up on that too. Certainly, yeah. And I, as a teacher, I really try my best to model that for my students. I teach mostly grade 5, 6. And part of the way I do that is with my Instagram. I'm not very good at posting, but part of that, my motivation to share on Instagram is as a way to share with my students, and I'll bring it up in class and like, look what I've been up to.
Nice.
And, as a way, selfishly it's fun to talk about, but it's also a way to share my curiosities with kids, because I feel like that can be an inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully.
And teachers with young hearts, tend to be the ones that the young people are more drawn to, because they just see that childlike curiosity coming out within us. And I think that inspires them to be like, wow, that's what I can be like whenever I'm older too. Like I can continue to love the world, love people, love life, and remain happy and curious and exploratory forever. I don't have to fall into some, adult trap. You know what I mean?
Oh man, that's it. You nailed it. We're maybe veering off into the world of education, but I say this all the time. Children have a wisdom about them that is not recognized by adults who are stuck in their ways and have maybe lost their sense of wonder and curiosity. So in that sense, I'm with you. Kids have that natural curiosity, and why do we have to lose that?
I love it. Well, yeah. I love your logo as well, that you sort of like, it looks like you burn those logos into the headstocks of the guitars that you build. I'm wondering about the origin of the logo. Who did the design? How did that come about?
That was me. I spent a long time. Usually I'd just be sitting with my daughter, who's 6, and we doodle together. And she was kind of on this mission with me to try to come up with some kind of a logo. She came up with some really cool stuff. I might I don't know what I might use them for someday, but really weird, cool stuff.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of different ideas that I would show with some friends and give some feedback, and most of them were no good. And then I just kind of came upon this sort of DNA, stylized S and an E. And for me, it just kind of spoke to me. It's like, there it is. DNA is the common denominator of all life on this planet. The great diversity of life, yet we all come down to this twisty molecule, right?
Oh my God.
So that's kind of how I got to that.
I love it. Did you design because it looks like I saw you burn them into the headstocks. Did you have to come up with a little what is that does that? Do you just draw it in, or do you actually have a stamp that you had made?
Yeah, it's a branding iron. So I had I drew my little doodle on a piece of paper, and then Derek Hogue, I'm in Agassi with. He has he's very savvy with technology and graphics and things like that. And so I sent him just a cell phone picture of it, and he produced it into, I forget what kind of file it is, that this company required to make a branding iron out of. So
oh my gosh.
This company, and it was $150 or something like that. So it wasn't too bad.
Totally worth it.
Yeah, you just heat it up and you brand it, and there you go.
Unbelievable. Okay. So I'm so far out over my skis here. I want to know the origin story now of the moment you realized you wanted to build a guitar. Tell me about that, because you've been playing forever. Everybody who listens to this podcast has heard your work so much by this point. Tell me about wanting to build.
That is a kind of a long drawn out story. I can maybe try to summarize.
Sure.
I remember when I got my first nice guitar. It was my Gibson SG, which I still have. I got it when I was 18 or 17. And I used to just sit there and stare at it. I was just so in awe of the wood and how beautiful it was. And I just was I wondered, how do they make that? Fast forward many years, and that guitar suffered a bit of damage. The neck just became unplayable. It would not stay in tune. So I have a luthier friend here in Winnipeg. His name's Darcy Bunio. Awesome builder. He suggested we just tear out the neck and put in a new neck. And so we worked on some ideas together, and he built a new neck for that guitar. Mm-hmm. And I would go visit his workshop, and that was, I think, the impetus of oh man, there's magic happening here. I want to know how he does it. I want to know how he builds these things. I didn't actually stick around and watch, because I don't think if he's anything like me, the last thing he wants is someone watching him. But I was just curious. So from that point on, I got really interested in learning how to set up my own guitar really well.
Yeah.
From there, I assembled a Stratocaster style guitar from just parts. And fast forward again a number of years, and I was going to get Darcy to build me a guitar a few years ago. And we met a few times, and it didn't work out. I just wanted a clone of my SG. Mm-hmm. And as a builder, he's like, well, I'm not really interested in just building a clone. I totally understand that now more than ever. That's so uninteresting to a builder. And so I just thought, you know what? Instead of putting the money into this new guitar, why don't I just put money into getting the few tools that I need? Because I already had a few. I've been into woodworking for a while. Mm-hmm. And build my own guitar. And I should say, for a number of years, I'd also stumbled upon various YouTube videos. There's a number of builders that have channels on YouTube, and I just would watch those for entertainment. And what I didn't realize is all those years of watching those builders, I was really actually front loading information. And so when the time came for me to start building, I already had a lot of this knowledge kind of front loaded in me.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have any experience, which is, I mean, probably more important than the knowledge. So I just thought, I'm going to go for it. And that's what I did. I was fully prepared for a guitar that did not work, and it might be a total bust. And I was actually expecting that. But it didn't. It was a guitar that it turned out just fine. It works. In hindsight, there's a number of things on it that I'm just like, oh my God, I can't, what was I thinking? I've grown and improved since then, but my first guitar was a success, and that's kind of kept me rolling.
Was that first guitar that you built, I'm looking at your Instagram right now, and is that the SG style that's sitting next to your other SG in the picture?
That's the one, yeah. So it's made out of black walnut.
Okay.
And so it was really useful to build essentially a clone of that guitar, of that SG, which had the new neck that Darcy put on.
I can see that.
24 fret. So I was almost able to use that as a reference. I constantly would check, okay, what did Darcy do here? And so Darcy didn't know this, but he was kind of indirectly mentoring me a little bit, because I was just checking out the different decisions he made on his neck.
Nice.
And it helped me. That I don't think I would have succeeded had I not had that reference.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Did Darcy give you any recommendations on what to research in order to undertake a first build? I'm wondering what you were reading, watching, trying out, etc. that that it led up to your first attempt. Did you just go into this blind, or did you obsessively go down some YouTube and book rabbit holes first?
Well, like I had said, I'd already been down a number of YouTube rabbit holes,
sure,
watching various builders, but I also acquired some books. One's by Martin Koch. It's about building an electric guitar. And there's another one, I forget the name of it, but there's a couple of really quite decent books that kind of walk you through the steps.
Sweet.
And
okay.
between the YouTube and the books and me just going for it, trial and error, I succeeded. I should mention my first build. I think it took 3 attempts on a neck before I didn't wreck it, which means I have. I know your viewers can't see.
No,
but
show me. Let me see.
Here's my first attempt at a neck. I've got it in my burn pile. I don't know why I'm saving this, but I wrecked it. I forget what I did to wreck it, but it's wrecked, and I've since used it to just test some holes and I drilled things in it. But
I mean, isn't that kind of a cool artifact though? To as a reminder, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's all about, I think the biggest and most important way to learn in anything is those mistakes. And when they happen, first you're going to grieve and you're going to get frustrated and upset and who knows what else, because it's, especially if you put a lot of work into something and then you realize, oh, I wrecked it.
Yeah.
But as soon as you get over that and just try to learn from it, okay, what did I do wrong? What do I need to do different next time? And then over the years, I heard some luthier, I forget his name, said, what defines a master luthier is that they've made all of the mistakes that there are to make, and they know how to avoid those mistakes in the future.
Mm, yeah, so they can see 5 moves ahead on the build. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
love it.
And even still, I make way less mistakes, but I recently I made a pretty crucial mistake on this build I'm working on now. And it's such a silly little mistake. I kind of got complacent. It's a mistake I hadn't made in ages, and I just went for. What I was doing is I was beveling the frets along the side of the fretboard.
Yeah.
What I did is I beveled the angle too much, and by doing so, you have less real estate for your strings for you to play and push on down on the frets. And it's such a stupid mistake, and I made it just the other day, and I've been spending the last few days just feeling miserable about it.
Mm.
But now I'm at the state now, okay, it's happened. You can't undo that. And I'm going to basically have to take the frets out, which is a huge job, and do it over again.
Is that the most recent video that you posted of you putting the frets in?
No, I put the frets in. I'm doing 2 different builds right now. I put
okay.
the frets in this one. And this one's this neck is so far so good.
Nice.
The other one I did more recently, I put the frets in,
Yeah.
and then I was beveling the angle along the side, and I went too far.
Ah, damn.
And that's what it is. Usually
that
those
neck
mistakes
looks.
happen.
It looks so good. That neck looks so good just right now, right there. That was really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what I'm curious about is what is your tool inventory like in order to do these builds? You know, I'd imagine that you had to, you know, acquire a lot of items, make some trips to the store, order some stuff all along the way. What have you found to be necessary to make the process as smooth as possible as far as tools go?
I definitely prefer using hand tools whenever possible. That said, I'm not a purist about that. Like, for example, I have a handheld plunge router. It's very noisy, very dangerous power tool, but I find it, I use it all the time. It really makes a lot of jobs. For example, like I use it to route out the outline. If I use a template, I can use that template to route out my body shape in a way where I'm left with a fairly smooth contour around the shape of the body, which could be done with power tool or with hand tools, but it would just be a really tedious job. So that's a really invaluable tool. I use hand planes a lot. There's one behind me here. I use hand planes, various sizes to flatten surfaces or square some of the like the neck blanks and different things like that. I started with a pretty meager assortment of tools. I mean, I started out with my dad had this old Craftsman plunge router from, actually it wasn't even a plunge router, it was just a router from like the 70s probably. And that lasted me about halfway through my first build, and then it just stopped working. And so I decided, well, this is something I'm definitely using a lot. I'm going to go buy one. And bit by bit, I've kind of acquired a few more tools here and there. I have a drill press, fairly inexpensive drill press, which is really a useful tool to have. A spindle sander is a really useful tool to have, which I bought about a year ago. But I have a pretty small space. I'm in sort of a corner of my basement. I'm being very mindful not to fill it unnecessarily. So I would love to have a bandsaw. That would make my life so much easier in many different ways, but those things are huge, very noisy. I've insulated the ceiling in my basement for like sound insulation, but my family can still hear everything I'm doing down here. And I only work in the evenings when my daughter is in bed, so I work for a few hours every evening. So I have to be mindful of how much noise I'm making.
I love it. So do you have any like little electronics things like that? Have you worked on like soldering irons or like putting together any like wiring? Like what are you doing as far as that kind of stuff goes tools wise?
Yeah, I've got a soldering iron I got a long time ago. Back when I was just kind of interested in learning how to set up my own guitar 10 or 12 years ago. I was installing my own pickups, and I actually built a few pedals from kits. So I taught myself how to solder just by making pedals and installing pickups. So I have, that. I mean, electronics is not my forte. And in fact, I should have caveated all of this by saying, I'm very much a student in this. And I love to talk about, what I know and what I've in my process, but let it be known, I am no luthier. I am no expert. And I'm very much on a learning journey, and I'm at the beginning of it.
I love it. Do you have any habits that you get into as far as like getting yourself in the mindset or the focus in order to have a successful couple of hours of work? Like, is there anything you do to set the atmosphere to get you in the zone?
I should, because if I did do something like that, that mistake I was just referring to where I over beveled my frets, that probably wouldn't have happened if I had spent a few minutes just trying to like center myself and get, focus. I think sometimes I tend to rush, and so that's probably something I should look into. Just before I do anything, just take a breath, think about what needs to get done, and don't rush into it, because that's how mistakes happen.
Do you work in silence, or do you listen to music or anything while you're working?
I used to love working in silence, just because the sound that the wood makes when your tools interact with the wood, it gives you a lot of information about what's happening. But lately I find myself listening to quite a bit of music. It comes and goes. Yeah, it comes and goes.
What are you listening to lately? Just as a side tangent.
I'm so bored with music lately, at least just my own, what I tend to gravitate towards.
Yeah.
So just anything goes. Every once in a while I'll text out my friends, like, what are you listening to? Tell me what I need to be listening to, because I'm so bored.
Mm-hmm. I get it. Yeah. Something I really enjoy about watching you online do this work over the last couple of years is your approach and focus on reclaimed woods. And on your Instagram, you talked a little bit about making as little of a dent in this world as you possibly can, which I think is an awesome justification for the reclaimed wood approach. But, I'm curious about, before we discuss your specific builds, I want to know about your decision about reclaimed woods and just talk a little bit about that. And I may have a couple follow-up questions.
Yeah. I guess it's about, I just going back to how I settled on Strange Earth and the DNA style logo. I just life is so precious, and I just really love trees.
Mm-hmm.
Lately, especially, the more I pay attention to trees, the more I learn about trees, the more mysterious they are. Like what an amazing creature
yes.
trees are. And I just really respect trees as a fellow life form. And so I'm no purist about using reclaimed wood, or I guess I haven't really used much reclaimed wood. It's more salvaged wood.
Okay.
So for example, in my fifth build, the 7-string, that body is salvaged ash because, as you may know, ash trees in North America are dying.
Yeah.
They're being because of this invasive beetle called the emerald ash borer.
Mm-hmm.
And so in Winnipeg, ash trees are just being cut down everywhere. And usually they just get turned into mulch.
Yeah.
But there's a company locally that's salvaging some of these trees and milling them and then selling them as lumber. So that's where I got that. And one of the builds I'm working on now is salvaged elm. I've got this old bookshelf that my partner Mandy brought home from work. It might be 100 years old. We don't know. But it's made out of oak. So I've used that as a pick guard on, I think it's my third build.
Nice.
And so, and I've lately, whenever I see a fallen tree or recently I came across a whole bunch of trees that were cut down along the creek near my house. I just bring those logs home and I seal the ends. So I just paint them basically. And I try to cut them in half, but that is extremely labor intensive.
Yeah.
Which I don't mind. I feel like this tree spent the last 60 years growing. If I'm going to use it for something, it's not a hardship for me to spend a couple hours sawing through this thing by hand. I almost owe it to the tree in a way,
Yeah.
And so I've got a bunch of those, Manitoba maple and also a couple of elm stumps drying. This is a long-term experiment. I've never done this. If they end up being usable wood, it'll take 5 years or more.
Wow.
And it may not work at all. It's just an experiment. I'm just playing. So.
Nice. So you seem to be getting these from a variety of sources, right? I mean, this seems to be just pretty much all local though. Is that right?
The reclaimed stuff. Yes. I still use, I buy wood, especially for the necks, use for building a neck. Cause that in particular is where you want to have stiff, strong, uncompromised wood.
Mm-hmm.
Which is possible certainly with reclaimed and salvaged wood. But so far the wood I use for my necks comes from either a local lumber yard, or there's a sort of a luthier supply, a wood supply, tone wood supply place in BC in British Columbia that I sometimes buy from.
So the body and the headstock seem to be the parts that are more salvaged. Is that right?
The body, or sometimes the headstock veneer. So
okay.
A thin layer of wood on top of the headstock. The headstock's attached to the neck.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
How do you know if a piece of wood is a good candidate for a build? Is there any kind of quality that you're specifically looking for in order to be that's the one?
Lately, I've been trying to learn how to, it's called, you can find the tap tone of a particular piece of wood. I'm so new at this, and I'm just playing with it.
Sure.
Where basically you take a piece of wood and you hold it in a particular way and you tap on it, and it gives it rings. It gives a certain tone. And it's a good way to check and see how it might contribute to the sustain of a guitar. So how long the guitar note might last. And it also might give you hints as to how it might respond to the vibrating strings.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very new at this, but I've been just kind of experimenting with that and noticing the difference between a black locust fretboard and what that sounds like, which is beautiful, compared to like a maple fretboard, which will sound a bit more bright and have less sustain, in my limited experience anyway.
Nice. Well,
that's part of it.
Yeah. Well, and I'm looking at the 7-string headstock right now, a picture of it, and it looks like just above the like at the very bottom of the headstock, there looks to be like a knot or like an imperfection in the wood. And I don't know if that isn't actually an imperfection, but like, you know, I've noticed that several of the guitars you've made seem to have this sort of mark on the headstock. I saw some blocks of wood where you draw the headstocks on, and right at the bottom of the headstock on all three of these headstocks that you had drawn outlines of was the same knot or imperfection. And I'm wondering about your approach to that, because I'm wondering, does this make the guitar have less integrity in the headstock, or like, because surely you must have researched this before you went through with these, and I'm curious about that because I see this as being like a recurring sort of stamp on your work, and it's really fascinating.
Yeah, I love using the imperfections of the wood. I love kind of like, instead of having a set design, you kind of just listen to the wood. But anyway, that headstock idea, I got that from Darcy Bunio, the
cool.
Theory. I noticed in one of his builds, he said he found this piece of wood in a friend's firewood pile.
Okay.
And he took it home. And so, actually, if you hold on a sec, I'll
get it.
It's easy for me to talk about something when it's in my hands and I'm looking at it. So.
Yeah, totally.
So basically, like, so here's one I'm building right now.
Okay.
This is the one, by the way, that I made the crucial error. So I'm going to have to take these frets out.
Gotcha.
But anyways, I'll recover.
Yeah.
But this headstock has that. It's basically like a bark incursion. So it's like where there's been bark and the left kind of a bit of a hole. But this isn't the full headstock. The headstock is under here. It's maple.
Oh.
And this is the example, and it's connected to the whole neck.
Yeah.
And so the veneer is like a thin piece of wood I would glue on top, which actually does add a little bit of strength up there. And it doesn't make a difference structurally to have this little opening there. And you need that opening because that's where you adjust the truss rod for your neck.
Oh my God.
I love the idea of using just the bark, the natural bark that was on this piece of wood. And I drew it very carefully so that I could maximize the way I use that natural opening.
Can you keep that held up for a second? Can I do a screenshot?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. I just want to take a picture of us here because this is really cool. Smile. Awesome. Cool. That's freaking sweet. I just wanted to make sure that I could, like, if people are like, what are you talking about? I want to be able to show everybody that we can show that. That's really cool. Okay. So something else I want to know about is frets. I know that I've read a bunch of your comments on the on your Instagram. Like, you're really good about replying to people's questions whenever they have them. And somebody mentioned fanned frets. And then you also mentioned somewhere else that laying frets has a very steep learning curve. And I want to know about how you've learned how to lay frets, and then what fanned frets means, because that's a term I don't know.
So I learned it's a trial and error. You learn by making mistakes. So the first guitar I made, so I had just seen videos, and of course I'm watching these master luthiers using a handsaw. It's right here, actually. Using a handsaw and just by hand, just sawing in these perfect slots where you later hammer in the frets. The frets, here's a fret.
Nice.
At the bottom, they have like a tang, it's called, and they're kind of grooved. So when you hammer that in, the grooves catch in the wood, and that's what holds it in.
Cool.
So anyways, watching these master luthiers making it look so easy with the handsaw, I proceeded and did what I saw. But when I did it, and it's funny, actually, I recorded myself a video on Instagram where I'm actually sawing in the fret slots. and you can see my hand is just wobbling. And as a result, my fret slots ended up being way too big. They would not hold the fret tang. So I ended up buying this special, very specialized tool. I mean, there's nothing else it's used for, where you crimp the fret tang, and by crimping it, you're kind of expanding how it grips.
Yeah.
So then, on my massive fret slots that I foolishly slot into my fretboard, having crimped the fret tang, I was then able to make it sit and stay. So that was a crucial mistake that I learned from it. And since then, what I do is I'll use a block of wood that I've made sure is perfectly square, like right angles.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll use that as a guide. So I'll put up my fret saw against one side of that at the exact right spot, which I've drawn onto my fretboard. And then I'll very carefully saw it so I keep a right angle and I'm not wobbling and making that slot wider. That's crucial. It's very easy to make it too wide, and then your fret won't seat properly.
Gotcha.
So it's the kind of thing, I feel like it's probably the most difficult job in the guitar build, is getting those frets in precisely accurately. If you're off by like 1/10 of a millimeter, you're going to hear it. Your intonation will never be right.
Wow.
And so you have to be super precise in your measurements, but also in your execution. And that just takes experience. And I'm years away from being comfortable at that.
That's really stressful. Have you had any like neck fails that you had to like essentially just trash the neck because of laying frets?
No, there was like that big era I was just talking about where I wobbled when I was cutting the slots, but that I was able to recover from. So no, I haven't. I've trashed necks for other reasons, but not for fretting reasons yet.
Okay, cool. That video that you put of you laying the frets and like hammering them in, I think that Queen was soundtracking the video. That was really interesting as well, because I just never seen that done. And I was like, wow, so many things can go wrong. If you're laying 24 frets in a guitar, that's like 24 things in a row that can go seriously wrong, it seems like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm getting better every time I do it. So far, knock on wood. So far it's been a pretty linear progression in my fret installations, but there's going to be dips. I'm going to make mistakes along the way. But
yeah,
so far it's been like, okay, I did that better than I did last time.
Nice.
And that's a nice feeling.
So something I noticed that that you posted for your first build that you did is that you have what looks to be almost like an architect does a drawing and a design of a house before the construction crew takes it over and actually executes the build. So it looked like you drew out the entire guitar in like a real to scale drawing, right? I'm wondering if you can talk about that drawing process and if you do that for all of your guitars before you start them.
Yeah, definitely do. Because so far every guitar I've made has been different.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I draw it out, which is really fun. You start with your, and actually when I talk about this, I can go back to your question about fan frets, because it's all part of this design. So you start out with the center line, and then you need to figure out your scale length. Scale length is basically the length of your vibrating guitar string, which is essentially from like the nut to the nominal bridge position. Mm-hmm. And there's some standard scale lengths, Gibson usually uses something around 24 3/4 inches. Fender is 25.5 inches. PRS is 25 inches. So I've experimented with all three. And so you kind of draw a perpendicular line on your center line to show where the nut is and where your bridge is. And that's where you design your guitar around. Now, if you're going to have, you asked about fan frets. What fan frets do, instead of having perpendicular frets along the center line, the frets kind of fan. So they're at an angle and they kind of sweep. And what that allows you to do is, for your lower strings, you can have a longer scale length. And then your higher strings, you have a shorter scale length, which I did for my 7-string build, because having 7 strings, I have an extra low string, which kind of needs the extra scale length to sound good. And also, if I'm going to be drop tuning, if it's not a long scale length, you might get some pretty floppy strings. Mm-hmm. So I have that long scale length at the low strings, and then a shorter scale length at the high strings, which means you have to fan those frets in order to have your intonation proper.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm wondering about the selection of hardware, tuning pegs, bridge, fret inlays, etc. What is your thinking about like selecting the things that go onto the guitar once the woodwork is coming together?
Yeah, I don't do any inlay work, so I kind of like just a bare fretboard. I like the look of it, and also I'm not into decoration for the sake of decoration. For the most part, I kind of prefer like function determines form. Mm-hmm. For the most part. I mean, we'll get into natural dyeing, and then that's a decorative decision. It's not necessarily functional. Yeah. But for the most part, so I don't do any inlay work yet. I have no experience with that. Maybe one day I'll play with that. But as far as like hardware, so far I've kind of because so far I've only built guitars for me. Yeah. 5 guitars for myself, so I know what I like. So I tend to buy locking tuners, Graph Tech, nuts. A lot of my guitars have Bigsby tremolos because I just really love the sound of a gentle tremolo sound. Yeah. Or it's not tremolo, vibrato. God, I'm losing my terminology here. But now, like right now, I'm building a guitar for Chris. Yeah. My friend. And so those considerations pretty similar. We have a lot in common, but also some considerations that are, more strictly his own aesthetic considerations and whatnot. And so that's been a nice learning experience to consider somebody else's preferences. Right. Like can you as the builder listen to somebody else's tastes and requests and then accommodate that through an actual like follow through on a build? You know what I mean? Because I know that he's doing Evertune, and that was something that you hadn't done before, right? No, I have a guitar. It's my first SG that I talked about that I had the neck replaced. Mm-hmm. I ended up putting an Evertune in that. And Evertunes are great. They work really well, but you have to remove a lot of wood to install those. And for that reason alone, they're not my preference for my own self. I don't think I would ever build an Evertune guitar for myself again. But it's been a huge learning experience, learning how to install those because Chris really loves them, and they're very great. They do what they say. They stay in tune. I mean, my guitar with an Evertune, I had it in a case for years, and took it out of the case and play it, and it's perfectly in tune. It's crazy. That's amazing. That is amazing. But anyways, it's been a challenge because Evertune, they have really poor instructional videos for installers, just really awful. So I had to use every brain cell in my brain to figure out how the hell to do this, and I figured it out, which has been a learning experience that I'm actually pretty grateful for. But holy man, you'd think they could spend a few bucks to make a video. So since you brought up Chris, I'm wondering, like, how did you get the design of the body of the guitar down for his preferences? Because surely he told you some preferences that he had for the shape of the guitar, and I'm wondering how you went about accommodating that. Yeah, we talked a lot, and we sort of designed it together. I would draw it, and then I'd send him a picture, and I borrowed a few of his guitars that he really loves. Mm-hmm. For example, he has this Flying V that he loves because he likes the way it sits. It kind of sits out and away from his body. Mm-hmm. In a way that I personally can't stand. I think it's, he's a taller, longer person with mm-hmm. longer arms, whereas I'm a kind of squat, short guy. So I prefer my guitars kind of into my body. And he likes it kind of out. And also as a singer who's playing these crazy guitar parts, out and away from his body allows it. He can see what he's playing a bit easier. So that was a consideration. And so we had a couple of designs we were working on. One was sort of like almost like an Ibanez Destroyer sort of vibe, which I was kind of getting excited about a little bit because it's not something I would have personally wanted to do for myself. Yeah. And another design that was more in the vein of like Ibanez, I think they're called RG, just basically like a shredder style guitar, which we ended up going with that style. And he sent me tips. He'd be like, like, make it more aggressive. And I'd be like, what does that mean? You want it pointier? And then he was like, yeah, maybe. So there's a lot of back and forth like that. And finally ended up on a design that I liked a lot, and that also he seemed to like a lot as well. And so I've been working on that for the last few months now.
Amazing. Well, I saw a couple of the pictures that you did. So if people want to check out that guitar you're building for Chris, you can see some preliminary cutouts and things like that on your Instagram. So, but I know that everybody's really excited about that too. So that'll be really cool to see.
And maybe I'll mention, this is my tentative plan. I'm building 2 guitars right now.
Yeah.
And both are the same design, design that Chris and I worked on, using different woods. Because I'm really curious, selfishly, Chris has a really tuned in ear. He hears things that I do not hear.
Yeah.
So I'm just really curious. I want to build these 2 guitars using different woods, but otherwise they're virtually the same, and just get him to play both and get some notes from him. What does he notice the difference? And I'm trying to figure out what can I attribute to the wood choice? Because in an electric guitar, unlike an acoustic guitar, the wood choice is only one small variable in a long list of variables that can affect your tone.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just really interested in how much the variable of wood's choice affects the tone.
Amazing.
So I want him to try both, and then, figure out which one he might like better. And the idea I have is I might, if there's any interest, maybe auction the other one, just to recoup my costs. Cause that's kind of where I'm at now. I want to keep building, but it's expensive. And if I can at least recoup the cost of building, I can keep building. And then if there's anything extra, then I donate it to a local cause of some kind.
Well, everybody, that would be amazing. I think that a lot of people listening would be really interested to see that end result come out of there. So you should definitely consider doing that. It's
considering doing it. It all depends on whether or not I'm happy with how it turns out.
Right. Exactly. Like, you don't want to send something out there into the world that you're not feeling great about, because that is a part of your body of work that will remain in the world forever, and then people will talk about it. So you want to make sure that if you do send something out there in the world, that it's something that you would stand behind pretty much no matter what.
Yeah, but I know it's the best that I'm able to do right now.
Yeah. I do. Earlier, you brought up natural dyes to color your builds, and I'm curious about how you. I saw on your Instagram, I saw some acorn dye, some marigold dye, and I'm wondering if you can just talk a little bit about that, because it's so fascinating. And the baths that you make of the marigold flowers. I mean, this is such a cool looking process, and I'm just wondering if you can just describe it a little.
It is a cool process, and I owe my partner Mandy for turning me on to this. She's been into natural dyeing fabrics for a few years now, and I've just kind of witnessed this process, and I watched her turn cotton garments or linen garments or whatever into these beautiful items of clothing that have this natural pigment to them. And so we kind of just thought together, we kind of wondered when you're dyeing fabric, there's 2 kinds of fabric really. There's protein fibers, which would be like wool. Mm-hmm. And then there's cellulose fibers, which is linen and cotton, and basically plants. And wood is a plant. So we wondered, I wonder if maybe there's a way to use natural dye on wood. So I wasn't able to find really much in the way of resources out there, mm-hmm. other than people that are using natural dyes to dye small beads. Which isn't useful for me, because with those small wooden beads, you just immerse them in a dye bath. I'm not going to put my guitar that I just built in a bucket of liquid. I'm just mm-hmm. That's not an option. So I've just kind of experimented with different ways to apply the dye, and so far so good. And I can go into that a little bit if you'd like.
Yes, please do. You might as well. We're only going to have this conversation one time. You know what I mean?
So So I'm new to this, of course. I'll caveat. But so with dyeing the fabric, the first step is you need to mordant the fabric. And what that is a process basically where you boil the fabric for a while with some kind of a mordant, which is basically a fixative. The one I've been using is alum acetate. And what that does on a molecular level is it basically prepares the fibers to receive and bond with pigment in a way that will last. Yeah. Because otherwise that pigment will just fade away pretty quick.
Yeah.
So it's on a molecular level, you're You have to kind of set those fibers up so that they can bond to the pigment. So on the guitars, what I've just been doing is a few different things. What I've done is I'm not going to boil my guitar body in water with this alum acetate. I'm not going to do that. So I just decided to try mixing the natural dye, which is made by basically throwing in flowers or whatever you're using, and boil it down. And for me, I boil it down really far, so I almost get like a syrup.
Yeah.
I've used marigolds, I've used acorns, Tango Cosmos, Dyer's Coreopsis, a number of different flowers. Most of them we just grow in our front yard.
Amazing.
Very satisfying, as you can imagine.
So cool.
So once you get that sort of syrupy, reduced dye from whatever flower or whatever it is you're using. Oh, I've also used bark.
Mm-hmm.
I mix that with an amount of alum acetate and trying to mix it up. And that seems to work quite well. I just apply that to the wood in a number of coats and it bonds. I've got a guitar. My first one I did it on was my build number 3, which is sort of a Telecaster style guitar.
That one's one of my, I think that one's super cool. I really like build 3.
That one is actually, that was reclaimed wood. So that body is made out of very old Douglas fir, which a friend of mine, there was an old army barracks in a town called Verdon nearby in Manitoba here. That wood, the barracks was built 100 years ago, got demolished. I got some of that wood. So I built a guitar out of that. And then I dyed it using Dyer's Coreopsis. And a year later, it's still there. It hasn't faded. It does fade where I play, like where my body rests on it, because I don't like using lacquer. I don't think I ever will. I prefer using a much more natural finish. The one I've been currently using is like basically a natural varnish. It's linseed oil and basically like spruce sap, which looks great. It's relatively durable, but it will fade. These guitars will show their use. And if there's any dye underneath, it will kind of fade. And I'm okay with that. I love that a guitar, can show its use, and it's not just some pristine thing encased or embalmed in some crazy toxic sealant. I'm not interested in that. So I know in the future, if anyone's ever interested in my guitars and my builds, they should know that this guitar will show its use, and it's not going to stay pristine and perfect. It will dent if you bang it against something.
All right. Well, I want to talk a little bit about each of your builds, but not like we've talked about so much already that I just want to know a little bit about something that you like and enjoy reflecting on each one of these builds. You know what I mean? So your first one is the SG style, and everybody can see a photo of it on your Instagram. And you've talked a little bit about that one, and I'm curious if you can just reflect on that build a little bit and say what you like about that process and that particular guitar.
Well, what I like is that I really committed to the process of learning and building and making mistakes and not giving up. And I'm proud that it succeeded. It was a guitar that in my band Legacy, I played that guitar for many, many months until I built my next guitar. I tend to play whatever guitar is the most recent, but it works. And so I'm proud of that. I love the black walnut as a wood to use. It's a domestic wood. It grows in Eastern North America. And it's just beautiful, and I love just the way it looks. So yeah, that was the one that kind of got it all started for me.
Which guitars? So you have 5 builds that were done.
Yeah.
Which ones appear on the new Agassi EP?
So I play on every single song. My main number 1 guitar is my build number 5, my most recent. It's the 7-string multi-scale guitar.
Okay.
That's sort of the main guitar in every single song. There's a few songs, the whole album is double-tracked guitars, we haven't really done that before. And I like the way it sounds. It just makes it sound, it's more guitar heavy.
Yeah.
And I mostly used the 7-string to double up the guitars, except on 2 songs. Human Trials, the second guitar, I used my build number 4 because it is the Bigsby unit. And that one I really wanted to have that effect of sort of like some falling chords. It really worked in that song. And also, I also used that guitar, the one at the Bigsby build number 4 in White Throat, because there's this area on all my guitars that have a Bigsby, there's an area behind the bridge where the string kind of continues. And if you can create these really cool plinky sounds. And if you listen to White Throat, there's lots of little plinky sounds all over the place. And that's coming from that guitar. And I also use it to double track as well.
Awesome. Let's hear a clip from Human Trials really quick. So this is guitar number 4, build number 4 on Human Trials from the new Agus EP, Pulse 1C. All right, now let's hear a little bit from White Throat from Agassi Pulse 1C as well. Nice. What did you like about that process of building guitar number 4 that appears on the Agassi EP?
Well, after I built my first guitar, which was basically just a knockoff of a Gibson SG,
sure,
I got more interested in designing my own body shapes. And build number 4, I'm quite happy with that body shape. There's a few things I'd probably change, and I mean, this is the process, right? I'm always going to be changing, I think, and aesthetic considerations change as well. But I'm really quite happy with the way that body shape turned out, and I kind of got lucky with that. So the body is made out of 2 pieces of wood. The bottom part is black walnut, and I chambered it a little bit, meaning I basically routed out a few holes, and then I glued on that top layer, which is spalted maple. Spalted means that if you let a piece of wood start to rot a little bit, and the bacteria and the fungus start doing their thing, but then you stop that rotting process at a very specific time by putting the wood in a kiln, which basically gently heats it up and starts drying it out. You end up with these really cool inky lines. That kind of look cool. And this particular spalting pattern on this piece of wood I really, really loved. And it's also torrefied. Torrefied basically means roasted in a vacuum where there's no oxygen. So it kind of makes the wood a bit darker, like dark brown. And I just really love the look of that. I'm not a fan of working with spalted wood in general because it gets very punky, meaning it's very soft because it started to rot. So you're dealing with partially rotted wood. And it's just, that's why I don't like my second build very much, because that's also, the top is spalted. And it's just, there's a lot of soft spots. And to me, it just looks like garish and kind of gaudy in a way that just doesn't feel authentic to my own, to like where I'm heading.
Do you, because I know that you were very public on your Instagram about not liking that second build, and I'm wondering, do you ever play that thing, or does it just kind of sit there like taunting you from the corner?
I have it in a case. I haven't played it recently, but there was a time when that was my most recent build that's all I ever played at band practice. It's a weird guitar because it's like a semi-hollow, so I routed out quite a bit of material in the body before I glued on the top. So it's largely hollow. And and it's like, it sounds really cool. On that guitar, I built a very thick neck. I just wanted to experiment with like, how thick can I make a neck?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a baseball bat, and it's really quite comfortable. Even though I've got small hands, it's really quite comfortable. I was surprised how much I liked it. And I also put in Jazzmaster pickups, which is, I mean, in the world of guitars, there's a lot of traditionalists. I think many, if not most, people that are into guitars are into, like, there's a sort of a, maybe I'm being unfair in saying this, but like there's certain guitars and you don't mess with them. There's like a Les Paul, don't mess with it, and so on. And so there's a style of guitar that Fender makes called the Jazzmaster with specific pickups, which I just love the sound of Jazzmaster pickups. One of my favorite pickups. But I'm not a big fan of that Jazzmaster shape. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to build a semi-hollow guitar. I'm going to throw these Jazzmaster pickups in there. That a local luthier, Al Beardsell, made. He's made me a few pickups, actually. And so anyways, I really like the sound of the guitar. I just, I don't like the way it looks. I think there's some aspects of my carving that just looks really sloppy to me. But I mean, I still love it. And I probably will return to it and play it again someday.
I love it. Well, let's talk about the 7-string. This is the only 7-string you've built. I believe you said this is the primary guitar on the new Agassi EP, Pulse 1C. And I'm wondering if you can just tell me about, the process of decide like learning how to build a 7-string, what differences there are in the build style and the process that went into it. And then just tell me a little bit about like what you like about the guitar.
Yeah, I really got into the idea of having like an extended range guitar because I had been listening to a lot of Animals as Leaders. They're like an instrumental metal band. And then one of the guys in that band has a side project called Mestis, who I really quite like, and I was really into like about a year and a half ago. And I just thought, I just really want one. Like, I'm not going to, because they play 8-string guitars, and I'm not going to go that far. So I thought, okay, I'm going to build a 7-string guitar. Yeah, you never know. So I built this 7-string guitar, and I wanted to make it multi-scale, like we had already discussed. And I kind of messed around with body shapes. I was really Tosin Abasi. He's another one of the guitar players in Animals as Leaders, and he has his own guitar company where he's got this really cool, very modern-looking guitar body that I was kind of inspired by. And so I kind of came up with a design that was kind of riffing off of what he came up with for his design. And I just, I'm really happy with that guitar, and I really love having that extra string. I've also been kind of really focusing on playing more with my fingers instead of using a pick. Growing my fingernails out long and everything just to make it happen. I've been doing that for about a year now, and it's just really fun. It's making me write riffs and songs in a new, different kind of way. And the songs we recorded for Pulse 1C, those were all written on a 6-string, but I really wanted to use this 7-string on that recording. So there's a few times where I found a way to use that extra low 7th string just to throw it in there, some tasty little low notes. And the stuff that I'm writing now, and we're writing together as a band, will probably, like, a lot of it's going to be written on 7-string guitars. So I'm just excited to, it's always, you get in ruts, especially once you get into your 40s. Yeah. You get into ruts and you're just like, oh man, I'm just so bored with myself, and finding new ways to just change things up, go at things from a different angle. It's it keeps things interesting.
That loops right back to the very beginning of this entire conversation about not stagnating as a human being. You know what I mean? Continuing to learn forever. Is there a section of Pulse 1C that you feel that the 7-string really stands out?
Let me think. I use that low string very sparingly, but Dispatches from the Numinous Frontier, there's certainly a section in that song, I'm going to say midway through, that's probably about as specific as I can get, where if you listen carefully, you can hear me go pretty low.
Awesome. What are you, what are some of your goals that you have for future builds and things like that? What are you striving for?
all I know for certain is I love building and I don't want to stop. I think I've exhausted building guitars for myself. So at this point, you know, I'm hesitant to like, you know, I don't have the pretense of calling myself a luthier. You know, I've got so much more learning to do. That said, you know, I've been playing guitar for 20 more years, whatever it's been. And the guitars I've built work and they feel good to me. So yeah. I feel like I'm at least pretty good at it. And I'm on my way to getting better at the risk of sounding, you know, arrogant. But I feel like I love doing it and I want to be great at it. But I'm also hesitant to rush into like, you know, forming a business out of it because I don't want it to become something where I'm all of a sudden trying to scramble to meet deadlines or like, or make a living from it. It would be awesome to do that. I'd love to just do this all day, every day. That's what I want. That's what I've realized I want to do. As much as teaching is gratifying, this is more gratifying to me. Mm-hmm. Yeah. On a selfish, personal level. I think teaching, I've got more work to do because I value my, the opportunity I get to like try to make a difference in some small way. And I don't know if I can do that with guitar building. And so it feels like teaching keeps me out in the world as someone who very much is prone to isolating himself and, isolating himself from the world. Teaching keeps me out in the world in a really important and healthy way for me. Crazy tangent there, sorry. But anyways, that's a long story for me to just say, I'm not sure where this is headed, but I know I'm not done building. And I think my next step is just to build for other people. But like I say, I'm very cautious in how I'm going to move forward with that because the last thing I want is for this just to become a job that I'm not enjoying.
Awesome. Well,
and I don't want to compromise I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't want to compromise also my commitment to trying to be gentle in the way that I live on the earth with this building. If I have to like compromise that for the sake of like running a guitar business, then I think that it's game over.
Amazing. Well, I have learned a tremendous amount in this past hour, and thank you for allowing me to punish you relentlessly with my questions.
Well, I feel like it's the other way around. I feel like I've punished you and your listeners.
No.
For your own interest, but I appreciate the opportunity.
Not at all. And, you know, this has been just so fantastically interesting to watch a person describe something that they love. And to me, that is the purpose of like what I seek to do every single day in my life, whether it's in my classroom, my friendships, with my own child, on the podcast that I do, is just hearing people's stories about what inspires them. That's what this is all about for me. So I'm just so grateful to you for your time on your summer vacation when you could be building and instead you're sitting here talking to me. It just makes me just so happy. So thank you so much for spending this time with me today.
Well, thank you. It was a lot of fun. I could talk about this stuff for hours and hours. So thanks.
And what is the Instagram that you want to point people towards?
Yeah, so I started a new Instagram page, Strange Earth Guitars, and that's where I'm trying to post, you know, what I'm working on, what I'm learning, and different things like that.
Anybody out there who follows the Propagandy Pod Instagram page will see that I put your builds in my stories as often as I can. So definitely be on the lookout for that and definitely follow Strange Earth Guitars on Instagram. And I think, David, that what we should do to close this thing out is I think that we should play a little bit of Dispatches from the Numinous Frontier. What do you think?
That sounds good.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. Thank you, David Guillas. And here is from the new EP, Pulse 1C from Winnipeg's Agassiz, Dispatches from the Numinous Frontier.
Jesus H. Chris. Welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about you.
Wow, thanks, Keith. Glad to be here.
First, I just have to say, just thank you for a bunch of things, like your support for the show, your willingness to participate and to share a show with others, but also for like the thoughtful content and the positive community that you fostered over on Patreon. And of course, even more so, like for what you and the rest of the band have crafted, and not just the music, but everything that has come along with being familiar with and a fan and a listener of your band. I mean, the exposure to new ideas, issues, resources, like all of those things. And what I see often, what I hear from listening to your band is actually as encouragement as a person. Like, even if we know the big picture of things is often overwhelming, I've gained so much from listening to you and John and Todd and the Jord and the Beeve and Sulynn. It often makes the micro a lot easier, even if like the macro sucks.
Well, I really appreciate you saying that. Thanks so much for those kind words. And I have to say, I would be more egregiously, publicly thankful to you guys in general, but I am sensitive to the possibility that it could be perceived as a conflict of interest if I'm too right. Effusive with our thanks to you guys. So just so you know, just so you have it on record, like we really appreciate the stuff you guys do. It's like, obviously it's probably good for there to be some buffer zone between us so you can still be critical of us,
right?
When need be, but yeah, we totally appreciate it. So
yeah, I think a lot of what has happened, and then whether it was planned or not, was like I really do see a positive, project with your Patreon, whether it's just the interactions with people or even your attempt to look back at songs like for something moving forward. So even if there are things that Greg and I are critical of, it probably doesn't happen as often as with a random person you picked off the street, of course. But I think really trying to keep it as positive as possible, not necessarily just like a review in podcast form, like that's helped us, I think, create something that, we're super happy with.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you guys, I mean, just the sheer volume of stuff you guys have managed to do is, it kind of boggles my mind that you guys are, and I often I'm like, fuck, why am I so slow with this stuff? But I mean, you guys are machines.
Well, so
thoughtful machines.
Yeah. Before we talk about a few songs that Propaganda has covered, I actually like to pick your brain a bit about some of the content on Patreon. So, like, as a subscriber, I've seen your output evolve, I think, quite a bit, and I'm curious if you could share with our listeners maybe what your goal with the Patreon was and the podcast, and how that might have changed for you the last few years.
I think it was like, I can't even remember exactly what the exact impetus was. I suspected there was like some incoming downtime, and that collided with this nagging impulse I've had for many years. Like when I watch, especially when I think about like Todd and Sulynn and Beeve, they each have their own things like outside the band they do and that they excel at, and I don't, or I didn't, and I think I just needed, like, they have these things like Todd, for example, and I think he has paints, he does jujitsu, he has all these cool, and I mean he plays guitar outside of the band as well, and but he and Sulynn, I think of specifically, have these autonomous projects where nobody else gets to look over their shoulder and comment on what they're doing. And I think I was trying to find something like that for a long time for myself, I got into recording and trying to record other bands for a while, and that never ended up really satisfying it. Not just because I wasn't great at it, but I think because there's no autonomy there, because you have to serve the band, like you have to do it's their record or whatever. So I think when I heard of the Patreon model, I thought, well, maybe this could satisfy a couple things, and instead of me just like, I think I was specifically thinking of it from the musical aspect at first, like the recordings. Like if I just go make some recordings on my own, I'm just going to be shelling out this money, and I won't be sure that I'm ever going to break even on this stuff.
Yeah.
The Patreon, I thought, well, it's sort of like, it's crowdfunding. It tells you if there is interest in the first place. And so fortunately there was enough to justify some extravagant recording expenses on a few of those. But yeah, that was the impetus for the whole thing, I think, was just like looking for like some sort of autonomous project that was still in my wheelhouse, like and I thought revisiting lyrics or music writing, it was interesting to me. I had heard a podcast called, I'm sure everyone's heard of it, called Song Exploder.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that's a good idea. It's too bad they don't do more music I like. And then I thought, one thing leads to another, and I was like, well, I often, because once you put your music out in the world, it's interpreted in a number of different ways, and you end up seeing those interpretations, and you're cringing half the time. And it builds up over the years. And I thought, well, maybe I should explode some of our songs, and then I can put what I think at the time is the final nail in the coffin of what did this song mean, and what does it mean to me now? So that was the inspiration for it.
And so do you think as you continue to create content, you get different things that maybe you weren't expecting when you first, had the idea for the Patreon platform?
You mean for things to do on the Patreon, or
or even what you put out or what you create, you're thinking of motivation now doing it. Are there different things that you get out of it now that maybe you weren't expecting?
I think it keeps me engaged in a way that was fortuitous because I didn't foresee the global pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's kept me engaged with like thinking about how we move forward. And sometimes I think it's really helpful to look backwards and to see not to like go back and rehash things, but to like just remember why certain things happened, and how they can either be explained or excused or improved upon, musically and lyrically. I think I find getting a chance to explain the songs in such detail, I find it actually I find it really fascinating. It's almost like I'm not even, sometimes I feel like I can't believe what we've done, what we've been able to do. So I don't typically go listen to our old records or whatever. And I think in our band, we have generally, we do have, like, all of us have some level of imposter syndrome, like most people do. It provides me, at least, when I look back on stuff where I give something like a serious listen or a serious read, I'm like, holy fuck, how on earth did we do that?
Yeah.
Not to say that it's like the most amazing thing on earth. It's just like, compared to, I think, how we generally perceive ourselves, we are sometimes impressed by things we've done. And on the other hand of that is that sometimes I'm so fucking mortified by things we've done that it's equally inspiring to go back and say, now wait before you guys
Right.
listen to this song that I know you're going to listen to. Let me explain what was happening back then. You know, I find that equally interesting, even though I'm, you know, frantically backpedaling on something sometimes. I guess I just find the whole thing fascinating, and I feel like it keeps me engaged for doing more things in the future, and maybe a little more than I expected. Like I think also the sort of the community engagement on the page has been eye-opening for me, either in ways where people contact me in the private messaging system and offer feedback, positive, negative, or their own personal experiences in relation to things, and things take on a little more gravity to the whole endeavor when I have those sort of personal anecdotes or feedback loop from people. And I think because it's also like, it's really earnest. It's not like something about the way that the community on there has evolved. It just, there is a feeling that I guess I just understand how important the whole thing is to some people, not the Patreon itself, but some of the people's ideas about where the band met them at certain points of their life.
Right.
It's important to them in a way that I can relate to, because I've had that experience with bands in my younger years, and that continue to this day. And I find that I guess it just makes it hard for me to be cynical about the whole thing in retrospect, which is important at this stage of life, because sometimes it happens to people. I've seen that happen, where they kind of dismiss their whole previous, everything they've done. They move on to something completely different. But
well, I think what I pick up a ton in the introspection in your band's like later discography, though it's there, I definitely think throughout your entire career, it definitely works in tandem with what you're doing on the podcast, because looking back at things, thinking about rethinking, explaining, that also just fits in with the lyrics of so many songs that you've written on the last few records, that it goes to show it's not just like a way that you write songs, but like the way that you think as a person.
Yeah. I think that's probably true too. It dovetails well with this need for us to feel like we're trying to figure out this bizarre reality we find ourselves in. I guess it's just fertile ground, really, like you're saying. Yeah.
So, I mean, there are podcasts that you've done, you've released music. There's narrative storytelling and guitar playthroughs. Is there anything in particular that you really like creating the most, like a certain format for Patreon that you like putting your time and energy into?
Well, I really liked the narrative things that happened on there.
They're so good. They're so good.
I wish I had, like, there was obviously the one that's about ayahuasca,
mm-hmm.
and then there's the other one that was the end of, I think it was the Comply Resist episode, where I was just trying to figure out a way to tell the story about visiting prisoners of conscience or prisoners of war, and I sort of did a similar thing. I told a story and kind of produced it, And I really, I like those. That's something I would like to hear. And I just wish I had more stories that I could do that with, you know. I can't think of anything else. Those are my two heavy stories.
What about like when you do a deep dive into one particular song, which is like the majority of the podcast, like what's that process like as you start to prepare for and you're thinking about like one particular track?
I think at one point, like I have like a notebook somewhere with just chicken scratches on it. There's like a flow chart, like trying to imagine, you know, what makes sense. How do you tell something like this? And it always, the flow chart would start with era. It just said era. And I thought, oh yeah, I guess what I should do is transport myself back there and try to remember what was happening, what was going on. And that's usually where the entire process starts. Even if I have like sort of a conclusion in mind for explaining or excusing something we've done, that usually opens up a whole bunch of memories about like, oh yeah, I forgot about, yeah, no wonder we did that or whatever, you know, like, and then that, I can roll that back even farther, like, and I think I often do, because I try to think about some of the things we were doing in our early years. I try to think about it through the lens of our child, you know, my childhood. And I think obviously when I had Jord and Todd on there for a couple of Todd's tunes, the whole thing was about how we grew up,
right?
You know, like how we perceived the world as children, what we were taught, what we were not taught. So it's yeah, and that's like I was talking about being fascinated by doing this. It's I don't always, or haven't previously always dug into my far past to think about how it connects to my adult life. But it's like a super interesting archaeological project to do that. And I think that's part of the process too. Like I end up going through, I find stuff from there. I'll search on the net, see what people on Wikipedia say about what we were doing back then. And it becomes sort of like a little bit of investigative journalism and a little bit of debunking of some things. And yeah, and then I try to tie it together to make it, you know, just with rough in point form, just so there'll be some flow. And then I hope by the end of all that it does feel like it's all, the goal is to make it as seamless as possible, which is often challenging when you're trying to tell the story of what the song means, and when you're trying to satisfy what I think a lot of people are curious about, which is like, where did you record? What guitar pedal did you use? You know, yeah. Trying to weave that all together is not always easy, but I want to make sure everybody, because I have a book, this Rush book. I think it's called Merely Players, and it's just a list of what everybody was using on each record. You know, what bass did Geddy use on Fly By Night, and I love that stuff too. So yeah, that's the process, really.
Yeah, those are usually the parts of the podcast where because I'm not a musician, I just kind of smile and nod along because I have no idea of what's being described, but people eat it up, and that's something that Greg and I have tried to do more and more is have the musical conversations with people that we perhaps can't on our own. So let's then switch to talk about some Propagandhi cover songs. I think punk, metal, and hardcore covers, for me, a lot of times they have a tendency of being a little gimmicky, but Propaganda seems to have an approach when covering another band. And it actually kind of reminds me of who you might tour with. So when I first saw Propaganda in 2007, I remember thinking, man, I don't know any of these bands. And it was like a bummer. But then I got to find out about new bands that I had never heard of, because I think at that time it was more like the more bands on a tour package, like the more excited I would be. And then it became more of a thing like knowing I'm going to be exposed to bands I hadn't heard before. And like you would pick bands that obviously that you support and you want a signal boost. I get that same vibe from like the bands that you would cover, like not doing it because it's going to be on a Punk Goes 80s compilation, right, but something that you really care about that maybe fell through the cracks for people.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was the goal each and every time that I can think of off the top of my head, except for the obvious fucking Cheap Trick cover that shouldn't have been on the first record, which was just, I don't know what that was. But yeah, I think Metallica Garage Days Revisited, or possibly the Am I Evil 12-inch. Maybe that was Garage Days. That was the first one. But the Garage Days Revisited, the first record they did with Jason Newsted, which was like covers of, I think Killing Joke was on there, and Diamond Head.
Yeah.
And stuff I was completely unfamiliar with at the time. And I just thought, that's exactly what you do when you get, like, you are suddenly get the spotlight. I just thought it was so cool that they did that. And they were basically saying, oh yeah, you like us? Check out all this you're missing.
Right.
And I thought it was really effective. And yeah, so that's what, the songs, like some of the bands, like the ones we were going to talk about here, like the Concrete Blonde had no trouble. Like they weren't under the radar really, but they were off the radar for the demographic,
Right.
And I think we've often felt like people in the punk scene, we became associated with, I think to that scene's own detriment, it only listens to itself, or it did in the 90s. And we still see the damage of that today. I think where a lot of bands that sounded the same back then still sound the same now. And there hasn't been a lot of branching out or progression. And it's getting to a point where it just feels, it's always been at this point, it's always felt cynical to me. But I guess I feel like I don't want people to miss out on stuff that I just think is earth shattering.
Right.
So I'm thinking of the Code of Honor song, What Price Will You Pay specifically. I just remember being floored by that when I first heard it as a kid. And obviously that our version of it didn't translate into everybody else being floored. It's like, it was not really received positively or negatively. Nobody really ever said anything about it, but I was just glad to do it and make sure that people had a chance to hear something that was like, I think maybe specifically for that song, there was also saying, it was like, look at this song from 1982. Yeah. There were no rules for what you had. They were all over the place in this one song. Like there was, like it was just an adventure. The song was an adventure, and also had, it was a meaningful song lyrically, and I guess it was sort of a suggestion that we all don't have to keep doing this thing that's happening here in the 90s just to appease the snowboarders or whatever. But yeah.
Well, you mentioned Concrete Blonde, so I'll start there. Even though I listen to a variety of music, I always make the mistake like narrowing other people's taste down into what I kind of project onto them. And maybe it's just because of the few things I hear bands talk about. So, I think of like Voivod and Sacrifice and Metallica. Like those are the bands that I imagine you listening to. And for me, not like listening to really different music in the 90s, being a little bit younger, like that didn't fit into my narrow parameters of what you as a band would listen to. So can you just tell me a little bit about your connection with that band and like what stuck out about them that allowed them to creep into your playlists?
Yeah, I almost can't remember. I don't know how I ended up. I think it might have been a really conventional way of discovering them. Back in the mid 80s, MTV and Much Music in Canada that's what everyone did.
Yeah.
Everyone was watching music videos. And I think I saw, I don't know if this is true, but I think I saw the video for Concrete Blonde's Still in Hollywood, which I think was a video from their first record. I guess I just really liked it. It was either that or I don't know what it was. It had to be that. That's what it had to be. Because there's no way I would have gone to the record store back then in the mid 80s and flipped through the record rack and found the Concrete Blonde and thought, oh, I'll give this a whirl. There's, with no skeletons on it, no demons. There's no way. So I must have seen the video and I thought, that seems different. I'll give that a try. That's to me. Still, like there was something metallic about it without it being, without it having almost any of the ornamentation of metal. That's usually how I describe most of my musical interests. Is that I hear something metallic in it.
Yeah, I like
this. Maybe just the spirit seemed,
I like thinking sometimes of some other things because I just listening to mostly metal that not all heavy music is heavy, right? It doesn't have to be heavy to have this weight and to move you. So what about any particular lines from that song, True? Like do any lyrics really stand out to you as being your favorite from that song?
I guess I really like the line, if I had the choice, I'd take the voice I got because it was hard to find.
Yeah.
I think I don't even, it's interesting when Jeanette Napolitano sings that because she had a unique voice in the 80s, but she also had a unique perspective as this, a woman fronting this band stuck in this scene between glam and punk in Hollywood, I think I felt that just seemed really, I guess I just really admired the commitment to being genuine. And they seemed like a really unique band at the time, especially the first few records. Who else sounded like Concrete Blonde at that time?
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of anybody. If there was somebody, I would have probably found them and listened to them. But I think because the song is an anthem about being authentic, and the band definitely came across to me as authentic. I think it was, I felt that was really important and relatable because I felt like the music I listened to, this underground speed metal music at the time before it got bought up by the major labels, also seemed very authentic. And most of the stuff I saw on music television, Much Music or whatever, didn't seem very authentic, and Concrete Blonde existed at the same time as Motley Crue and Poison and all that. playing the same places in Hollywood. So it, I think that helped them stick out from bands that did not seem very authentic to me.
Yeah, authentic isn't always the word that comes to mind when I think of 80s and 90s music, at least what is most popular. So finding the diamonds in the rough, that definitely makes sense. What about musically? I'm curious about the process of taking a song and reimagining it. I mean, the original, maybe for a lack of better terms, is like alternative rock with some twang. But the cover is, punk rock. I mean, what's it like to transform a song across a genre like that?
It can be fun. Like it can be fun when it works. Like it can sound cheap. Like there was that just a few months ago. I did that pyroclastic flow thing, and the side B to that was the original version of our cover of Concrete Blonde's True, and I think that was a cheap version of it. Even it was fun to play, and it was but it was more in that realm of like punk goes 80s, like we didn't know any better at the time. Like we weren't trying to do that, but it definitely in retrospect is exactly what you're talking about. It just seemed like a novelty, and you can tell, and I'm so glad that clearly Jord recognized that while I probably didn't, because he really, you can tell in his playing on that original version that he was not into what we were doing. He was mocking me from behind the drum kit. But then the one we did after that, when Todd joined the band, I thought like everybody in the band was like, yeah, this is cool. Because I don't think Jord and Todd were necessarily fans of the band or the song at the time at all. I was just like, like, can we do this? Let's try this. And but once we kind of came up with that way of doing it, I think it's almost like the way that on those early Patreon music things where I had local studio musicians interpret a speculative fiction in Coach's Corner, like, because I was like, can these songs, like, are these songs, like, can they exist in other forms? Like, can the song just be like played in any form and it works? And I thought those kind of worked, and the reverse in this case was true. Like, you can heavy it up and it doesn't lose anything, and you can do it without it sounding cheap like that first attempt, and it can still at least in our estimation at the time come across as a compelling track.
Yeah Well, I mean, again, signal boosting, if Concrete Blonde was well known at the time, I mean, that's not a name I was familiar with until I came across the cover. So these are things that I've picked up that had you covered Motley Crue or something else, like, of course it's a name and a song that everybody knows. So why not share those gems and share those things that people might have missed? So that
I was going to say that Concrete Blonde did eventually become like 4 or 5 years later, they became so fucking big. They had the song Joey. You probably know it. It was on every office work radio in North America. So luckily we got one of the early tracks.
Right. How about another curveball then? So let's talk about the cover of Lowest of the Lows Gamble. Like, how did this cover come about? And why did you pick this song to put your own spin on?
Well, Lowest of the Low were a Canadian, I mean, this sounds like a pejorative, but a college rock band from the early 90s, but they were an actual good one. And what was the first record called? They had a record out called Shakespeare, might have been called Shakespeare My Butt or something like that. But it was really cool. And like, I remember Jord liked it. Todd liked it at the time. You know, it was this outlier for us, you know, in this era of Born Against and Drop Dead. It seemed like everyone really appreciated this band out of Toronto that was playing dreaded college rock. So I checked it out, and I also thought, wow, this is, yeah, every song on here is cool. And it was fun. It was, for me, it was always fun back then to hear something that would pique my interest that wasn't the typical fast, heavy stuff.
Right.
And I think why I wanted to cover this song specifically was the challenge of it, because it was ploddingly slow and just so far out of our wheelhouse at the time. You know, this fast skate punk stuff we were allegedly playing. I think I just wanted to know, can we do this? Can we pull this off? Great song, but there was other songs on there that would have been like way easier for us to pull off. But I think I just wanted to see if we could do it. And actually for a long time we didn't. Like, I thought musically it was good, but I couldn't do any convincing vocals. And it took me years until I felt I could do something that was not mortifying. So yeah, that was a long haul getting that one done.
So its roots are in like the Less Talk More Rock recording, right? Like when
That's
the
right.
first recording. So yeah, what's it like then to go back after so much time, like to add to and to change and keep adding to the song that, you know, you've had, you know, under wraps for years?
I find it fun. I think other people don't typically do it. They probably just think that's a fool's errand. But I like going back and finding that old stuff and see if there's anything good in there, and see if it can be like the Pyroclastic Flow track that I did a couple months ago. I never thought that was going to get done, and that I just thought, I gotta do it. I gotta try. And because I thought, well, I could tell, like, we put a lot of effort into that song back then, trying to do something a little bit different. And I just felt like I just didn't want to be beat by, you know, this fucking song. And the same with the Lowest and Low cover. I didn't want to be beaten by this song. So I thought it was really fun. I like doing recording. I think it's a good time. I know lots of people dread it, but I find the whole process fascinating. And yeah.
And really quickly too about the recovered EP. So like that digital release, just a question about like about the background behind it. I saw that it said that the proceeds went to Partners in Health. Could you just share a little bit of information about that?
So at the time, like Jord was really involved in the Canada-Haiti Action Network. And I think Partners in Health was the most plausible, conventional way at that time of providing support to the communities that needed it in Haiti. So I'm a little embarrassed that I don't really remember a lot about it, but Jord was always at the forefront of all that stuff with Canada Haiti Action Network back then, for sure.
Mm-hmm. I just think it's great seeing whether it's the EP or fundraisers you've done it on Patreon, the ways that you are able to, like connect with organizations and put that money in really meaningful places. And I just seeing that throughout your career, I think is just super inspiring, and not just, record sales or t-shirt sales or whatever, but like using that to do actual positive good. I mean, that's just a great thing.
Yeah, I think I don't know if it's just living in Winnipeg. Like we're in a city with so many challenges.
Yeah.
Increasingly, like it's not getting better here. It's more challenging, but there's more. There's a lot of really strong and well thought out community organizations, and like I guess it's just the better that struggling and challenged communities do, the better our city will be. And if the provincial government or if people are if the wealthy aren't going to kick down and help them out, like I kind of get excited by it too. Like just thinking if these organizations can fulfill their mandate, like really do what they want to do, our city is going to fucking kick ass, you know, eventually. So, yeah, I mean, obviously the Partners in Health was outside of our city. I was just thinking of the Patreon specifically, but yeah, I just there's a lot of good things happening in Winnipeg that just need more support.
Mm-hmm. So what about some lyrics with Gamble? I think there's a lot conveyed in the song. I pick up a sense of like vulnerability, a little bit of despair maybe, but also acceptance, which is weird. And maybe that's just how I'm reading into it. But, you know, what do you like about the lyrics here? What are some of your favorite lines in Gamble?
Huh. Yeah, I'm looking at them here. I don't even know if I've ever understood what this song's about. Looks like he's trying to get laid at the beginning of the song. I remember the line that I liked in the song with the chance is just as fat as union bureaucrat. The life you want to live ain't the one you're looking at.
Yeah.
That always stood out. Mostly because I think at the time I was elated that, you know, a college rock band had any sense of the world, of the political aspect of the world. You know, they weren't like an outright political band, but there were hints that they weren't just a useless college rock band. I don't know, but I sing all these same God is good. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not really sure what half of this song means. I like this song for some reason.
So how about musically then? I think it's one of the most unique Propaganda covers because it sounds so different from your original material. I think it's overall like a really faithful cover. And so then, like, what do you think is there a challenge to that, to writing a song that, or to covering a song that sounds so different? And why did you decide to keep it as is not like mix it up compared to like some of the other covers that you've done?
I think it's what I was saying earlier, and you said it too, about the challenge of doing that.
Yeah.
I think it was almost purely like wondering, could we do that? Could we add this to our arsenal of possibilities? Like here's a good test. Like if we ever wanted to play outside of what we're doing now, can we do it?
Yeah.
Let's find out. And like I say, we eventually, I think, successfully proved that we could. And I mean, have since incorporated stuff that's out, far outside of the box we were painted into
Right.
back in 93, 95. But yeah, that was the first, and that maybe that's sort of the same with the Code of Honor song in a way. Can we do this? Just wondering if it can be done.
Yeah, that's a great description, because I think of if it's almost like experimenting first, like trying out somewhat low stakes with just a cover to see if it works, and then over time, clearly the band's sound as a whole shifting and evolving and becoming more dynamic.
Yeah, let's try it on first, and if it looks good, we'll rock it. We'll rock it on the streets.
So let's talk about Code of Honor then. I get the sense that maybe this was an outlier band in the 80s hardcore scene, like musically and lyrically. I'm not super well versed. I hadn't heard them until I came across the cover. So I was just curious if you could tell me a little bit about the band, or at least, you hearing them. You mentioned before, you were floored when you first heard this song. So what about it specifically stuck out to you?
Well, the arrangement, like, just, it's all over the place. It's intense without doing anything that I was accustomed to perceiving as again, talking about the ornamental things about metal or punk. It really didn't do a lot of those things. Like, it didn't rely on this thrash pace, or like it was just odd in a but also very compelling at the same time. And I think it was on, let me look up here really quick. I think I discovered it on the there was a Maximum Rock and Roll record. It was either Welcome to 1984 or Not So Quiet on the Western Front. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. So there was like, I don't know, there's like 40 bands on this thing, and this was the one that really stood out to me. And it was really this song specifically because I bought a Code of Honor record after this, and I don't remember anything about it. It was definitely not in the same. It wasn't as electrifying as this song was for me. And I thought it was really impressive. You have 40 fucking early 80s punk and hardcore bands like playing these short songs, and they stood out so much, like even more so than I think there was a Dead Kennedys track on there. Maybe even MDC were on this thing. I'd have to look it up, but none of the tracks stood out to me like this one did. So it really hit me, and I wanted to do something about that.
So I'm thinking, if you were trying out some of these, maybe these sounds that you wouldn't have done normally in the band, if you had to say where you might have picked up something from Code of Honor, in your own original material, I mean, could you identify like any particular spot to say that maybe this was influenced by them, or like it has like a something that maybe you wouldn't have done otherwise?
That's a good question. I think just that they let us know that you can do, well, you can, like you were saying earlier, you can do something heavy without any heaviness.
Yeah.
Like the guy was basically playing, his guitar tone for most of the song is like this cleanish wah.
Right.
It's almost like a surfy, funky thing, but for some reason it's the most terse, electrifying guitar tone on the whole compilation. And I think that was a good lesson. And I can't think of a spot I could honestly say was specifically inspired by that. But I even think a song like Lower Order is
Okay, yeah.
would have to pay some amount of respect to this discovery of this Code of Honor song, where it's like you can do whatever you want. There are no rules. There was a time when there were no rules in punk. You never knew what you were going to get, and you can be heavy even while you're being intentionally unheavy. So yeah, I think that's the one song that I can think of offhand.
I mean, I just imagine people moshing at the very beginning of Lower Order and then just being hit with the clean guitars and the singing and then just not knowing what to do. And like the same thing comes up with like the original version of What Price Would You Pay? Like some parts of it, you know, people circle pitting, but then other times like, I don't know what the hell to do here.
Yeah, even if you knew the song really well, you'd be like, well, okay, here comes this part. Do I just? Yeah, it's like it's all over the place.
When like squelching feedback and like
fun one to
meandering solos, like you just stand around and stop and look. Then
yeah, it's very odd.
So, what about the lyrics for this? You know, I think a lot of it describe honestly so much that's happening in the 2020s as well as it did in the 1980s. Is there any particular line that stood out then or now that, you know, really grabs your attention looking back at these lyrics after so much time?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the guy is so frustrated, eh? Like
right.
You can tell he's just like, can't you see what's all around you? He literally says it. And he's absolutely right about everything he's talking about in here. I guess the can't you see the system is just a game. They all know it. They all still play it, smash it up. And then this is no game. This is your life. I thought those were very powerful when I encountered them as a young person. I guess because it seemed so earnest that I felt like it was like the guy was kind of coming through the speakers and grabbing me by the collar and saying it to my face.
Yeah.
By the same token, I felt like doing the same thing. I think I just related to the singer or lyricist's desperate frustration. Like, isn't this all obvious? Am I fucking crazy? You know, I mean, it was sort of that galvanizing. There wasn't a ton of this stuff. Like it's so direct, you know, you had Dead Kennedys or MDC,
right,
and who were very direct, and that would help galvanize your own doubts about society, and this was very effective in that sense for me too, I thought.
This is maybe like a hard question. It's definitely a personal one, and I know it's one that you've addressed elsewhere. But, you know, thinking about the lyrical content here from this song from the 80s, and that, you know, so much similar content matter, you know, you still think about today. I mean, immersing yourself in that as a musician, as a lyricist, but also as someone who pays attention to like overwhelming issues, right? That I feel graded so frequently as a teacher who teaches history and who has, you know, keeps up with the news and incorporates that in the class. There's just like this grinding down, and, you know, how do you manage that weight of talking about, you know, your band now talking about so many of the same things of the bands that you grew up listening to and seeing things either not get fixed or get worse?
Well, I guess the one real leg up I have is that I'm not on the business end of a lot of it. You know, like I have it pretty fucking easy thus far. As far as the as injustice in one's personal life goes, that's been pretty easy. That's going to change for everybody who thinks that they're immune from injustice as the world gets hotter and hotter as it is. But that's probably that in and of itself is probably what my ability to retreat at all times to a carefree lifestyle is I mean, a lot of people don't have that at all. Like in our city, it's well, in every city, everywhere, lots of people don't have that. But yeah, I have plenty of blessings and distractions and privileges, as they say.
Right.
That I'm able to not. It's not that it doesn't take a toll. It is sometimes I think that is part of the problem, is that you're able to retreat to these comforts, and that takes your ability to withdraw can take a mental toll. That why am I not doing something? It's pretty. I wouldn't expect any sympathy for that, but it's definitely something that can chip away at your sense of what you're doing with your life. But I have a lot to be, I'd like to knock on wood about in my life thus far, that keeps me from. And now I'm gonna. This is the thing. I think I talked about this in the Adventures in Psychosis thing. This is part of the problem, is that there's enough comfort. There's too much opportunity to retreat to comforts and to leisure, to the point that a lot of us won't really do what we know should be done. So yeah, it's a quandary. Like there are everybody, privileges or not, it's you definitely have to be careful with your mental health in this society. But I'm definitely not going to put myself on the same. I'm not going to demand the same level of concern for mine, I think, as I am for many other people in this stuck in this shit system.
Well,
what was the question?
Well, I'd say that I'm clearly, in a similar boat to where the things that I tend to read about and to try to focus on and to learn about and to, in whatever minuscule way I can, to enact some change, like they don't typically directly affect me. Right. So the personal side of it, there is this challenge of not inserting like myself into this, like to say that, I'm some equal victim, or that like my own emotions in dealing with like the madness of the world are on, on par with those on the business end, as you said. But I know myself like that. I struggle often with how to prioritize like my headspace. And too often, and maybe it's just in a way to remain inactive, or as a result of maybe thinking, just not having like the hope, that it's easy just to think, oh, things suck, and like to spend most of the time with the issues in my head than on the streets and on my feet.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think part of what I've been doing the past couple of years, and this is sort of spiraling off that, what you were talking about with the Patreon and using some of it for fundraising for community initiatives. I kind of feel like, like back when I was, 20 years younger, we were involved in, this A-zone, this radical space, and heading out to demos and protests and stuff like that. And I don't do, like, I will attend demos and protests to be another body there and show support, but I'm definitely nowhere near as active in the so-called activist community as I was 20 years ago. But what I like to do now is use my access to resources to sort of give funds to the people who I think are doing an effective job in the community already. Like, instead of me saying what should be done, like, they're already doing it. These people are doing, like, all the stuff I'm complaining about, they're addressing it. So I'm going to just give them some money because I have that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to make my neighborhood, like try to be the best member of my neighborhood that I can be, go shovel the rinks and help coach the kids, like just try to be a good person in the neighborhood and help our, like, I happen to live in a really great neighborhood for thoughtful, forward-thinking, civic-minded people relative to a lot of other suburban communities. So I think my job is to try to keep that flourishing with the kids, with the next generation. That's my kind of activism, building out from the net sort of thing. And then do what we can to signal boost or underwrite, help underwrite the people that are doing the more intense work. That's what I've been doing for a bit now. So,
it reminds me of almost the flip side of the end of This Is Your Life, right? When Todd sings, take a load off your mind, go out into the world, you see, you'll probably survive. Like, if it's not the angry person yelling about people in foreign countries on TVs, but there's something, like, if I'm not that Fox News dad, right? But there's still something that I can take away from that maybe focusing on things that I can't impact means that I'm going to ignore the local ways that you can reach out and be a good person and impact your community in a much more effective way.
Right. Yeah. I can hear
that. Well, Chris, I mean, I gotta say, your music and your message and your presence over the last, for me, 20 years or so has helped to make sense and to help to process and to question and to think more about and to learn more about, so many things that I wouldn't have been exposed to otherwise. So, if you told me when Supporting Cast came out that you and I would be sitting here talking for an hour or so. I wouldn't have believed you. If you told me that 2 years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. So, I'm just immensely thankful and grateful for your time. And I know I speak for everyone who listens to our show and your Patreon when, I just say that, we're thankful and we're grateful, and we're happy to be along the ride with you, and to continue to question and to talk and to converse and to learn.
I love it. Thanks, Keith. I really appreciate that. We feel the same way about you guys. We do.
So how about we'll cut it there?
Okay.
Oh, well, yeah. Thank you very much, Chris. This is awesome. This is every time I do an interview, I just feel like the Chris Farley show. I'm not an interviewer.
So...
Yeah. Do you remember when you were in Propagandy? That was awesome.
You should have opened with that.
Yeah, I thought about it. But yeah, this is really cool. This is, the talking to you, to Todd, to Sulynn, to the Beeve, like, yeah, it's just an opportunity that I know that I don't take for granted, and I'm thankful for your time. And it feels like I've learned so much more about, the band in Winnipeg, and, things that maybe I had scratched the surface on, thumbing through the liner notes, or doing some, buying some books afterward. Like this has been like the much needed, okay, I didn't think enough about this, right? Like this has been like a little bit like more of a kick in the pants. It's not just like, hey, how can we fill our time for every week and release a podcast? It's like my own kick in the pants that I've needed in the last, year and a half. So
oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I should say, I probably should have said this in the episode when you were asking me about the Patreon thing. Like I feel I get those kicks in the pants too, reading people's feedback, either about the band or again about those personal anecdotes. It like, I don't have the book here, but this guy Anthony from the Patreon page sent me a book he wrote about nonviolence before Martin Luther King.
Oh,
like
Syracuse,
like,
Anthony Syracuse.
Yeah. And I was just like, holy shit! Like, I've never even thought about that, And that's just one example. But people, like on every issue, like I've come across something on the Patreon page where I'm like, huh. Like that. There's a little blind spot that and so I get the same. I also get kicked in the pants.
Yeah.
So I appreciate what you guys have done to like sort of the more people provide it, the more feedback there is about this thing we've done. Like it's us getting kicked in the pants too. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I hope the shows happen in the fall safely, of course.
We'll see.
So I know that things aren't looking very good, but at least fingers crossed that it could safely happen. But otherwise, man, I don't know.
Yeah.
Going to talk to you about the tune Night Letters, the opening track from Supporting Cast, which you said in your first appearance on the show was your favorite Propagandy record.
Yeah, that's right. And just even that song, just how it kicks in, it's such a interesting riff.
It's the greatest. It's the greatest.
Yeah, it's just like Actually, I have a couple. Now that I'm in the band, I can tell you a couple secret tales about some reactions to that. Well, for one, I think hopefully I'm not skewing this, but I believe Todd said that when maybe they first played it or something, like Barney may have been our sound guy. Barney was like said something about the first chord, like that's a fucked up chord or that's a weird chord. What is that? And it is. It's like it's definitely an interesting one. So that's kind of like on the guitar nerding one. Another cool thing is like Todd mentioned that he imagined someone like kind of like going uphill like a snowy mountain, like so that's always now that kind of like sticks with me. It's a cool image.
Awesome. Well, we talked last time as well about Tertium non Datur, and also your love of the songs on supporting cast and how that kind of made you really just become a super fan of this band that you now also are a part of. But what is it specifically about this song, which I believe is the only Todd song to ever lead a Propaganda record, which is a unique characteristic in and of itself. But what is it about Night Letters that grips you, that jumps out at you? Because it is an epic song.
I think we can start on the music side. Similar to like Tertium, where I think just from start to finish, like all the riffs are memorable, they're fun to play. I think not that other songs are, but it's like when you're just like, holy shit, like another one appears and you're like, oh yeah, I love this one too. Like they're just back to back, like really good riffs, And the same thing kind of takes you on a ride, and it has a very ebb and flow, start and stop. And it's just the heaviness, somehow it's the mixture of like being very heavy, but somehow catchy. Like there's parts that kind of remind me of surf guitar, like the riff, it's like the middle before it kind of comes around to the main riff, there's something that kind of has that kind of surfy guitar, like catchy. I know it's like metal, but I feel like there's actually like a crossover with metal and surf guitar. If you really, that's how I feel.
Do you have like a favorite part of this song to play? Because as you just mentioned, this thing is like riff crazy. So we have the opening riff, the dun 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 dun, and then we also have the and it's just like it's full of them. It's just riff craziness the whole time.
Yeah, so I like those two. I think some of the other ones, there's like these like twangy chords that are like they're kind of connected as in a thread in a way. Like there's very subtle changes between them, but there's like 8 in a row of them. It's the like that kind of part, or even the I Spend Sleepless Nights part. There's just they're kind of shrill sounding chords, but like, and it's cool to hear that coming from like how heavy it started, and then just the part when it just gets catchy and bouncy, like it kind of it mellows out a little bit. So it's just like the other song, it just has a nice balance of like a lot of like it almost seems multi-genre within one song, and that to me is like the ultimate experience, like in a song.
Yeah. Like when Todd's
like, it feels like you're like playing multiple styles,
Yeah, like that part where he's like, I'm adept at cold. It's just like really catchy. And, we talked about Bringer of Greater Things on another episode as well, which is like a very singable Todd song as well. It's not a rager. And this one has these parts where he kind of blends those two worlds of like, like Fuck the Border, but also Bringer of Greater Things, where he brings both of his styles almost into one perfect amalgamation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and actually, funny enough, I almost chose like a Negredo to talk about because Negredo has that kind of same thing. That's a really nice one. I regret it actually. Like after I sent a list, I'm like, oh, there could have been that. That's a really great one too for similar reasons, and it kind of ends up where you don't expect, and I really like that about it.
Well, I think that we may have to, poke you and have you back.
yeah, whatever.
As well. Just come back.
I'm here in New York, indoors.
yeah, nice. One time, so I did my master's degree at the University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon, and Todd's brother who works out there, used to work out with me at this gym.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so when Propaganda came to Saskatoon one time, I saw the guy that I worked out with at the gym, and I was like, "Hey, what are you doing here, man?" He's like, "Oh, my brother's in the band." I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Oh, Todd's my brother." So I got to hang out a lot with them one night when they were in Saskatoon, and Kent and Todd. And Todd talked to me about the creation of Night Letters. And he talked to me about how he and Beeve worked on this song like forever. Like all the blast beat parts, he said that they just sat there like what felt like weeks and just worked on these things and just dun 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 and just really tried to hammer it home as they were writing it.
That's awesome.
Have you ever talked to Todd or the guys in the band about the composition process for this song and like how they kind of structured and put this thing together? Because it is like this epic puzzle.
No, but that's so awesome to know that. Fuck, I should.
You should talk to him about it.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's such like little like bits that I get, and I think part of like, because I'm there for so little, it's like we're kind of in like prepare for the show mode, run through the set like 6 days in a row. But that's awesome to hear. Like that's how.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, and me and Beeve like sat in my house and just went over those blast beat riffs. He's like, he said it took them weeks,
awesome.
to feel like they really had it down. So do you feel, how do you rank this song as far as like Todd's contributions to the band? Like, does this one hold kind of like a special place for you for Todd's songs?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I think this one and Negredo are like two of my favorite Todd songs for sure.
Nice. How do you feel about the lyrical content of this song? Is there anything that you specifically love about like the topic or the content of the lines themselves?
Yeah, I think, this was a sad one. And like, it's, and what's cool about Todd's like songs is like, he has a way of like writing sad songs, but like, they don't sound as depressing as they could. Like there's some kind of almost like hope, like shimmer of hope in them too. Or even if there isn't, like, just almost like, an acceptance that it's all right to be sad sometimes, Yeah. I think it brings to light like something that maybe that's out of the radar, or maybe our privilege, like living, like we kind of forget these people who maybe have experienced like that much like violence in their daily lives and have to escape it, so that like that really makes you think. Oh, there's my cat.
Yeah, my cat's right here on the floor next to me.
Maybe they'll talk to each other about propaganda songs. But yeah, so I should pull up just because I know there's lines that I like. I'll look it up here.
It's like, to me, this song is like, I'm envisioning like a life in my head, like a refugee arrives in Winnipeg. It's -40 outside.
Yeah.
Todd befriends this person. He hears their story, and this person tells a story of fleeing, and then they also are trying to contact the people they left behind.
Yeah.
And they're worried that their family is going to be murdered in where they used to live, but like Canada has also denied their visa for 3 years. They can't come for 3 years. And so I'm like constructing this narrative, like this like literature in my head in relation to just this short song, because there's like many generations of lives in this tiny song for this one family fleeing, having their city destroyed, and some being left behind and stuck there, and some being able to get out.
Yeah, it's just like just wrapping your head around like what this person's going through, feeling sorry for them, kind of wishing you could do something, like feeling a bit like helpless, like, and it's like, what can you do except like be an ear, and just, so yeah, I think it is a nice, like open-ended one. I think I've learned, and probably from propaganda songs, like lyrically, is that you don't always have to like sum things up the way like movies tend to do, which is partly why I'm not a fan of movies so much, at least like mainstream stuff. It's like packaging, like here's what we're trying to communicate to you, like here's how you should think about this, where this is, yeah, it's just kind of left it's just put out in the air, and you kind of absorb it how you will.
Has your understanding or appreciation of this song changed at all over the last several years of being in the band, playing it, and digesting it like intimately?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the ones we play is last at this point in time, because now we keep things pretty compact depending on tuning, and this one's like in a weird tuning. Anyway, that's besides the point. It's one of the hardest ones to play live, and because it takes the most out of you, like it's like, and I think partly because it's just in a different way than Tertium. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it's just like a little bit more arm ready, like just a little bit more riffing than that way, like consistently, kind of like imagine blast beats but like on guitar.
Yeah
Like the kind of equivalent. So there's that end where it's like, holy shit, like this is fucking exhausting. By the time it's like done, it's just like, holy shit.
How do you
think one of the songs too? I already forgot. This is one of the ones I auditioned.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it was like this failed states too and status update.
And the also there's the video of you playing speculative fiction online as well.
Yeah, that was like ones I already got to Winnipeg, but this is like the initial like.
Oh, sweet.
Like first contact with them, like, hey everyone, like send us like here's 5 songs. You know, send
of
us.
course it would be this song, right?
Yeah, and I just remember this is actually one of the first ones I recorded a video of, and I was obviously nervous. I'm like, not only am I learning this really intense song in this short amount of time, I have to provide it to the band, and the band who wrote the song, who I love. And like, it looked like scanning it. Like, it was very. I just remember it being hard. I'm like sitting there, press record. I already fucked up. You know, it took me a few rounds. You know, just be like, oh, like, you know, focus. But yeah, so like, there's a lot. Like, just what a insane composition.
Well, and I'm also wondering, like, I know that Chris is very hard on the record, Today's Empire is Tomorrow's Ashes, because like the songs are played at such a breakneck speed that Chris is like, God, we just recorded this way too fast. Like, we got overly aggressive with it. But this song this song moves with those blast beats, and it's the only Propaganda song that has that type of approach to it. How do you feel like Jord feels about this type of song where he's just back there going bah, 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 just forever?
It's the hard one for Jord.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jord.
Sorry, Jord.
No, but I mean, fuck, he's so good. Like, it's insane. He just nails it. But it's a hard one for all. Like, we're all like sweating, and Todd singing on top of those bass parts, and it is just like a beating. Like, you're just going for it at lightning speed, you know. And but it's same thing. It's like, it's really gratifying, you know, at the same time. But it definitely.
I remember right when this record came out, when I saw the band live a couple times, they couldn't play this song for a while because Todd didn't have a voice for like all of 2009 and 2010, and so they didn't play this song forever. So it's great that it can be played now, even though you guys really have to give it all to make it happen.
I think there's only been one show that I haven't played this song.
Nice.
We play it all the time now.
Awesome.
Yeah. Like,
that's awesome. Do you feel like this is like a big fan favorite? Like, this is one people expect to hear now?
Yeah, I think so. Like, you know, and what's cool is like, I feel like and I think it's like appreciated when people are like, when we play songs that maybe people are like, "Whoa, they're playing that."
Yeah.
Like I know the last tour, well, for one, Tertium actually seemed to have that kind of response. Like, there's just like an excitement, you know. Like, I know I would feel that if I watched the band and saw that.
For sure.
Lotus Gate was another one.
Awesome.
Playing that one live, yeah.
Yes.
That's another hard one, actually.
Yeah. Nice.
Same thing, just variations. Like, you think, you know, you've memorized a part and this couple things changes, and then a third time through it changes, and you know, it's just like a maze.
Nice. Well, Sulynn, we are so just grateful for your passion, your appreciation of what we're doing here, talking about Propaganda, individually on the song by song basis. you just want to remind everybody like where they can find you if they are looking to follow your work and maybe learn some guitar as well?
Yeah, just SulynHago.com. Yeah, and there's just forums if you want to hit me up for lessons, and yeah, and good old Instagram.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to having you back, Sulynn. Thank you so much for being here again.
Yeah, thank you.
Up ahead